So let's now see what we are going to create in this massive 10-hour of React.js course. Yes, we are going to build this kind of website where we have a welcome page, the home page, and we can click on login page. So yes, you can see I am redirected to the login page with the use of React Router DOM. But you have also seen a cool animation like this, a zoom out and then sliding from the left or from the right. So we have this cool animation using the Framer motion library, and we are going to have that here. Then you can see we have a very nice designing for this application, this login form and sign up form using Tailwind CSS. All the gradient colors are from Tailwind CSS. We can easily move into any page by just clicking it. We can also persist that page even if I refresh. Now let's try to log in. And to log in and to store the user information for the sign up and login, we are going to use the Firebase Authentication. Yes, it is very easy and it's going to be in our application. So let's click and we have a nice little loading icon there with the use of font awesome, and we are redirected to the home page after logging in. We have this logout button, obviously that just logged you out, and even if you log in and refresh this page, this login information is persisted with the use of once again the Firebase Authentication. But the great power of this application or this course is using this gallery. In this gallery we have all the images from UnSplash. So we will going to use the UnSplash API to create all these gallery with these awesome images. If we scroll down, you can see we have an infinite loading. That means once I scroll down, I have all the images coming from every pages from UnSplash API. That's a really amazing thing. We have also used that animation for zooming in for an image. If I want to have a look on this image, the blue one, I just click here and we have a zoom in effect for that. And if I click somewhere else, it just go to its original position with a nice animation. Yes, it is done once again with a Framer motion. So let's refresh and let's try to search for anything. So I'm going to search for the dog images. You can see now we have images for the dog. That's really nice thing. We can also search for cats. Yep, we have that. Not only this, these infinite scroll is also going to work for this searched term also. Then we should have a very nice cut icon. You can see we have a cross icon and then we have a lens icon. We will talk about lens later, but when I click on the cross, obviously it is going to remove that image from our stack. Yep, this is super nice thing. But we can see we have this Tensorflow also. Yeah, this application, this course is going to show you how you can build the Tensorflow JS to have some machine learning steps in your application. So here we have a dog image. We can click on this predict result button and then it is fetching the classification for this image. And now you can see we have the result, and let's search for this thing. It has given that 96% of prediction is for this breed of dog, which is absolutely right. So this is very nice. But the very cool thing we have done in this application is having this Tensorflow JS classification in every image. So whenever I hover over any image, we have this lens icon, and if I click there, we are fetching the result for that. So if I click here, we can see we have a desktop, computer, spacebar, desk, and actually that we have here. Very nice thing. Let's have a classification for this image. It says plastic bag. I think it's recognizing its jacket as a plastic bag and yeah, trench coat is there. Now if you log out from here, you can see the forms are there, and these forms are created with the use of Formik library, Formik React library. And at last, finally, when we have done with everything, we are going to deploy our application on this Netlify. So this is actually live. You can directly visit bitfumes-react-course.netlify.app and you can play around and see the final result of this application. But if you still want more for React, you can go to the in-depth reactjs.com. Here is the landing page for the course I'm going to work. This is going to be a massive course of 30-40 hours, including everything for the React, and you can simply subscribe here. And the benefit of subscribing is you will get the pre-launch discount of 50%, plus you will get the latest news and the progress for this course. So now let's go and start building this application, this awesome application, and we are going to start from what is React to deployment. Let's start. To start with Reactjs, we are not going to actually create React application or use CDN. We will start with a simple HTML file. So I'm going to create a simple HTML file called index.html here. And inside this, I will quickly create a simple markup and call this title as a React tutorial. And then let's use its original path and go to the browser and run this file. So at the top you can see we have this React tutorial. This means this file is working. Now what I will do, first I will going to create a simple div and giving this div an ID of root. After that I'm going to create a script tag, and in this script tag I'm going to use a simple vanilla JavaScript. So first let root element is document.get element by ID, and our ID name is root. Done. Now with this, what we can have the root element. So let's log root and see what it is. So if I open the console, and in the console if I refresh this page, you can see we are directly getting this div tag. But next what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new element, and I just call el, and I will say document dot create element, and this element is simple h1 tag. So let's log el and see what it is. So if I refresh, you can see it's just a plain h1 tag with no content in it. Let's fill something inside it. So to fill, we just need to say el dot inner text is equal to React by Sarthak or Bitfumes. Let's now save this file and go to browser, refresh this page, and this time we have that text inside this h1 tag. Now next task is to move this h1 into our root element. How we can do that? Then we need to say root dot append child and appending this el. You know, this el is actually a DOM node. What it is? It is a DOM node, and you can only append a DOM node via this append child function. If you want to learn more about this append child, you can just search for append child and you will get this Mozilla documentation for JavaScript. And this time you can see it says node.append child, and this accept a child, and a child should be a node to append to the parent node. So both has to be node. And by doing this document.create element, and we are getting some node of the document or the DOM. Next, because we have done this, let's see what will be the result. Go to the browser and refresh this page. And yes, you can see we are having that h1 tag in our div. We can inspect this and we can easily see that our div is actually holding this h1 tag, and it is very similar to having a simple h1 inside div, like we have manually added it from here like this, but not we are using JavaScript to add this h1 tag inside this div. So this is very easy. But what if I want to add some ID or let's say class into this h1 tag? For that we need to say el dot class name is equal to plus equal to, and let's say red, and then if I refresh, you can see now we have a class called red on this h1 tag. For now this is okay to have just one attribute as a class. Imagine you want to have various attributes and you want to do lots of things with this el, the element we have created. It's now become very difficult to manage things. So to solve these problems and also to solve various other problems you may face later in the JavaScript using vanilla JavaScript, we will move into the React library. So I always recommend everyone to learn any language by going to the documentation of that particular library, framework, or any language. So we are on a reactjs.org. This is the official website of Reactjs. Now we are going to hit on the get started. Okay, to get started, we have various things. You can just play around the React using the code pen and code sandbox and other places. But I'm going to use the add react to website, and you can just go at the bottom and we have the next article for add react to website, or on the right side you can see we have a add react to website and we have here. So 3 places are just to move to this page. Here it says if you want to add the Reactjs in your website, you just need 2 script tags. One is for React, this one, and other is for React DOM. So React is just for the JavaScript, but to manipulate the DOM, the document object model, or HTML you can say, we need the React DOM. So let's copy these 2. And I will going to paste it in our head tag of HTML file. Okay, so we have done that, and now if I try to refresh, nothing happens here because now I'm going to use React to create element. Then I'm going to use the React DOM to append the child. Let's see how we can do these things. So just instead of document.createElement, we can simply say react.createElement. And I'm not going to do anything because I want to show you that what EL is. Initially, when we have used the document like this, we have the simple h1 tag. So if I refresh, you can see we have a simple h1 tag. But when I used react.createElement, refresh this page, we have something object kind of thing here. We have some type of, then key, prop, ref, type. This makes sense. Type is h1. Cool. So this means the type of element is h1. But how we can add this h1 into our DOM? Because now you can see our div is again empty. It doesn't have anything. Remember, we also have React DOM. So instead of root.append child, let's say React, and remember to use DOM as a capital. So React DOM, then append child. And I'm going to comment this log and also move this above. Okay, let's see what's the result. Refresh this page and we are having some error. Now this React DOM.append child is not a function. Okay, so actually there is a little difference. Instead of using append child, we need to use the render method. Now let's try once more. So refresh this page. Now it says target container is not a DOM element. Okay, so we are having some difficulty with the render method. Let's try to go into the documentation. As I said, documentation is the king. So here we have a simple starter code. So if I open this starter code, you can see this starter code is actually having React.createElement and moving it as a E. Then it is not having any DOM, render DOM. So let's move ahead. Okay, so here we have a React DOM. The React DOM.render hold actually two things. One is the element we have created. So remember E, and here they have used React.createElement as E. So we can use E and whatever we want to create. So just like we have created this H1. So they have created some like button. So first is the element you have created, and second is the target where you want to put this newly created element. Okay, so I got the point. This DOM, this is not DOM node, this React DOM actually need two things. The first one is the new element, and second is the target or target element, you can say. So first is the element, we are having this, we have created this, and the target is this root. So let's say root. And now if I go and try to refresh this page, still we cannot see anything, but let's go to elements. And here inside this element, you can see we have a div, and inside this div we have a h1 tag. Why not put something inside this h1 tag? But how we can add something inside the h1 tag? Do we need to have the el.inner text? No, you can see the VS Code is not recommending anything for that. Actually, when you are using React.createElement, yes, the first one is the type, but we have some other argument also. To check what this have, I'm just going to log the React.createElement. So we will get the function as it is. And this function need three things. Or first is type, second is prop, and third is children. Children is the thing we need to put something inside the h1 tag. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say second is null, because I don't know what is this prop means. We will see what it is later, but for now we don't know anything about the prop. But the third is React by Bitfumes. And doing this, what we are getting, let's see what we are getting. If I say el, refresh, one thing you can see, we are having this h1 React by Bitfumes, and this time we are having type as h1, but where is children? Children is inside prop, but we have not given any prop. Okay, so we will see these things, these weird things later, but for now we can see the h1 is holding React by Bitfumes. So congratulations, we have successfully migrated from vanilla JavaScript to React, and it is very smooth. Now we can do some refactoring. We can have like this, so we can remove it, and we just have two lines to have our React.js started. In the last episode, we saw that how we can append the h1 tag using React.js and React DOM. Next, what we are going to do, actually we are going to inspect our page source. And we know that we have added two script tags, one for React and one for React DOM. What if I open this React development.js? And I will go at the bottom just by scrolling like this. And at the bottom, you can see we have all the API of React. That means all of the functions you can use in React is here. You have seen we have actually used create element. We also have React version. Let's try this one. So I'm going to say just anywhere log react.version, and remember whatever you export from here is like a react dot then version. Okay, let's try this. In the console, if I refresh this page, we can have a 16.13.1. That's an amazing thing. This means if I want to know that what are the functions React provide, yeah, we can easily see all these things are here, and we are going to cover everything. We also have some React.component, React.fragment, profile, pure component, everything is here. Similarly, we also have the React DOM.development.js, and at the last we have some exports for the React DOM. And same, we have a version, and version is same for React and React DOM, but we also have a render that we have actually used React DOM.render, which is a function. Then we have some other things, and we will see these things later. Okay, so we have seen that whatever the functions we are going to use in React is actually exported from that simple JS file. And you know, this React is very small. It is like a 2 KB of file, and it is given somewhere here. It is just a 2 KB zipped file. If you zip it, it will become just 2 KB file. Okay, next we want to see is we want to move into some different thing. So what are the different thing is, remember we have some log. So if I log EL, that means the element we have created. In this element, we saw that the third argument we have provided as a children is moved into the props. So before understanding why it is moved into the children, let's understand what is props. So remember, whenever you create any element, the HTML, pure HTML elements like div, h1, form, anything which is provided in HTML5, then you provide some kind of attribute. Like this ID with some value of root is an attribute. If you give some class, then class is an attribute. So whatever you provide in after this h1 tag or div tag is called an attribute for HTML tags. But when you create a element using React, like react.createElement, then whatever you provide, that is actually called as a props, or props stands for properties. So think about this. We have created an element called h1, and what are the properties of h1 tag we have? H1 we have just a simple property of children, and the value is React by Bitfumes. So you have seen that this children is on the third argument, but we can also move this as a prop. So inside the second argument, I can provide children, and the value is React by Bitfumes. If I go refresh this page, you can see there is no change in the object we are getting for the element. Also, there is no change in the DOM we have. We still have the h1 and inside this div. So this means the third argument children we are providing is exactly same, or it is actually moved into the prop children. You can also provide literally anything as a prop, and anything means yes, anything. So I can say blah 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 as anything, and it is very weird. So now let's refresh this page, and you can see we are not having any difficulty with the element we have created, and children is having blah 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 as anything. Literally anything you can add into the prop. But what is the matter of having anything as a prop? Because later we will see this prop is actually very important thing for any element you create using React. For now, I'm going to remove this one, and I want to show you that this prop is actually super important thing. So we have seen that we can add any created element using React DOM into the DOM. What if I want to add another h1 tag, or and let's say inside h1 tag I want to have a span tag? How we can add that? So I'm going to create one more span tag. So I will say let inner span is just a name I want to give, and I'm going to use react.createElement, and I'm going to create a span tag, and having I just want to have a third argument as a children. So this time I want to move this everything inside this span tag, and this h1 doesn't have any children like this. So h1 doesn't have any text as a children. So instead of text I want to give children as inner span. So in the last episode we saw that how we can add any children as a prop, and that children was just a text called React by Bitfumes. But now we are doing something different. We are actually moving some created element inside another element using as a children prop. Also you can provide it as a third one, and we will just see later. First let's try this. So refresh, it's very similar, but now you can see this h1 is holding another tag or another element called span, and that span is actually having this is React by Bitfumes. Okay, and as I told you, you can also provide this as a third argument, because passing prop children is actually same as passing the third argument. So I can say inner span, and this will going to work exactly the same. One more thing. Now let's try to log element this time, because this time this h1 tag we have created doesn't have a simple text as a prop, although it has a simple created element by React, and the name is or the type is span. Let's try to refresh. Okay, so we have some type of h1, but then inside this props, inside we have a children, and this children actually having again a object for the React element. So see, any React element start with $$ type of symbol React.element. It start with this. In a prop children, we again have a $$ type of symbol React.element, and that we know because we have created two React element, and one, the inner span, is moved inside the h1. So in this way you can add any number of children for any number of created element. Like we can also move something inside the span as a children. But now I just want to say that if we have a structure, like we have a let's say section, that means a HTML section. Inside this section we want to have some, let's say, div. So we have a div. Inside this div we have some h1 like this. Inside this h1 we have a span like this. So what if you want to create this kind of structure using React.createElement? So see, we need to first create a element called section, then div, then h1, then span, and now our code is become very difficult to manage. By just having h1 and span, you can see we need to use two lines, and these two lines are looking very ugly and have lots and lots of things. I don't like these things. So that's why React provide a very nice thing, and that is called JSX. And what is JSX? JSX is simple HTML inside JavaScript. Okay, what it is? Let's say I'm going to create an let's say my element, so my EL, and that I'm going to say is a simple div. Inside this div, I'm going to say hello JSX, and let's close this div. Okay, so this is done. Now instead of I'm just going to comment these things, and instead of rendering this element, I'm going to render this my element, so MYEL. Let's see what's going to happen. If I refresh this page, we have an unexpected token. Why is that? Maybe this needs some double quotes or maybe single quotes, like we need to have this as a string. Let's see. If I refresh this page, you can see it is literally rendered as a string, not as a HTML div tag. How we can resolve these things? Because if I use double quotes or single quotes, it's rendered as a string. If I'm not using any single quote or double quote, it says unexpected token angle. Okay, so the problem is, you can see we are having this div actually inside of this script, not inside the body. We have a script, that means we are having a JavaScript world, and inside the JavaScript world we are using HTML, which is normally not applicable. So how we can actually render this thing? You know, JSX is an advanced feature of JavaScript, or actually a pseudo feature of JavaScript. And whenever you are dealing with something advanced feature or something which is normally not available in vanilla JavaScript, we need some kind of help to convert all these things which are advanced in JavaScript to the normal vanilla JavaScript. In that case, Babel is going to help us. Once again, let's go to the documentation, and in this documentation on the same page of add React to website, if you scroll down, you can see we have a try React with JSX, and in this it is saying that you need to add this script tag. Okay, so let's add this script tag just after this script or anywhere inside your head tag. Okay, so what Babel will do, or what is actually Babel? So Babel is a simple tool that is going to check if you are using something advanced feature of JavaScript, then it is going to convert that into a vanilla JavaScript, or actually in a form that your browser can understand. So when I use that, if I refresh this, still we are having unexpected token. We have added the Babel, but what's the point? But next is, once again, let's go to the documentation. It says you need to say to this script tag that, hey script tag, this is actually a type of text and Babel. Okay, so now we need to say a type which is text as Babel. Now we are saying to Babel that, hey Babel, this script tag is for you, and you can take care of any advanced feature I'm going to use inside this script tag only, because I have added the type text Babel. Now if I refresh this page, and you can see that is actually converted into a div tag, real div tag. So inside this div with the ID of root, we have this div hello JSX. Wow, this is very nice. This is very nice when you are having very high tree of all these tags. So now I can say I have a h1 tag. Inside this h1 we have a span tag, and we are having all these things. And you can see, because we are having Babel, my VS Code is actually recommending all these HTML tags, and when I hit enter, it's just autocomplete that. And this is because of Babel. Because of all these things, now we can refresh this page, and we have every hierarchy of this HTML tags. Div, once again div, h1 tag, then we have a span with the text of hello JSX, and everything is working absolutely fine. But what magic this JSX or this Babel sprinkle over React to make it so useful and so elegant that we can actually use HTML inside JavaScript. By using this JSX, we are getting rid of this React.createElement. But we are still confused that what magic this Babel and JSX sprinkle over Reactjs so that it render the HTML tag. For that, I will take you to the Babel compiler. So I will say Babel compiler. On this Babel compiler, you will get the first result, and I can go on that first result and not on this one actually. So REPL, this one is the Babel compiler. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to first see how this div is actually converted into something useful. So whenever I type div here, you can see we have just written div with no text inside it. Now it is actually doing a very magical thing, which is actually not magical. It's just converting it into React.createElement. And remember, we have created the h1 tag or a span tag using React.createElement and defining the type, that is h1, then properties or prop as null, and some children. So we have created the div tag with no props and no children. So there is no prop and no children. The third argument is null. What if I provide the children? So I say hello Babel, and now you can see the third argument is added as a Babel, like hello Babel. What if I want to provide this hello Babel as a children? So children is hello Babel. So you can see the second argument, which was previously null, it is now converted into a simple object, and that object is having children as a hello Babel. Okay, so that is very, very interesting. So what if I want to see how Babel convert this div h1 and span into a React create element? I'm just going to paste these things here, and it doesn't matter if you give any indentations. So here you can see what it is doing. It is saying React.createElement, okay, creating the div. So first it is creating the div. Then because this div doesn't have any prop, we are not defining any prop, so it says null. But then this div is holding all the h1. Then it is creating the React.createElement of h1 tag. Now since h1 tag is also doesn't have any prop, so it says null, but this h1 is holding this span tag. So again, it is using React.createElement of creating the span. Once again, the span doesn't have any prop, but this span has a children as a third argument of hello JSX. So here we have a hello JSX. So you have seen that it is very, very easy to create this kind of a structure using React.createElement, but it is not so efficient while you are coding, while you are maintaining your code. So we are using this JSX. So from now, I'm not going to use React.createElement, and you need to just forget it. But you will say, Sarthak, if we need to forget the React.createElement, so why you have explained all these things? Because it is very important to know how everything works inside your React elements. So how JSX work, how React create element, how the prop work, how the children work. Everything is very, very important concepts. So you need to know all these things. So that's why I have explained everything to you. So this is how JSX is converted into a simple React.createElement. Because here we have used JSX inside a variable. So we have created a simple variable called myAL, and we have moved every JSX, the JavaScript to HTML, or you can say HTML in JavaScript, and then we have rendered it. But next I can see I have this hello JSX written hard-coded. What if I want to move this into a variable? Okay, so I just cut it from here and then I will say let my title is equal to hello JSX. Then I just want to show this my title value between this span tag. So how about this? I can say my title. Generally we use this simple syntax and we have the value of any variable. But if I do this and if I refresh this page, it literally spit out as a my title instead of rendering the value of my title. So in React, or you can say in JSX, if you want to move from JSX to JavaScript, you need to use the curly braces. So here you can see whenever we are using any HTML tag, that means we are in JSX world. But we want to move from JSX world into JavaScript world. And here we can use these curly braces to define that, hey JSX, I want to move into JavaScript world and here is my variable. So yes, it is very easy. And now if I save this file, go and refresh this page, yep, we have this hello JSX. That's an amazing thing. But next, I also want to do another thing. Suppose I want to move this h1 with a span and my title into some variable. So I can say let my h1 is equal to, and because this is a JSX, I can use this parenthesis and define my JSX. So what should I need to do to have the value of this JSX, that means my h1, between div? Remember what we do? We use these curly braces to move into JavaScript world, and then I can say here is my h1. Let's now try and see what's going to happen. If I refresh this page, you can see still it is working absolutely fine. That's amazing. So in that way, you have seen that we can create any variable and put any kind of you can say JSX into that variable, and then we can use that variable and push that variable inside any other JSX. So the best part of a JSX is you can use any JSX as a HTML tag. So here we have created this my h1, and I want to use this my h1 as an HTML tag. And what I mean by using it as a HTML tag, that means using this angle brackets, and I can define my h1 just like this. So let's close this. And what if I use it, and what will be the result? Let's see by saving this file, going to the Chrome, giving a refresh. But this time we are having some error, and this error is a warning, actually not an error, and it's saying that my h1 is using incorrect casing. Use Pascal case for React component or lowercase for HTML element. That makes sense because this is not a Pascal case. This, you can say it is a camel case. And what is the Pascal case? If you write the same thing in a Pascal case, this will be my h1, so that first letter of every word should be capitalized. So what if I change the variable name everywhere and call it with a capital M? So now it is converted into Pascal case from the camel case. Let's go here, refresh this page. This time we are getting some error. And this error is saying, did you accidentally export a JSX literal instead of a component? So now we need to learn about components. Here React is yelling at us and saying that you are trying to use JSX directly as a component. So this means if I want to use JSX as a HTML tag, I actually want to create some component. So what is a component in React? Think about component as something which render the JSX first and then return everything. Okay, and how we can render? Actually, we simply need to create a function that returns the JSX. So whenever we are using the function name as a Pascal case, that will become a component. So easy. Let's convert this my h1 into a functional component. And what is a functional component? A component created with a function. So I'm going to write function, and this is going to return. So it is going to return, and I can return like this, moving it here and giving a return statement. That's an easy thing. We have created a simple anonymous function, and that is returning a simple JSX. Now let's see what's going to happen when I refresh the page on Chrome. Here, and yes, it is rendering, and congratulations, you have created the first functional component inside Reactjs. It's very easy, and you can also use arrow function if you want. So I can just say like this. In that case, you don't have to define this curly braces and return statement, and also you need to remove that function keyword, and that's it. And if I refresh, once again it is working. So any kind of function or any way you can define a function in JavaScript, you can use that kind of statement for defining a function, and that will going to work. I can also show you that if you can do like this, like function and my h1, and you can totally remove this let part. So this is a function created with this kind of syntax, and again we are using it as a Pascal case. Remember, if I refresh this page, still it is working. Okay, we have created this functional component, but what if I try to log and see what it includes? So I have just log my h1, and let's see in the console. In this console, we are getting a function exactly. But in this function, we can see we have a return react.create element of h1, then react.create element for span. And yes, we know these things. How? Because we know that this is a JSX which is actually compiled to react.create element using Babel. But what if I try to log this, and let's use a self-closing tag? It doesn't matter. Generally, when you don't have anything between the tag, then you use the self-closing tag. Okay. So we have log of self-closing tag for this my h1 functional component. Remember, this is a functional component. Refresh this page, and this time we are getting $$ type of symbol react.element. And this is exactly same when we have created any JSX using this my el kind of syntax. So if I log this my el, and also we have log for my h1, I refresh this page, you can see both has same kind of object notation. The difference is this is having a type of function, so that's why it is a functional component, and this is just a type of div or whatever you define inside the JSX. So you have seen that functional component, it's nothing new, nothing out of the box. It is just, you can say, a wrapper of React create element and moved in a function. So this is a functional component. That's an easy part. But let's remove this log for my el. You can see if I refresh once again, and this log for my h1 is also holding some props. This time this prop doesn't have any children, doesn't have even anything. Let's now talk about the props in a component. Since we know how we can create a functional component inside Reactjs, now it's time to move on the props or the properties of any functional component or any type of component actually. So here we can see this prop doesn't have anything, not even any children. So how we can move into the prop kind of thing? Remember when I have started this lessons, I told you that prop is not a different thing. It's just like any attribute on your normal HTML. So here we have a div with the ID of root. So because it is a HTML tag, so we call ID as an attribute. But when it comes to the JSX, or you can say the React component, so instead of calling the attribute, we are calling it as a prop. So think about this props as an attribute. So similar to attribute, we can pass some props or properties in our component. So as we said, let's try to give the ID of hello. But remember, this ID is not an attribute of any HTML. It's just a name I have given. So if I refresh here with a log of that component, now this props holding one prop which is called ID of hello. But instead of ID, what I can see in this function is actually showing this variable value, my title. But this variable is outside of this function. What if the function doesn't have the access to my title? For demonstrating that thing, I'm going to convert this myEl into a functional component also. So I'm going to use the arrow function to just convert it into a functional component, and then I'm going to actually use curly braces and I'm going to return this thing. And because this is now a functional component, we cannot directly use myEl. If I use that thing, it is giving warning and saying that you have a component, so use it as a component. Why you are using it as a variable? So this means we need to convert it into a self-closing tag, and remember this should be a Pascal case, so myEl like this. Now let's refresh. Okay, so everything is back to normal. But as I told you, I can move this my title from here, which is globally defined, to inside this myEl functional component. So remember, this is just a function which is returning something. So in between we can define any variable. That's just a function. So now what if I refresh this page? Now it says my title is not defined. We have now big problem. We have defined my h1 which is using my title, but my title is defined inside my el. How we can pass this data or this information of my title into this my h1? Remember the props thing? Yes. So I'm going to show you by just logging inside this functional component, and instead of passing the ID, I'm going to pass as, let's say, data, and the data is my title. But remember, I told you that whenever we try to use some JavaScript thing, we need to use the curly braces. So now this data is having a value of whatever the value my title holds. So now save this page and refresh this Chrome. Yes, we are getting these error, but at the top we have this log, and in this props we have a data that is saying hello JSX. Wow, this means I can remove the log here and really pass the data as my title. Remember to use these curly braces to define the value of my title. Okay, so we have given this as a prop, how we can access the prop inside the functional component. So every functional component actually accepts the props. It is the function of React.js. Now if I log the props, let's see what's going to happen. And I think you guessed it right. We are getting exactly data as hello JSX. Now since we have this props, so instead of my title I can say props dot data. Because this props is just an object, so we can say props dot data. So we have a props dot data, and we can simply save this file, refresh this page, and yes, we have hello JSX. But this hello JSX is coming as a props. One more thing is that you can name your prop anything. I told you it could be anything. Generally, if I try to send my title, I would use my title as a prop name and the value of my title as the my title. Okay, lots of my title. But now because we have changed the prop name from data to my title, I can go here on this my h1 and I can say props dot my title and save this file. This will going to work exactly the same. One last thing I want to show you, that because this is a prop and we are sure that this functional component need some prop, and this prop always going to contain my title. So why not use the destructuring of ES6 and directly grab the my title. In that way we don't have to define props dot and the value of the prop. In that way it is also going to work as a hello JSX. So we have seen that it is so much easy now to pass the data from one component to other component, or I can say parent component to a child component. For learning purpose, we have defined the script tag for React, for React DOM, and also for the Babel. But this is just for learning, or you can say just for a very small project where you just want to have very small feature of React. But to get the full power of React, you actually need to create a React application. And to create a React application using create React app, I'm going to the website, and in this website, if I go to get started, you can see we have this add React to website. From this, we have actually added these CDNs. But just below that one, you can see we have a create new React app. So let's go there. And now you can see we have a different way of installing or creating React application. For that, it is very important you must have a node which is greater than 8.10 or npm which is greater than equal to 5.6. So let's see what version I have. So I just open this terminal here, or you can use the built-in terminal like this one. Let's use this one also. And now I can say node and giving the version. So it is 14.4.0 and the npm version is 6.14.4. That's good. If you don't have these things, then what you need to do? You just need to go to the nodejs.org website. Yes, this is not a Node.js course, but to start or to get the npm in your system, you need to download the node. Current version is 12.18.0, which is a LTS, and the latest version is 14.0. I highly recommend to have the LTS version because this is stable and bug free. So you can simply install it, download it, and then install it. After installing, I'm sure that you will have these kind of version names, and if you don't have, you can write to me, or you can just restart your system, then it will be surely there. When you have these things, then you can move into the npx. So npx is just, you can say, a way to run this create react app directly in your terminal without installing this command. So I can just say npx create react app and the name of the app, which is my app in our case. So let's say here I'm going to firstly let's do one thing. Let's go here and we have this Reactjs, and I'm going to create a new terminal, and then I can say npx create react app, and then app name is my react. So if I hit enter, now you can see it will going to install everything for us. And now it has started downloading things. While this is installing, let me show you a different way to use this create react app. Maybe sometime this npx doesn't work for you. What you need to do in that case? In that case, you can go to the create react app. This is a GitHub repository, and in this one, if you scroll down a little bit, then yes, you have an npx create react app, but you can also install this create react app command line via this npm install globally create react app. After using this, you just need to run create react app and the name of the app without npx. So either you can use npx create react app my app, or you can globally install create react app and directly use create react app. Okay, so that's good. And now let's go to the terminal, and now it says it is installed. Lots of thing is installed here, and I can simply close this terminal, and then I can see we have this my react. Okay, so this my react is good, and I'm going to open this with my VS Code, and everything you will find on the GitHub repository and the source code actually. So yes, it is done. So this is actually having lots of things. First, it has yarn.log. Maybe you will not have this yarn. Why? Because I have installed yarn. So if I say yarn version, it's 1.22.4. But maybe you don't have that, so don't worry about this, like if you don't have yarn.log. The important is package.json. In this package.json, you can see we are having this React, React DOM, and React script. We already know about React and React DOM from our previous experience, but this React script is new. Actually, it's just going to start a simple server where we have a hot reloading, and it will start at localhost 3000, and then we can simply interact with our application in real time. Then we also have some testing system for our React application, but this is the testing part is not for now. Maybe later we will cover it. Then we also have some development things, some browser list, but we don't have to care about these things. The most important thing is the script. Script, we have the start. Start is just for the development purpose. So how we can run that script? We can simply say npm run start, and if you hit enter, this will going to compile everything from your source directory, and then it will going to open the server in localhost 3000, and you can see localhost 3000 is ready. I can go there, and we have a nice little logo of animated logo of React, and it says edit source app.js and save to reload. I told you that this is going to give you hot reload, but what is hot reload means? So as it says, let's say we are going, let's see what it is saying. It's saying go to source and app.js and save something. So I go to app.js, and instead of this thing I can say done, and if I save this, I have saved that. So now if I go, you can see it is instantly re-rendered. This is called hot reload. As you save the file, React server, which is running here in our terminal, is picking up that changes, and then it quickly re-render everything on your development server. So once again, if I remove that done from here like this, save this, you can see it is compiling. It says compiled successful, and then it has hot reload our application. So yes, the done is gone from there. Now, what are other things, and why is there package.json, what is public directory, everything we will learn in the next episode. Now let's understand the file structure we have here. We know that there is a package.json which is holding some dependencies, but then we have a git ignore. Obviously, we don't want the node module folder to be inside the git, and that's why we have this node module inside git ignore. Also, when we build for the production, then we also don't want to have the build part into the git repository. Also, then after, we don't want the environment variables to be inside the git repository. That's why we have ignored it here. Then we have this public folder. Inside this public folder, we have this index, and we are actually familiar with the index. Remember in the previous videos, when we have started with the React learning, then we have added index, and inside we have added some script. Also, we have created the div with the ID of root. Now let's see here. At the bottom on the line number 31, you can see we have a div with the ID of root. That's an amazing thing, but we cannot find any script tag here. No worries, because React is going to push that script tag into this HTML. How? You can see here, if you go and view the page source, in this page source we can see we have this React app, the title similar to this. Then we have a div with the ID of root, div with the ID of root with a no script at the top, just like this. But at the bottom, you can see we have this script which is having static JS bundle.js, also chunk.js and main.chunks.js. So actually the bundle.js is the main file we need, and all the React is inside that, all the compiled React. Now, since we know that how React is moving, so we have some favicon, some logo which is used here, and then some manifest.json. This is for the progressive web app, and we will talk about this later. Robot.txt for some SEO purpose, but the most important thing is this src directory. And in this src directory, the important file is the index.js. Remember, we use React DOM to actually render something inside our div with the ID of root. So we have used React DOM dot render. We have defined there is an app, and this is for just for strict mode of React. Then we have the target, which is the document.getElement by ID of root. And remember, this root is inside in our index.js ID of root. That's an amazing thing. So because of that, we have everything here. So if I now inspect this on this element, you can see first we have a div with the ID of root, and then we have everything like div with the class of app, header with the class of app header. And then we have imported this app component. Remember, we have created the component. We know what is a functional component. So let's see where it is. So app is in the same directory with the name of app, and we can find it, app.js. Let's open this app.js, and it is very familiar because now we know it is a function with the name of app. This means it is a functional component. And yes, you can see we have a div with a class name of app, which is actually a class, header with the class name of app.header, app-header. That is, all these things are showing here. And at last we have exported it so that we can import it here, and then we can use it like this. So this is how actually the React application running in this project. Then we have some styling index.css, but the most important thing, you can see we are on JavaScript and we are importing CSS. Amazing thing. That means React is able to compile all the CSS also along with the JS, the JavaScript. So we have imported React DOM, CSS, this app component, and some service provider. Once again, this is for progressive web app. We will talk about this later. So we also have the app.css, then some testing, app.test.js, then setting up the testing thing like this. And what I'm going to do to get started with the understanding of this project, I am going to actually delete everything. And yes, I'm going to delete everything. So now we will start from a fresh index.js. Let's see how we can get started with this. Because now we have an empty index.js. So that's why if I try to run npm run start, it's not going to work. And you can see we are having this blank white screen. Why we have that? Because we don't have anything. To get started, remember we have to do two things. First, we need to use the React DOM.render. This is the first thing. And second, we need to actually import these things in this file. We are actually on the index.js. We are not using any CDN. So in every file, whatever we want to use, we need to import it. And from where we are importing? We are importing from this node module, which is the default place to import. So I just say import React DOM from React-DOM. Why React-DOM? Because in our package.json, you can see we have this React-DOM. Okay, so what we can do inside render? We already know these things. First, we need to give the element we want to render, and second should be the target. And target will always be document.getElement by id of root. Why the id of root? Because in this public HTML index.html, we have this div with the id of root. Yes, you can name it anything, it doesn't matter. Whatever you define here, that should be exactly same here. So by doing this, if I save this file, we will get error says el is not defined, this el. So let's define el. So let el is equal to, and I will say hello. Quickly fixing everything. And yes, you can see we have this hello. But we know all these things, so directly we can go to start with the JSX. So let's use a JSX, and inside this I will say hello React. That is a div included in this JS file. But by doing this, we will get some different kind of error. This is React must be in the scope when using JSX. Yes, we know, because to render this JSX into React.createElement, we need a Babel. But instead of Babel, we will get the React that include everything. So just like React DOM, we can also import React from React. Once again, we have this in package.json, this one. So we have imported that. Let's see what will be the result. And yes, we have this React, hello React actually. But we know that this index file was not having this kind of structure. It was having a like app here and a simple component. So instead of this, I'm going to convert this into a functional component that is going to return this JSX like this. And this is taking shape as the React project has given us. So now it's working absolutely fine. But remember, the responsibility of every file should be only one. So what is the responsibility of index.js? The responsibility of index.js is just to render into the DOM. But we are doing two things. We are rendering plus we are creating a functional component. So that's why instead of having a functional component here, we can go into source directory, and here I can create a app.js file. And then I will move this functional component here, and then I will try to import. So I will say import app from, but now this app.js is in the same directory. So I can say dot / and the name of the file. We don't have to define .js because this is a JavaScript world. React is a JavaScript framework. Okay, by doing this, let's see what we have to do next. So it says some error. Okay, so I think I have not saved it. Maybe, yeah, this is a white dot. I have saved it. Now it says React must be in the scope. Yeah, we know what we need to do. We need to actually move this import, or actually copy and paste it here. Next, now it says the app doesn't contain a default export. So whenever we are importing anything, obviously we can import only when we are exporting something. If you are giving something, then only someone can take. So here we are importing, let's export it. So you can say export default like this, or you can say export default and giving the name this. So both are the same thing. It's just a way of defining the export default. We have done that, and now once again we are back with the hello React. That's an amazing thing. Now because we have a separate file for the functional component, then we can design it in our own way, and in that way we are not touching this index.js because the responsibility of index.js is just to render the app into the document root. But remember, we also have one more syntax which is called require. This is also a syntax. Can we do this? Yes, you can do this, but this is a little difficult thing to create. So I will say const app is equal to require, but then I will try to log it like here, and then we will see what we are getting in the console. In the console, yes, we are getting error, but at the top we are getting a module, and module is having a default like this. So we can do dot default, then we are getting the function, which is the app function, this one. So instead of this I can say dot default. Now if I see, yes, it is working. But the modern way is to import like this, import app from app, and that will going to work once again. So let's move ahead. This app we have created, which is actually a functional component. But if I go to Reactjs website, like here we have, And in this website, on the right side, if you go to the main concepts, then we have a component and props. Yeah, we know about component, we know about props, but here we have a new thing, which is called class-based component. So let's now convert our functional component into a class-based component. So how to convert it? So it's a syntax like class and the name of the class, which is extending React.component. And finally, we are rendering, which is a function which return then this JSX. Okay, so this should be like a class and then app, which is extends React.component, and then we have a render which is going to return the JSX just like this. So let's return it. Now I will comment this functional component and see whether this is going to work or not. So yes, we have this, and if I refresh, yeah, it is still working. So you have seen that it is so much easy to convert between the functional component to the class-based component. But why we have a two different system of creating the components? So functional component initially are only designed as a pure component, like where we don't have anything. It's just for rendering or having static JSX, which is never going to change. Or you can say like where we are not doing anything. And in this documentation, you can see it says the above two components are equivalent from the React point of view. Class and functional component both have the same feature that we will discuss. Yes, both have the same features. But in this class component, we are extending this React.component, which makes it a little harder to manage, and this is not as efficient as the functional component. Also, with the introduction of React hooks, now the React class-based component are very less useful, and functional component is used in everywhere. You have seen that when we have created this application also given us the functional component, not the class-based component. If you want to learn more about class-based component, yes, you can go on this page and you can learn about this. But as I told you, because class-based component is not much in use because of the hooks and functional component, so we are not going to cover many things of the class-based component. But since we are learning about the class-based component, let's see how we can define some props. So in this class-based component, we need to create a constructor which actually getting the props. But whenever we are calling the constructor, remember the object-oriented programming. If you know, or if you don't know, you can see that this app is actually extending React component. So since this app is a class which is extending React component is also a class which also holds some constructor. So because we are extending, we need to call the constructor of the parent class or the super class. So the keyword is super. So by doing this, we are calling this constructor, this one, the super class constructor, inside the constructor of our own class. And what is a constructor? Constructor is a function which is going to run automatically whenever the app or the class is instantiated or created. So by doing this, we are telling our class-based component that, hey, class-based component, these are the props, and we are also getting the props, the by default props of the component from this React.component. So this is the way. Now next is, if you want to create some state, this dot state is the keyword, and let's say title is hello React. So now we can show that state here, and I can say this dot state dot title. We need to use this and this referring the current class we are working on. Now if I save this file, and yes, this is rendering, and you can see this hello React is coming from this state. If I change it to hello React 2, you will see it is now updated to 2, which is inside the state. But now we are going to use a functional component, so I will going to comment this out overall and then move this functional component because this is we are using, and then we will see how we can proceed with the functional component in our React course. Now we are going to talk about the debugging of React application. And the best way to debug the React application is to having a Chrome extension. And you can see in the console, it is saying that download React Dev Tool for better development experience. So yes, you can go here, and according to your browser, you can install the React Dev Tool. React Dev Tool is available for Chrome, Firefox, and for Microsoft Edge. So I'm using Edge currently because it is faster than Chrome in my experience. So let's get this for our browser. Add extension, and yep, it is done. Now if I go on my application, if I refresh, you can see now it is converted into red colored. When you are not having React on your tab, then it is black and white, but when you have, then it is having red colored. Now by doing this, if you reopen your console, then you will find you have two different tabs here. One is component, other is profile. Let's talk about this components. So this components is holding all the component tree we have. So we have this only single component which is called app, but this app doesn't have any props. So what if I try to send something here, and we know we will actually not going to send later, we will delete that, but just for showing you, I'm going to send the title from here, which is hey React Dev Tool. This is the prop I'm sending. So now you can see whether you are using any prop or not, because you are sending, this means this app component have the prop. You can simply inspect that component by going to the components tab, then clicking on the app, and then you can see we have a title of hey React Dev Tool. Yes, you can use it here like props, or you can directly say title by saying destructuring, and then show the title here like this, and which is hey React Dev Tool. This is very nice feature of this React Dev Tool. You can also copy these things to clipboard to share with your friends. Next, we also have one more thing which is called profiler. Profiler is extremely useful for checking the performance of your application. This is holding everything, and this will make sense when you have lots of component, and when we will see how we can check the performance of our React application. But we can define some settings for this. On the components tab, we can have the type, we can define, and some filters, the general, display, comfortable, and compact theme you can define, light or dark. So obviously I like dark one. Highlight update when the component render. So this is the one which is actually going to show you whenever something changes in your application. Once again, we will see this thing, very important thing, in the later episodes. And the profiler is going to check the profile of your React. So this is the simple React Dev Tool to debug your application or to check the performance of your application. Showing this simple text is good for just for learning, but in real application, you need to style everything. So in this functional component, or actually in React, how you can define the styling. So first thing, I'm going to push this into another div called simple div, and inside I'm going to show this like title. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to style it. So generally we are going to style it like this. So we will say padding of 10 rem or pixel, whatever you want to have. So if I save this file and try to check this, we are having this error. And this error is simply saying that you are not allowed to use the style as a string. If instead you need to use the object style prop. So remember, this is a prop. This is not a simple attribute. Why? Because we are not in HTML, we are in JSX. So in JSX, either that should be any tag or that should be JavaScript or simply the props. So style is not here as a HTML attribute. Here style means a prop, and every style prop expect a mapping from a style property to value, not a string. And this should be in an object. What all these things? So instead of this, they are saying that you need to use the object. So I can say padding of 10 rem. But then you can see every object must have the key or the value. Value should be in a string. Okay, that's good. But this is an object. An object is a JavaScript thing. And remember, whenever you want to show or use JavaScript thing in your JSX, then you need to use curly braces. So overall, whenever you are defining style, you need to use double curly braces. One for the starting of JavaScript, second for defining the object of the style. By doing this, we can see we are having this, and now we have a big padding, but we can convert it to just 2 rem. And it's not showing anything because I want to give some border, and border should be, once again, this is an object, so I need to say 1 pixel solid, let's say green, like here. And yeah, so you can see we have the big border like this. But what if I want to give some background color here? Okay, so let's try to give background and color, which is, let's say, gray, and once again like this. But now it says, because this is an object, this is not a simple style of style attribute, then whenever you are using this kebab case name of any attribute of style, then you need to convert it into camel case. So whenever you are using hyphen, this is kebab case. So let's convert it into the camel case, and now it has done this formatting part, the VS Code, and now we have a nice border. Also we can give a simple color of, let's say, white, so that we have a white text here. Nice. So we have a nice text with a background and this border. But not every time you want to give this kind of styling. Instead, you always want to use the class-based styling. Like you need to define some classes to your div. How we can convert this into some classes? Because we are on the JavaScript. How we can load some CSS file in JavaScript? To move all these styling into some style.css file, first we need to create that file. So you can create that file inside the source directory, or you can define a directory called assets. Inside you can define a directory called CSS, and inside CSS you can say I have a style.css directory. In this style.css directory, I'm going to copy all these things from here and create a class for box, and this should be a dot box, which means a class of box will hold all these things. Now because we have copied everything from an object, we don't want to have the comma here. So everywhere we have a comma, we need to remove the comma and convert it into semicolon. Also, we need to convert back this camel case into kebab case. So like this. And now if I save, yes, it is formatted. That means it is working. So how we can use this style.css into app.js? First, I'm going to remove this style like this. And then you can see we are back with the simple Hey React Dev tool. And now I can actually Hey React styling, I call it, because we are styling. Okay, so here we are styling, Hey React styling, and we can give this div a class. But class is a reserved word because we know that we can create a class based component, and class is a reserved word, so we cannot use this. Also, you know that every attribute you create or every element you create in HTML, JavaScript has a class name for every tag. So I can say class name into JavaScript. If I search this and I get this Mozilla documentation, in this documentation you can see whenever you are creating any element or any node, then it has the class name keyword. So React is actually using this class name instead of just class keyword, and that's why we are having class name instead of simple class. So the use of class name keyword is for two reasons. One, because class word is reserved, and second, we have this kind of class name property of every element. Okay, so let's define the box, because we have defined the box here. But this will not going to work, we know, because we don't have any styling. We can import styles. Yes, we are going to import styling in JavaScript file. This is amazing. And the React we are using will going to compile everything for us. So we just need to say give the path. So path is the same directory, but we have a assets, then we have a CSS, and inside that we have a style.css. Now when I save this file, go here, and it's taking a little time, refresh, it's not doing anything once again. So let's see what problem we have. So we have defined dot box, that's good. So why it is not doing anything? If I inspect this, we have a class. Now you can see the classes are applied, but everything is saying invalid property. Why is that? Why it is saying invalid property? Let's see. You know, because we are using this double quotes everywhere, we don't have to define this double quotes when we are on the CSS file. Okay, so now we are back with this styling. Woohoo, that's great. So in this way you can have any classes to your React application just by defining a CSS class and import it inside your JavaScript file. Styling our React application with the use of pure CSS is okay, but now I'm going to use the Tailwind CSS, which is a very helpful and very easy framework to style. If you are not familiar with the Tailwind CSS, think about Tailwind CSS as a new bootstrap. Yes, and we can go to the Tailwind CSS on the get started. We have installation at the bottom. We have this CDN. So let's see what CDN do for us, and then we will move into the real installation. So we will go to the public and index.html. At the head, anywhere we can put this CDN, and then we are easy to go with the designing of our application. So I can open my app. I can totally remove this box, and in that way my application will look like this, which is no styling. Then I'm going to say background should be gray, then text should be white, and there should be a padding of 5, and let's give border also. So you have seen that whatever you want to say, you literally type as a class name. And then when I go here, you can see we have this styling. Okay, so gray, and then we need to define the shade of gray. So gray shade of, let's say, 600. And that is very nice. So you have seen that it is so much easy with the Tailwind CSS to style anything. Now I'm going to show you how you can really install it in your React application. So we have this npm install. So let's install this via npm, and in that way, while this is installing, I can simply remove the CDN, because now we are moving from CDN to proper installing of Tailwind CSS. So now I will remove this. And what is the difference between having a CDN and installed version of Tailwind CSS? In CDN, you have all the Tailwind CSS and you cannot do anything. But when you install Tailwind CSS, then there is control on the how Tailwind will work, and you can add something to Tailwind, you can remove something, and we have a purge CSS that will remove unused CSS, and this is very awesome thing. And now Tailwind CSS is installed. So next step is to create a CSS file, and we know how to create a CSS file. In our CSS, we already have a style.css. Why not use this one? So what I need to do, I need to paste these three things. So at the top, or I can actually remove these things because I'm not using these things now. So I have added this. Next step is to create a configuration file for Tailwind CSS, which we can easily do with this. So now I can run this command and npm tailwind init, npx tailwind init. By doing this, we are getting a file called tailwind.config.js, and as I told you here, you can define any configuration of Tailwind CSS. Then next part is you need to create your post css.config.js file. So let's create in the root of our directory, and in this file we can simply paste these two things. And these two things require a Tailwind and auto prefixer. This means we need to install this one also. So I can say npm install auto prefixer. While this is installing, let's see the next step. Now it says everything is done. You can easily use it. Okay, that's nice. So let's just wait for auto prefixer to install. Now auto prefixer is also installed. One last thing we need to install is, you can see we are using post CSS. So here is the documentation, and it says you need to install post CSS also. So I have opened this documentation of post CSS, and we need to install post CSS CLI, which is again very easy because I need to say npm install post css -CLI, and let's install this one also. And finally, post CSS is also installed and we are good to go. So just we need to restart our server, and then you can see we already have this post CSS, and we have already imported this style.css in our app.js file. So this means if I go here and yeah, it is refreshing, but our styling is not available here. What happened? Actually, what we need to do in our package.json, we have these scripts. And in this script, I need to add one more script called build CSS. And this CSS is actually using post CSS, and we need to define the Tailwind. So here is, I can rename it to Tailwind CSS or simply tailwind.css. And then this is the directory, and it is like source, then assets, then CSS, and then tailwind.css. This is the file I need to process. And what will be the output? Output is inside source, assets, and then come CSS, then come style.css. This will be the output. And one more thing, whenever we are running, we need to run one more script which is called npm run build :css, and then I can run react script start. By doing this, if I restart my server, you can see one style.css file is created, and this file is holding all the Tailwind CSS information. And then we can see we have the styling, and congratulations, Tailwind CSS is installed in our React application. And now let's understand what is virtual DOM. So first, I got these images from internet just by googling, and if you know the real source of this image, then please tell me so that I can give the credit to the creator of this images so that he will get some benefit, and I don't want to trap into some stealing part. So considering that, I'm going to use these images, and before moving to the virtual DOM, let's go here and we can see we have these HTML and some stylings also. But in this elements, if I inspect this, we have this body, we have this div, all these HTML tags. These are called DOM, or simply document object model. All the HTML tags here are called document object model. But from where virtual DOM came into action? So virtual DOM is actually created by React, and since it is having a name of virtual DOM, that means it is virtual, it is not real, because React hold all the information of the DOM you have. Then the important part of React is it can remove or add some HTML into your DOM. To remove or to add something into your DOM, React actually need to track your original DOM with its virtual DOM. So virtual DOM is actually a replica of original DOM you have. So whenever we change something on React, that actually change happen inside this virtual DOM, not in real DOM. So when we have changes in any component, then React compare virtual DOM with the real DOM, and if there is some changes like this has changed, this component has changed, then it will update the real DOM in one go. Let me explain you this by having another image. Once again, if you know the source of these images, please tell me, I will give the credit to that person. Since we have this virtual DOM, initially you can see both virtual DOM, this one, and the real DOM has all same nodes or same HTML tags. But we have some changes on this one, so you can see this is green colored. Then we have changes on this component, so all the children component of that particular component will also be updated. In that way, we have two nodes which are updated. Then at this point, React compare its virtual DOM with the browser DOM, that means the real DOM. When React comparing these two, then React found that these two nodes are different from real DOM and the virtual DOM. Finally, React re-render everything, and at the last, both virtual DOM and browser DOM comes at the same state. That means having exactly same things. So this is virtual DOM. But why React has added virtual DOM? So you can see it is very efficient when we have some changes, then we do the changes. So after changing everything, Then finally we are updating the real DOM or the browser DOM. Suppose we are directly updating on browser DOM. Then what happened? If there are 10 changes in one go, then you need to change the browser DOM or update the browser DOM for 10 times. But here React detect that there are 10 changes. Okay, do all the 10 changes in virtual DOM and then at last update the real DOM only once. So since this is a virtual DOM, updating a virtual DOM is super fast, and that's why React has implemented this virtual DOM concept. Remember, we have used the class-based component, and in the documentation of React.js, it is given that class-based components are very useful. So I'm going to get back the class-based component to show you the lifecycle hooks of every component. So I'm going to comment this functional component and uncomment this class-based component like here. And here we are having the constructor with some state, and then we have a state for the title in a div, and we are getting hello React 2. And because I have Tailwind CSS, I will quickly style these things. And I have given some section here with the flex and justify center, a div with a width of 1/2 and padding of padding y of 4 for this div. This means everything is at the center. Next, I'm going to create a simple button, and to create a button, I'm going to create a div first. Inside div, I can create a button, and I can say toggle image, and I can give some class to this one, and also padding of 1, bg blue 700 and text of white. Let's see. Okay, so this is good, but text, okay, so text text white, and that's good. Next, to toggle the image, we need an image. So I have an image tag, and like this, and I can grab the image from UnSplash, and I want to grab any horizontal image like this cycle, the bicycle, and that's good. So I'm going to open this in new tab, copy these URL or giving it here as a source, and let's see what's the result. Okay, so these images are having like here, it's going on the right, so I can move this image out of the div, and let's see now, it is still out from the button. Actually, the problem is I have zoomed too much, and if I zoom out like this, you can see image is at the center. I need to move these two also at the center. So I can move this title and the text, the button, into simple div and give text of center. I will save this, and yeah, both are at the center. And finally, one more thing, this button giving a padding y of margin y of 2. So now we have a simple margin. What we need to do, we need to toggle the image. So when I click on the button, I need to remove this image from the DOM, and when again I click on the image, I should show the image. This means I need some state. So I can create a state called is open or is showing, which is initially false. Because this state is initially false, I can check that thing, and I can use this curly braces to start my JavaScript world, and I can say if this dot state dot is showing, and then ternary operator and question mark. That means if it is showing, then show the image, otherwise show nothing. So because initially it is false, so we are having null here, and this means we don't have the image here. Next, I'm going to click on this toggle image, but how I can click? So if you go to the documentation, once again we have a handling event, because click is a event. So I can go here at the bottom, and somewhere I can find the list of all the events I can have here, which is not given here. Arrow function, public class, ES6 class, synthetic events. See here, this one, synthetic events. And in this event we have all the system, all the collection of events, and we are talking about the mouse event. And here is the mouse event. In this mouse event we have on click, and the important thing is C is capital. Okay, so let's go here and create a event. So I will say on click, and what I need to do on the on click, I need to change the value of this dot state showing. So I think this should be like this. It should be true, isn't it? Very easy thing. Let's try this. Where is that? Here we have. Let's open the console, and now first we are getting error. It says on click listener to be a function. We got boolean, so this says it should be a function. So let's give an arrow function, anonymous function, and then I can say this dot state dot showing is equal to true, isn't it? Let's try this, and the error is gone. That's nice. Let's click on this toggle image. Even it's not working. Why? Remember, I told you this is a state, not a simple variable, and states in React are immutable. So I can write here immutable. States are immutable. That means you cannot directly change them. You cannot directly change any value. What you need to do to update the changes, the state. Once again, documentation is our help, and go to the state and lifecycle. Whenever you try to update any state value, then you need to use, let's go here somewhere, we have this. Yeah, here we have this dot set state. Set state is a function which is going to take some value which you want to update. So see, what we want to update, is showing. So I can remove these things, and I can say this dot set state, and what we want to update is showing, which should be true, and this is an object. Why this is an object? Because see, our state is full of object. There are two objects, title, and there are two elements in object, title and is showing. But I said I need to update only one, which is showing, then it is true. Okay, so now let's go here, refresh this page, which is already updated actually, and now if I click on this, it is now true. That's amazing. But I need the toggle functionality. So on one click it will be showing, then on other click it will just hide it. That's very easy, because now I need to say not of this dot state dot is showing. So see what we are doing, we are saying change the value of is showing to whatever value we have currently, just invert it or change the value. So now since we have a false in is showing, if I click it become true, if I again click it become false. So this is how we have simple toggling effect, very easy toggle effect. That's how we can use the on click method. But you can see as we grow and we are doing lots of things, and it is not clean and it is not clear what we are doing here. So instead we can move this thing into its own function, and we can create a function here. But let's do this in the next episode. So we need to create a function, and how we can create a function. So let's go once again to the documentation, and we have this events, and you can see whenever we are calling any event. So let's say search for handle Okay, so handling event. Let's go to the handling event, and then we can see we have a function, then handle click, but this is in functional component. Let's go to the class based component. Then here also we can define this dot handle click and whatever the function you have defined. So I'm going to show you 2 or 3 different ways to define a function. First, I'm going to define like handle click. Why only handle click keyword? It's good practice to name your function as a handling of what event you are handling. So I'm handling the click event, so I name the function as handle click. Then I'm going to create an arrow function like this, and in this arrow function I'm going to set the state. So I just cut this from here and paste it. This is done, but now I need to define that I want to use this dot handle click function. Remember, we need to add this. Okay, let's go here and try to toggle. Woohoo, it's working. But I told you that there are many ways to create a functions. So one is to define this as a arrow function. But what if you don't want to use any arrow function? Then you need to say we have a function called handle click, which is doing the setting of state. Let's try this, and first it says handle click. Okay, so actually we need to give this parenthesis here, and the problem is actually we don't have to define the keyword function, it is already available there. Okay, so now it is good. What if I click now? This time it is not working, and first it says set state of undefined. Strange, it was working before on the arrow function but not in the normal function. Why is this? Because when you are using normal function, the scope of this is not available. So that's the problem. So how we can solve this problem? Yes, one, you can use the arrow function just like we have previously used, like this, and it will work absolutely fine. But what if you are stick with this normal function? Then you need to bind this into the handle click function in the constructor actually. So you need to say this dot handle click is equal to this dot, once again handle click, dot bind, and binding this keyword. By doing this statement, the binding of this statement, I'm going to get the functionality I want. But you can see we are adding one more line and one more functionality, so it's a good practice to use the arrow function instead of a normal function. So we have done that, and now with the arrow function that's working absolutely fine. Let's now understand the LifeCycle hooks. In the React documentation, we have state and LifeCycle. So let's understand it. In this documentation, we can see we have various LifeCycle hooks, and here I can see, where is that? Yeah. So component did mount and component will unmount. Let's understand the LifeCycle. So as the LifeCycle term means, not this cycle, but the LifeCycle means when any component is created and when it is destroyed. So first thing is, when this component is actually created, this constructor going to run. So I'm going to log on this constructor, and I will say app constructor. Let's try this and see what we are getting on the log. So we are going to refresh this page, and then we can see we are having an app constructor. But what if I do the log inside this render method? So then we can see app render. Okay, and remember this is a class based component. So first we are having this constructor, and then we have this render. So if I refresh once more, let's see. Yeah, So first is constructor, then we have a render. What if I try to give this inside this function which is not available? So how we can do something when this component is actually created? So what I mean by created means we have all set with the states. So first we are initializing the state, that's why we have a constructor. Then using these values we are setting the JSX and creating all the elements. Then we can see, or we can say that the app component is actually created or mounted. So in that case we have a event or lifecycle hook called component did mount. So when this component mounts, so I will say app mount, or mounted actually. Let's try this. And you can see first we have constructor where we are setting all the states. First this one initializes, then render, that means using all the states we are creating all my JSX and elements. And after that, when everything is ready, then we can say that component is mounted or component did mount. This is the lifecycle hook of mounted. So what we can do on this? Suppose you want to set the state of title into something else like hello lifecycle hook. So I can say this dot set state, and I can say title is actually hello lifecycle. Let's try this. So you can see it is now having hello lifecycle. And this is very useful because first we have the hello react to, but after some time when we are ready with the component, then we are saying that this component did mount, we're going to run and updating the state. So this is the first lifecycle hook for a class-based component. We will also going to see the functional component, but let's understand the lifecycle with the class-based component, and then we will move to the functional component. Next we need to learn about the component will unmount. So we have this, and we can see when I say component will unmount like this one, then we can log, and I can say like app unmounted. See, let's try. So all we can see is constructor, render, mounted, and once again render, because whenever we are updating the state, then the render reruns. So what if I comment this setting of the state? In that case you will see that render is not running 2 times, it's running only 1 time. But when we are setting the state, then you can see after mounted, because in the mounted we are setting the state, so that's why we have a set state. But we cannot see the app unmounted because app is not unmounting. But we have this image one. So what we can do, we can actually create a new component, and to create a new component I will create a directory called components. Inside this directory I'm going to create image component called images.js. and if you are going to install this extension of VS Code called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippet, all these things in a one extension, then you will be able to create the class-based component by typing RCC, and then it will create the markup. Then I just need to use this image inside this images component, and then instead of that image, now I'm going to call images the component we have, and because of that extension it is going to auto import. So you can see it is auto imported here. Nice. So since we have this statement that when we are showing, this component is going to show, otherwise there is no this images component. So what we can do, instead of checking this component will unmount inside app, we can learn about this inside this component images component. Now we have this, and I can say images component unmounted. This is only for the unmounted. Let's try this one, and once again refresh all the pages. So first we have a constructor, then app render, then mounted, then app rendered. When I say toggle image, app re-renders because there is something changed inside the state of app, so that's why render method is calling once again. But as soon as I close this, you can see images component unmounted. This is very nice thing, because whenever we destroy any component, then we can use this component will unmount LifeCycle to do something. And what we can do actually, suppose we are having a component did mount, and here we are setting interval. So let's say const interval is equal to set interval, or set interval actually, set interval, and every second I'm going to log what I can log. I can log just one, or I can log hello. Every second I'm logging it. So now let's try this. Once I start, or let's do one more thing. I'm going to give a log for images component mounted, and like this. So click app re-rendered, images component mounted, but you can see we have this interval which is running, and every second it is logging hello, and that's why we have increase in the number. What if I unmount this? You can see we have unmounted that images component, but still our set interval is working, and this is actually a memory leak in React. So suppose you have 10-20 set intervals and you have not cleared that interval, so that interval is running forever, and that's a bad practice. So whenever this component actually unmounts, then I need to say clear interval, and interval name is actually the interval we have created in the mount component did mount. So let's try this, and it says okay. So what we can do actually, we can say actually we need to create a state. So we need to create a constructor. We have a prop, then super props, and then this dot state is equal to interval, and which is initially empty, and then we can say that this dot state or set state, and setting state for interval, and every second the value is coming from here like this. So when component did mount, we are setting the state of the interval, and then we can simply clear the interval because this is actually this dot state dot interval. So clearing the interval from the state we have. Let's try once again. Click, and yeah, hello is logging. Then you can see it is increasing. I say unmount, and there is no hello now. This means we have easily removed that set interval or cleared that set interval, and that is the actual use of component will unmount. So whenever you are doing these kind of things, you need to clear, and that way you can make your React application more efficient. So this is the component will unmount. So since we have the starting and the ending, that means when component mount and when component unmount. We have intermediate state. That means whenever component updates. So we are on the app.js, that means the app component, And here I'm going to create a component lifecycle which is called component did update. So this is going to trigger whenever component updates. So I'm going to remove, let's not remove, just log, and I can say app updated. Let's try this. And now you can see we have a constructor, then we have a render, then we have a mounted, once again render because there is a change in a state. Because it is re-rendering, then it is called updated. What if I comment this setting of the state from the component did mount? Refresh. We just have an app constructor, when after that rendering of the JSX, this one, and then finally mounted, but no re-rendering. And because there is no re-rendering, that means there is no update of the app component. But when I click on this toggle image, this toggle image is actually going to set the state of is showing into true or toggling it. So if I click on set image, you can see app re-rendered. Because app re-rendered, inside we are showing the image, so it says image component mounted, and after that we are having this app updated. So you can see the sequence. First, whenever there's a change, then re-rendering of this JSX works. After that, we are having this component, so the component is mounting the image component, and after that we can say that okay, app is actually updated, the app component is actually updated. So what we can do on the update part, it's like you can say we want to have some styling, then you can give some styling which is only applicable for this images. You can do various things, but this is the way you can handle the component did update. Because now we understand what are the lifecycle hooks of class-based component. Now it's time to move from class-based component to functional component. Why? Because functional component is the new trend. Class-based component is not in much use. So let's convert it into class-based component. And how we can convert? Actually, we don't have to convert. We already have that. So we just uncomment it. And we can see we have the title in the state. So to create a state in a class-based component, we are going to use useState, which is a new React hooks. So for now, I can go here and I can check for hooks and introduction to the hooks. We have various hooks which are defined somewhere. Hooks at a glance, let's track. So state hooks, what is that? There is actually a list of all the hooks. Hooks API, yeah, here is the use state, use effect, use context, use reducer, use callback, lots of use. It's just a convention to have a state use statement or use word actually before the hook name. So use state, use effect, like this. So how you can define a use state? Use state you can define like this. Use state, what is the initial value you need to define inside this function called use state, and then this is actually returning an array, and in this array we have a two element. One is the real value, current value of the state, and second is the function to update the state. Remember, in the class-based component we have this dot set state. This is only one function we got in class-based component to update any state value, and then we can just define the value we are going to update inside the set state. But now, because we have a use state and this has a state of setting state for everyone, this means if we have two state, we can define like this. Generally, you can also do like title something like here, and then you can say is showing like false. You can do this, but because this use state hook has the ability to have more than one in a single component, then it's generally recommended to have use state or state for every state you want to create. So we have a two state, like one is hello, second is showing. So first we need to give the name. So first is title, second is showing. Initial value of is showing is false, and initial value of title is hello React. But what we can call it, because now we have a same name for the setting of these two states. So generally it's a good convention to call the exact name with a set value, like set and the title. Here set is showing. In this way you can use these two functions to set corresponding states only. Okay, so we have converted this state part into the functional component. So there will be no constructor in functional component. Now let's try to move all these JSX into functional component we have created. So we have this functional component and I'm going to paste it. Because now there is no this, because we are on functional component, and this, the keyword this, is only applicable when you are on class-based component. So I can remove this whenever we have. Also we can remove the state dot. That means we have a direct state name, like title is a different state, is showing is a different state. Then we have to use handle click, or we have to create the handle click. Once again we can copy that handle click from here to here, like this. And here, because we can create any kind of functions, so I'm going to create a simple function, and inside this we need to define the keyword function, but in class-based component it was not required. Now here we are setting is showing to the opposite of the current value of is showing. So how we can do in use state? It's very easy. We have this function to update the value of is showing. So I can say set state of set is showing. In the parenthesis we provide the new value. And what is the new value? New value is the opposite of previous is showing. And we can totally remove this one, and this is exactly we want. So now we have moved everything, so I can comment all these class-based component, and then we should expect the same result as before. So now, okay, so use state is actually from the React, so I can say react.useState. This is going to work. Or also you don't have any prop, so I can remove the prop from here. Let's see on the index we are passing. Yeah, still we are passing. We can remove it totally. Okay, so now it says nothing, everything is good. What if I click on toggle? Yeah, it is working. And one more thing is, if you don't want to prefix the react dot everywhere, you can directly import use state from the React like this, and you can use it. That's good, we have done that. But next we can see we had previously in the class-based component we had various LifeCycle hooks, and we are logging something. Let's work on that and how we can use the use effect hook, which is available here, this one, use effect, and to create all the effects with the use of use effect only. This means using this single function we are going to achieve mounted, unmounted and update. In a functional component to achieve the lifecycle hooks of the functional component, we will going to use UseEffect. And let's see how we can use it. Remember, in our app.js, that means the app component, when we had used class-based component, we had component did mount. So let's see how we can implement the mounting effect, mounting lifecycle of functional component using UseEffect. So first you can say react.useEffect, or directly you can say UseEffect, and by using that extension I'm able to autocomplete all these things. But I'm not going to use it because if I can directly show you what this function is, then it will be easy to understand. I'm going to import this here, which is already done. Next, this is a simple function, just like we have a use state, but this function also going to include an arrow function, and this arrow function, whatever we define here in this arrow function, is going to be triggered on the mount of your component. So I'm going to log and I'm going to say app mounted. Okay, let's try. Here we are. Refresh this page, and first it says app mounted because we just have app mounted. We don't have any constructor, so we don't have app constructor. We don't have any render method. We just have this return statement. That's good. But if you want to show something, like if you want to log, then you need to use curly braces, because remember, whenever we want to use JavaScript, we need to use curly braces inside our JSX, and here I can say re-rendered. Okay, so you can see first we are having re-rendered and then we are having app mounted. What if I toggle the image? You can see it says re-rendered, image component mounted, but app mounted. This is a weird thing because we thought that this is only going to trigger when the component mounts. It's also triggering when component is updating. So how we can make this use effect only going to work on the mounted? Let's go to the documentation, and then it says use effect. Yes, it is doing something, but it's also doing, unlike component did mount and component did update, the function passed in the use effect is fire on the update or on the mounted. To achieve this, that means to make this use effect only going to work on the mounted, we need to give a second parameter. So remember, the first parameter is a function, this function we have given, and the second argument we are going to give as a empty array. We will later see what this empty array is useful for, but for now, making this use effect as only component did mount, not component update, we are having a second argument of this parent square brackets or angle brackets. Let's now try. Refresh this page. So now re-rendered, that's okay. App mounted, that's okay. But what if I change? You can see now we don't have app mounted because this is only working as component did mount. So why not write it here, component did mount only. This is very important. So this is the way we can use effect for the component mount only. Now it's time to understand how we can make sure this use effect will also going to work as a component unmount. To understand how use effect will work on the unmounted part, we need to go to the component which is actually mounting and unmounting, which is actually the images component. In this images component, once again, this is a class-based component, so we can create a functional component by using the shortcut called RFC. Remember, our CC is to create a class-based component, but our FC is useful for creating a functional component. So I can do that. I don't need this React because we already have that. But then we need to move this images, or simple one image only, to here, and that's it. And I can just comment all these things. And let's try it. We don't need the component also. Now let's try. Is it everything fine? Yeah, this is working. But now we need to implement the use effect, and I'm not going to pass anything. I'm not going to pass here. Here I'm going to do two things. One is log of component mount, image component mount. Second, we need to create an interval which is logging the hello. So now remember, we can easily create a state using use state, and this is interval, and then we have a set interval, and this is actually the state set interval, or I can easily call it my interval. In that way we don't have any my interval. In that way we don't have any contradict between the state set interval and the real set interval. Initially this is null. Okay, here I'm going to say set my interval. In this we are going to give a parenthesis. In this I'm going to say set interval, real set interval. Every second let's log hello. And because I have given this empty angle brackets, this is going to work as a use effect, means as a component did mount. Let's try this one. Once again, I forgot to import these things, and import, also import. Okay, importing is done. Let's try. Once I click on toggle image, now you can see it is logging hello, hello, hello. But when I once again toggle remove the image, still we have the hello. This means now we need to trigger the unmount effect on the use effect, because we have a functional component. How we can handle the unmount part? To handle the unmount part, we are having the use effect and one function as a first argument. In this function where we are doing the mounting part, when we return some function, this function is going to trigger when component unmounts. So once again log, and I can say images unmount. Let's try this. Click, yeah, image component mounted. We have a hello every second. Click, and now it says images unmount. Whenever you are defining use state, if you are giving angle brackets, that means use effect is working as a component did mount. On the same function, if you give a return of a function, another function inside a function, then this is working as a component unmount. You can now clear the interval. So clear interval of my interval, this one. Let's try and see is it working or not. Here I can say toggle image. So image component mounted, hello, we are logging every second. Once again click, and now still we have a hello which is mounting. We have some issue here. So here we can see at the top, here we have some warning, and this warning is saying that React hook use effect has a missing dependency my interval, because this is only going to work on the mounting part. Use effect doesn't have the access to the my interval on the return part. Instead of creating this state just for the interval, we can actually use a new constant called interval, and then we can clear this interval. Why it is working here? Because we are having the interval and on the same function we are clearing the interval. Previously, when we had the class-based component, in the class-based component the mounting and the unmounting are two different functions. So we need to have a central state where we have the interval and then we can clear the interval in unmounting. But because in this use effect we have this function, and in the same function we are returning on the unmounting part, so we can simply create a constant which is having an interval, and then that interval we can easily clear. Now let's try this one. So refresh this page and toggle, we have hello. Then once again I click, and now you can see the hello is not available. That means our unmounting part is working absolutely fine, and we have stopped the interval with the use of this unmounting. Now we know how we can use the use effect as a component mount, also as a component unmount. Let's try to check what if I only want to have the use effect on the update part. So just like you can use more than one use state, you can also use more than one use effect. So I can say app updated, because this is actually updating, so that's why I'm showing you on the app. And let's try this one. And for now, if I go here, refresh this page, first re-rendered, every JSX is rendered, so that's why we have this log. After that, app mounted, and because it is same as the app mounted use effect, we also have the app updated. But this should be only log when we have some update on the app, just like here. And you can see, although it is not doing any update on logging of update on the console. This is because of this angle brackets. Remember, when we use the angle brackets, empty angle brackets, that means we are using use effect as a mount only. Now I remove it. Let's try once again. So yeah, one problem still we have, that on the mount we are logging the update, but whenever there is an update, that also we are having the update part. Now to actually use effect just for the update, we have more power than the class-based component. In the class-based component we just have one function, and then whenever anything changes, then we have a log. But here we have a simple power that we can actually define that updating for which state, because only the component updates when there is some changes in the state. So we are changing the is showing state. So remember, we have this angle brackets, and in this angle bracket, if I can define that is showing, if the value of is showing is changing, then only log this app updated. Let's go refresh this page, and still we have the app updated. When I change something, app updated, that's still we are having the same result, no effect. What if I use the title here? And we know title is not going to change, never. So let's refresh. Once it is updated on the mounting, still we have a problem. Click on toggle image, and now you can see, because title is not updating, that's why we are not having app update. But why we have the app update once the component mounted? Because remember, initially we are defining some value. So when we are defining some value, that means we are setting the value of the state which is having title. So that's why we are having this first log on the mount part. So let's try and make this is showing as null initially and try to check what happened here. Refresh, and still we have mounted. That's a very big problem we have, and we only want to log this when really is showing updates. So one hack we can do, we initially have the value null, so we can check if is showing is not equal to null, then only I'm going to log this one. Now let's try. So initially we don't have any app updated. If I toggle, we have app updated, and that's we have achieved. And this is very nice thing, but this is actually not a good practice to have it. So let's try use the use effect as only for update. Now let's do something else to really make this use effect only for the update. One hack also we can do, we can create a state, and this state we call did mount, and initially its value is false, but let's move this above. And when we really mount, so we know this is only going to work on the mount, so we can say set did mount to true. So when we are mounting this component, then we are setting the state of did mount to true. Now instead of having this is showing, we can once again make it as a false, because this is the initial value, this should be the initial value. And now in this I can say if did mount is true, that means when the mounting is done, then only going to log the app update. Let's try this, refresh this app, and now we have you can see we don't have any app updated. We have one more extra re-rendered because in our mounting we are updating the state, that's why the component is re-rendering, but it's not updated. Let's clear this, click on toggle image, and yes, we have this app updated. That's good, but still we have some problem with this this kind of way to make the use effect for update. Suppose we want to do something which is quickly after this mounting, or in the meantime this set did mount has not completed its task, then the update will not going to work. Instead, what we can do actually, we can use the use ref, another hook. So once again at the top I can go, and we have this use ref. Ref is just for reference, you can say, and referencing some HTML tag or the JSX we have. But here I'm not going to use the ref as the intended thing. I'm doing it in a different way, but later we will see the actual use of ref. So here instead of this state, I'm going to create a ref. So I can say use ref, and I can call it mount ref. Initial value is null, or you can call it as a false initially. Okay, and make sure you have imported it at the top, just like this one. Then what we need to do, we instead of this checking for the state, we need to say if mount ref dot current, if we have this value true, then update it, else mount ref dot current is equal to true. So see what is going on here. Initially on the mount part, we know this is always working, that's we are going to prevent. So let me show that thing to you. We have the problem that on the mount part the update is working. We don't want that, so we are checking first. When the mount run, then it says that okay, mount ref dot current, the value of the mount ref is false, so this will not going to log. Then it is going to it is going to the else part. In this else part, we are saying mountRef.current is true. Then we are making the mountRef.current value as true. So after that, after the first mount, every time we get the value of mountRef.current as true, and we will log this. Let's try this and I will explain it once again. So first time you can see we don't have app updated, but then I can say toggle image, yeah, app updated, once again app updated, and we have solved the problem of app updated. So I can call this as component will update. So whenever this component updates, this is going to work. Once again, let's try this use effect. When we are not giving anything, is only going to work on the mounting part when the component mounts. So here we have app mounted. Then when we define something, some state value inside this parenthesis, inside this square brackets, in that case this use effect is going to work every time on every update and also on the mount part. So we have a problem. The problem is we are having an app update on the mount. On the mount, app is not actually updated, it just created, it's mounted, not updated. So that's why we have app updated, which is actually a big problem. Then we have created a hook which is called useRef. UseRef, think about useRef as a variable just for now, it's not a variable, but just for now think about useRef as a variable, and we call that as a name called mountRef. To get the value of mountRef, we need to say mountRef.current. So current will give you the real value. So we are checking first that if the mountRef value is true, then log. So initially we have given the value as false. So first time when it is running, it get the value of mountRef.current as false. So it will go into the else part. Then on the else part, we are making the current as true. After that, every time it will go, it will have the mountRef.current as true, and it is only going to work on the update. And that's why we don't have on the mount, but we have on the update part of every component. So this was little difficult to understand. If you have any problem on this, you can also write to me, but I tried to solve it in a very easy way and try to explain it in an easy way. If I click on this toggle image, yes, we have the image, but we just have one image. Let's try to have more than one images. For that, I have the collection of UnSplash photos. And then inside this, first I'm going to clear all these events we have, and then I'm going to create a constant called images. This is actually an array of images. So first this image like this, and then I can grab all the image from here and paste it, and every image should be in double quotes or single quotes like this. So here we have all the 4 images. Next, I can also remove this class based component we have created. Yeah, removed. Now I'm going to create a section, a simple HTML tag which is section. Inside this I'm going to create a div. In this div I'm going to have a image, and then I can say images. Actually this is inside this, so images, and getting the first one, and let's give some width of let's say 150. And now if I toggle, we have only one image. That's good. What if I want to have one more image? I'm going to copy and paste this and try to get the first index. Now we have 1 and 2, but these two images are vertical. I want horizontal. And remember, we have a Tailwind CSS, and Tailwind CSS is very easy. We can make these things inline. So first I can create a div like this, and then inside it I'm going to give a class name, and that is actually flex justify center. And let's try this one, and yeah, we have at the center and in horizontal. One more, if you want to have second image, then you can do like this. But you can see we are repeating our code, and what if you have thousands of images? In that way, we need to create the images with the loop. So I can simply remove these two. We just have one, and I'm going to create the curly braces because I want to have the JavaScript here. So let's try to say for each, but for each loop is going to use array of images. And let's do one thing. I'm going to remove this from here, and I'm going to show you by logging. I just log here, and I can say for each, and array is images dot for each, then we get image, and I can say inside the image I can have all these div like here, and let's return it. So we are looping through each images, and we are returning new div with the image tag, but we are logging, so we will see what we are getting for this for each loop. Let's try click on toggle. We are only getting one image. That is actually because of this div, or in the console we are getting undefined because this for each is actually not returning anything. Instead of this for each, we can use map. When I use map, then I can actually convert this into image only like this. When I convert it to map is actually looping through each of the items of this images array, but it will return whatever we have defined here. So in the map, we are actually getting the new array with this format. Let me show you. Click on toggle image, and you can see instead of undefined, we are getting 4 images, and actually every div is a Reactjs, and that's why we are having $ type of symbol react.element. That means we have a 4 JSX, and that actually we need here. We need the JSX. So I'm going to cut all these things from here, removing this log and replacing this div with the curly braces. Inside curly braces we have this map, and we know this map is returning an array of this div or various divs. Now I can see if I click, yay, we have 4 different images just like this we have. That's very nice. And next, what if I want to use for loop? So if I try to use for loop, this is actually not going to work, or in a way it could work, but that is a different thing. What we can do next, we can say we have a images component, okay, and this is a component I'm going to create. Generally we create a component inside this components directory, but instead of this I'm going to create a component inside a component. Yes, we can create a component inside a component. So I'm going to create a component called images component, or instead of this, why not say show image? This is a more descriptive one. And then I'm going to move this JavaScript part without curly braces into this one, and this is simply returning all the images we are having. So by doing this, it will going to work exactly the same, but then we can see we have actually moved all the showing part of image into its dedicated component, which is actually inside a component. So component inside another component. So this is the way we can have a loop over all the images. Now I want to have a functionality that I have a simple text box and a button. Whatever we type inside the text box, like a new URL of the image, that should actually add it to the list of images we have. So we currently have 4 images, and just after this show images, we can create, and let's first create a div. Inside this div, I'm going to create an input field. This is a type of text, and one button I'm going to create. This is going to say add new, and let's give some styling. So styling is like padding 1, bg of green 600, and of text white, and this input box also having some styling. So class name is having a padding 2, and let's give padding 2 to this also, so that both have same level. And then we have a border let's say gray of 800, and some shadow, that's good. And one more thing, rounded. Let's see. And toggle image, we have the text box and the button on the right side, but I want this to be in the new line. So first I'm going to give this div a class of flex like this, so that the text box and the button is in the same line. But then I'm going to give let's say this div, or this bigger div, I'm going to cut, and like this. So this is a different div, this is a different div. This is holding this flex justify center, this is a flex and justify between. And let's try toggle it. Yes, you can see we have this. Between means push everything on the left or on the right. We can also have around, which is going to take the spaces we have. So this one. So between is good. Cool. So we have this. Let's give some y of 5, and that way we have some margin at the top for after this images. Now I'm going to type some URL here, the new image URL, and then click on this, and I want to add new image to this one. Let's grab another image, and this is the image I'm going to add. But before that, you can see we have this add button, and we need to work on this add new. That means when I click on add new, we should add the image. We also have some error of the key prop. We will talk about this later, but let's first complete the click event. So here we have a button. On this, I'm going to say on click, and I will say handle add, and just a name I have given. You can again name it anything. Here I can say add handle add, and to check this is working or not, I can say working on this function. So now we have a toggle. Click on add new. We have a log of working. That means it is working. We are reaching till this function. Next, we need to update the constant we have with the new value. That means we need to push into this array a new image. So I think it's very easy. Images dot push, and pushing the URL of this current image. So copy the URL and paste it. So let's see, is it working or not? So we are here, everything seems like good. Clear this, add new. We are having a log of working, but still we are not having any new image. Why is that? Maybe you can say that this is a constant, that's why it's not working, but no, because even a constant array can be manipulated. But to show you, let's try to convert it into let. Then also if I try, click on add, still it's not adding a new image. Why it is not adding? Actually, I can say that image is added into the images array, but the component is not re-rendered. Remember, component is only going to update or only going to re-render when there is a change in the state. That's why we need to create a state that could hold all these images. So now I can create a state, and remember to import it at the top. Then I can initialize it with all these images. So let's cut these images from here, paste it here, remove the variable we have created, normal JavaScript variable we have created. Now I call this state as images, and one more called set images, which is going to update the value of the state. Then in this I'm going to say small I images because I have changed the name, and let's see whether this is working or not. One more thing, let's try this. Okay, one more time, try, click. It says working, but it's not actually working. It's logging working but not working. Why is that? Because we need to use the set image. So set images, and we can set this image. So if I try to give this as like here, and let's remove this log, let's see what's going to happen. If I click on toggle image, click on add new, we have a weird problem. It says images map is not a function. Okay, so I got the point. Actually, images is an array, that's why we can map over it. But then we are setting all the images with just a string. So maybe we need to convert it into array and then add. Okay, let's try this. If I click on add, we lost all other images, but we just have a new image. Here we still have a new problem. How we can grab the old image and then update the new image on the stack? So there is one thing, I can say let temporary variable, or I can say temp image is equal to images we have. So we are moving all these images into new images. Then I can say temp images dot push, because this is just a simple array, and then pushing this value. And then because now we have pushed new temp image, so I can say temp image. And to show you that temp image is really updated, I can just say temp image, logging the temp image. Now let's try. Click on add. You can see we now have 5 images, but still this is not updated. Why this is not updated? Why we have used temp images? What if instead of temp image I just use images? So we have images, we are pushing it into that, and then we are updating all the images like this. Let's try once again. Click on add. Still on the log we are getting 5 images, but we are not updating the state. Why is that? Because see, this images is not a simple variable, not a simple array, it's a state array. So in the state we cannot do any update on the push. So what we can do, we can create the image, but we can grab the images with this spread operator. So what this spread operator will do, actually not going to copy exactly everything, it's just going to give the elements of the images and create a new array. And this time this is just an original JavaScript array. Then after that we are moving one more images and then we are setting the images. Let's try this time. Cool, it's working, very nice. But I don't like this way of adding new image. What I like, I can remove all these things and then I can say inside this there is an array which is holding this image, but also using a spread operator I can say spread all the elements of this images state we have. So we have currently 4 and after that we are going to add this here. Let's try this. Click on add. It's added. If you want to add the new image in the beginning of the array, you can move it up and then if you try, you can see it is added at the starting of the image. Wow, this is very nice thing we have done. So this is how actually we can add new image to the stack we have. But remember, we should need to move one image in a new line if we are filling the space. In that case, we can give every div class name of width of 1/3, and then if I show this images, okay, that's good. But then in here I can say flex wrap. Flex wrap means if you cover all the spaces then move to the new line. So you can see now we have a new line, and if I add, you can see new images added and all the images is in the new line. Okay, next task is actually to paste the URL here and then add it, not hard coding the value of the image URL we have. Let's try to now implement this function that when I paste something here, then only I can add, not hard coding the value of new image. So remember, we need to now tackle the event for this input field. On this React documentation, if I go to the handling event, we have synthetic events. In the synthetic events, we can search for the form events. We have this form event, this one actually, and in this form event we have a on change. That means whenever there is a change in this input field, then we are going to do something. Let's try. So we have this input field. In this I can say on change, let's say handle change. I told you the name of the function is by default or by convention, not by default, by convention is having a handle and the event name. So I'm handling the change event. So here I'm going to create handle change and then I'm going to log and I say working input. So let's try. Toggle, we have this. Whenever I type something, you can see we have a log of working input here. That's good. Next, what we need to do, we need to grab whatever we type here. For that, we have an event. And let's log the event and try. Toggle image. We have a text box. Write something and you can see it's a synthetic event. And synthetic event has target. So let's see the target. Let's once more try. Toggle, type, and we are getting the exact input. Since we are getting the exact input, we can get the input value. Very easy. Toggle image, type here, and you can see whatever I'm typing is exactly logged inside the console. Wow, very nice. This means if I paste this or paste the URL, exact URL, we should see that thing in the log. And yes, we are getting that. Now what we need to do actually, we need to store the value of the input field into a state, and then whenever I click on the add new, we need to grab the value from the state and then push it. Okay, so this means we need to create a new state. Use state, and this state name is new image URL, and initially it is null, or let's try null, that later we will see. So we have the value here, and we know that we have a set new image URL, and that will be event.target.value, and that's good. Since we have this, now let's try. I will click on toggle, I will paste the URL. There is no log, no problem, but remember I told you that you need to install the you need to install the React Dev tool, and by that you get the component, and component tab will have all the components, and we have the images component. In this images component, you can see we have this state which is holding 4 images, 0, 1, 2, 3. Also we have this state which is actually whatever I type here. So you can see it is empty. Whenever I type anything, it's updated. When I paste the URL, new image URL, it's also updated here. Now since we have the new image URL in our state, what we can do, whenever I am setting the new image, instead of this hard-coded, I will say new image URL, and now it's looking good. Let's try once again. Click on toggle image, paste the new image URL, click on add new, and woohoo, it's now added to this. That's very nice, because now we need to do one more thing. When we have added the new image, we should empty out this input field. How we can empty this input field? So think about this. We have this input field. There are various ways to empty out, but for now I'm going to bind the value to the state we have, which is the new image URL. So whatever is the value of new image URL, that comes into the value of this input field. So if I try to refresh and check the console, if I open the image, you can see first error we are getting, that value prop on the input should not be null. Why is that? Because we have binded the value of input field to the value of new image URL, and the new image URL is initially null. So instead of null, what if I say hello? So if I say hello, then you can see it is pre-filled. That means whatever the value of new image URL will be the value of input field, or vice versa. That means whenever I change something, I'm updating the value of new image URL. That means this is a two-way binding. This is a one-way binding, this is a one-way binding, so both can combine, called two-way binding. So let's make this initially null, and after we are adding the image, I can say set new image URL as also empty string, not null actually, this is empty string, this is also empty string. So once we have added the image, we are clearing out the new image URL. Click add new, click on add. Whoa, we have added a new image, but we have also cleared out the input field. Wow, that's an amazing part. But next task is to remove the image. We should have some button on the images, so that when I click on that button, I can remove that image from this stack. Now let's move to the removing of the image. But before that, let me do some cleanups. Like I want this to be over all the width. So I will open the app.js and I call this width full. And in that way, we will have images like this. Or maybe we can give like 10 by 12 in that way. Yeah, that's okay. And next is I want to have some little space on the next line. For that we will go to the images and we can give every image margin Y of let's say 4, and now yeah, we have this. Next we can see if the text box is empty. Even after that I can add an image, which is not good thing because we don't have any URL. So we need to check that if this input field doesn't have any value, then we are not going to add anything. Or maybe we can disable this add button. So how we can do that? And first thing is we have this handle add. Here we are doing these things, pushing new image. But we can check. We are only going to do this if new image URL is not equal to empty strings, and then only I'm going to push a new image here. And by doing this, if I click on this, that's not adding any image. Okay, but I also want this button to be disabled. So how we can disable any button? So this button is here. Okay, so to disable, let's give the disabled attribute and see. But this is not looking as disable. Yes, it is actually disabled, but it's not looking. So to make this button looks like a disabled, I'm going to convert the class into a dynamic class like this, and now I'm going to bind the class using JavaScript. So I'm going to use these backticks. Inside that I will put these classes. Now this is also going to work absolutely fine. Okay, but then I need to check, and to check inside this backticks, the template literal, we are going to use dollar and once again the curly braces. This is going to start the JavaScript between this backticks. Now I can say if the new image URL is not equal to, or is okay, yeah, try not equal to empty string, then I am going to do nothing. So no new class. Otherwise let's do one thing. So when it is not empty, then the background color is green 600. Otherwise background is green 200 only. And oops, I did wrong. Like here I need to push after this question mark, and then 300 will come like here. Now let's see. You can see this is looking like a disabled one. Also we can provide the disabled attribute. So one more, disabled is only going to bind new image URL is not equal to empty string. If this is true, or I think disabled when it is equal to empty string. So when empty string is there, then the button will be disabled. Okay, now I cannot click. It is looking like a disabled. As soon as I type something, yes, it is there, and we can add any new image. Obviously that was not the correct URL. Okay, so one last thing, let's make this text box to fill all the width. So here width is full, and let's try. Okay, so this is looking bad. What I can do next, I'm going to create a div like here, and then move this div like this and giving a class of width full, then width full. Let's try. Yeah, that's good. And once again, similar to this input field, we need to move this button also into a div of width full, or not width full but just a simple div, so that we have, but it's not doing that kind of thing. what happened here, it's taking all the shape because of the name. So if I just say add, yeah, that's okay. And I need to give some margin left of 2. Cool. Now we are ready to move. And one very last thing is, I want these images to be at the center. You can see it is pushed at the left. So how about this? Justify center is there, and justify center, so I can inspect first and let's see where we are having. So this is the one, and we are having, okay, so you can see 1/3 we have given, and this is not taking it at the center. So we need to go to the show images, and here I can say text center. Is it going to work? No, it's not going to work. So once again we need to use flex, or you can try from here, class. I remove the text center, I will give the flex and justify center. Whoa, this will going to work surely. So remove it, and like this, toggle image, yeah, everything is at the center. Now let's move to the removing of the images. So now let's work on the remove of any image. So first, I don't need this toggle now, so this was just for showing you how LifeCycle works. So I will open the app.js, and inside this app.js I'm going to copy this images and totally remove all these things. And one more div, I think, yeah. And then I don't need the handle click, and also I don't need these effects, and finally I don't need these did mount or is showing. Okay, so also this ref. So this is just for just a little cleanup. Once again, everything is there. So first, when I click on any image, let's remove that image. So here we have the images component, and in this images component we have wait, let's open the app.js. Okay, so here we have the log of rendering, that also we don't need. In this images where we are using map. Okay, so this is on the show image. On the show image we have this div, and then we have this image. Let's click on the image, and I will call handle remove. That's a very easy thing. Let's create a function, and this function is going to firstly log the reaching. That means I'm verifying that this function is triggering on the click of the image. Let's open the console, and in the console first I'm going to click, and yeah, whenever I click on any image it says reaching. But now it's time to check about this unique key. Why we have this unique key and how we can solve this problem. There are many ways to solve this problem. First, you can see in this div we can give a prop of key, and the key should be unique. E must be unique, and that you can say math.random. If you can do this, let's see what happened. Oh, it was warning actually. Whatever it was, it is totally gone from here. Since it's working, that means we can do any unique thing here. It could be new date also, like this dot to local string. Is this going to work? So that should be with a small n. Okay, so that's not working. It's not a function. Okay, to local. Let's just try this date, new date. Now in this new date we have a problem, because to elements have the same key, two child have the same key. So as I told you, key actually should not be same for any two component or any two actually div, you can say, that should be unique. So as we have given the random, we can also give the index also. So let's try to give the index. From here I'm going to give the index. So let's give the index, and now if I try, it is working. But let's go to the documentation of React and see actually why we need this key. So if I go here and on this main concept, we have this list and keys. So just you scroll down, you will find the keys detail here. Let's assign a key to our to fix missing key issue. We have also assigned the number, which is actually the index. Key help React to identify which item has changed, are added or removed. Key should be given to the element inside the array to give the element the stable identity. So what that mean actually? Suppose I have added an image which is already available here, like this. So you can see the array now has two element which is exactly same. If I try to remove the image with the name or actually the URL of the image, then how React will identify that which one you are trying to remove? This is the issue, and to solve this issue, then we are going to use the ID, so that we can easily tell our React that, hey React, I actually want to remove the image which is not I'm removing from the URL, I'm removing it from the proper key, whatever you have defined. Generally, you can define it as an index, but index is also not recommended, although it will work, or it is working. You can see there is no error. So here you can see on the documentation, it is given that you are in-depth explanation of negative impact of using an index as key. If you choose not to assign an explicit key to the list item, then React will default to using indexes as a key. So if you are not assigning anything, then in that case also key was index, but it says you need to define. So we have also defined key as an index. So that's why it is given here that if you are not if you choose to not to assign the explicit key, then React will default to the indexes. But here it is necessary that you need to give some other or you can say your own identity. Just like if you are getting these images from the database, then every image has its unique ID. You need to provide that ID here instead of this index. So for now, because we are not getting it from the database, I'm leaving it with the index to remove that warning or the error. What was that? Let's check. I need to check it. It is warning. Okay, you can see it is given that warning. It's not error. So we have solved that warning by adding this key. So let's really work on the remove of the image. Now since we have on-click event of image and we have this handle remove, let's really remove the image. But once again, how we determine that which image we have clicked? So to solve that problem, what we can do actually, we can give this as a anonymous function, and then I can pass the index from here. Since we are passing the index here, I can accept the index here also. And now if I log these index, and let's try. So when I click on second one, it's giving the 1, the index is 1, first one index is 0, and other index also. Now we have the index, then this means we can easily filter the images. So once again I will say images dot filter, and this will get image and the index. So this is a filter. Filter is just like a map, but unlike map, this is not going to return the new array. This is going to return the filtered array. If you are using map, it will return whatever you define in the return part. But in filter, it's very important to define only Boolean things. So here I'm saying, let's move these in a parenthesis and call it I only, so that I can differentiate the index of this filter and the given index. Now I'm saying that if I is not equal to the index, now you can see I'm giving the Boolean here, and this Boolean is going to determine that which element you need to have or which to remove. So as the filter says, if this is returning true, then it is on the new array, but if this is returning false, that index or that element of this images array will not be in the filtered part. Let's now see. So I'm going to click on the second one and to check that the second one has an ID with 962 at the last. So let's click on the second one, and now you can see we don't have an ID of 962 at the last, because that is actually removed, and we have a new array, and the new array is holding only 4 images, although we had 5. That means 1 is removed. Since we have this filter and this is giving a new array, we can set the images. So set images is going to give this filter like this. Okay, once again let's try, and I'm trying to remove the last one, and yes, it is working. What about the second one? It is working, and in that way we can remove all the images. There is one more way to filter out the things, that is with the spread operator. So once again I'm going to log, and I'm going to show you how a spread operator works. So a spread operator is used with these 3 dots, and then you define the array or the object, whatever you have. Since images is an array, we have defined array of images, image URL. So when you spread it, it will remove, you can consider it as a removed this brackets. Okay, so it is spreading, it is opening the array, and then we can use this parenthesis to create a new array, not parenthesis, the angle brackets. So now if I click here, you can see still we are having 5, and this is a new array created by this spread operator. If you're not getting this, let me explain you with a proper example. Think about a book. So book comes with a front cover and a back cover and lots of pages inside it. What if I want to spread the book? You just need to throw out the front cover and the back cover. So I'm throwing out the front and back cover. So I just got all the pages. Now we have all the pages, and if you want to create book from that pages, what you need to do, you need to add your own front and back covers. So think about these brackets as a covers, and the element of the array as the pages of any pages of that book actually. Now the point here is, since we have the book and we have removed the front and the back cover, we have the pages, and now we can play with the pages. Like we can add new pages, we can remove new pages, because we are going to create our own book with that pages. So this means if I can say like I want to spread, but I want to spread from slice of 0 to index or 0 to 1 only. That means it starts from 0 index and goes till the index of 1. Let's try this and click on this, and we just have 1 image, and that is actually because it is not including the second parameter. That means it is going till the first one but not including the first index. So if I give 2 here, this should give us 2, starting from 0 and give me 2 result. So now click on anyone, you can see now I'm getting starting from 0 and I'm getting the 2 image. So this is how we are you can consider once again as a book example, and we are reducing the page of the book and then creating our own new book by using front and a back cover. So as I said, this is not including the index I have defined here. So what if I give index as the index we are getting? So if I am clicking on the third one, I should get first and the second only 2 result. So I'm clicking on the third one, you can see I'm getting the 2 result. But if I'm clicking on the, let's say on the fifth one, so I'm getting only 4 result. So in that way we are getting the result before the index. Okay, and to get the elements after the index, I can again say spread images and dot slice, and slicing from index to index plus 1. That means start from index, actually this is from index plus 1 actually, and I'm not giving any other things. And then I can say index not index, images dot length. Let's try this. So I should get the result apart from the one which I am clicking. Let's see. So we are getting 4 result, and to confirm that we have removed something, I am going to use the set images instead of this log. Now let's try. I'm clicking on the third one and you can see the third one is removed. What about the second one? Is removed. Now the third one, the new third one, that's cool. And you can see in that way also we can remove. So it's up to you, whatever you want to use, either filter or the spread operator. The spread operator is descriptive, but images is easy. Okay, so that's how you can remove the images with a click. But next I want to have actually a button. That button will going to when I click on the button, I should remove the image, not on the click of the real image. So let's use Font Awesome, and I'm going to get Font Awesome CDN, and that's why I don't like Bing, because it's not giving the proper results. So Font Awesome, and you can see CDN.js, this is the one I want, and I just want the CSS and without any SRI tag. So to put that in our React, I will go to the public index, and anywhere inside head tag I'm going to paste the link. By doing this, I'm now able to create a simple I tag, and in that if I give a class name for fast for times, then I should get the cross image or icon, yeah, like this. But let's move this on the right side. So let's make it absolute. So when I do absolute, it's moving at the center of the image. What if I say float right? No, actually that should be right 0. Okay, but in that way it's go to the screen, right of the screen. So once again I can create a simple div. Inside this div I am going to give relative, so class name as relative. By doing this, we are saying absolute, that this absolute should be relative to the parent div. Whenever you find a relative, then you can do that. Now if I try, refresh the page, okay, still it is here. So once again you can inspect here, and on the inspect actually you can change the classes. So here we have a right 0. Okay, you can see right 0 is not doing proper things. And what if I give this div width of full, and like here but you can see this is getting a width of full, but in that way we need to do one more thing. This is having a flex, so see, this is having a flex. And what if I include this image inside the div? And yeah, you can see we have the cross on the right. Now on the click of the cross, then I want to remove. First I'm going to give a cursor pointer so that I have a pointer for these cross, and then I can move this on click totally from the image to this eye. Here we have, and the index is same, everything is same. Now let's try. So we have this cross, and what if I click on the cross? Yes, it is working. Let's do one thing. This is not looking good whenever we have this cross. So what I can do, whenever first I can say text gray 200 only, so it's very light, and just like this. But once again, what I can do, instead of this, I can say opacity of 25, just 25 opacity. Yeah, that seems good. But when I hover over it, the opacity will be 100. Okay, in that case, whenever I go to the cross, yeah, you can see the cross become proper black. And now if I try to remove an image, yeah, it is working. That's amazing. But next task is I want to hover over the image, and then only I want to show the cross. You can see the cross is available on every image, but that cross should only be visible when I hover over the image. How we can do that with React only? So to solve this problem, once again I will go to the documentation of React. So go to the React documentation, and once again on the main concept we have handling events. On the handling events, I explained you about the synthetic event. In the synthetic event we have mouse event. Where is that? Yeah, this one. Now in the mouse event we have various events, but we are interested in on mouse enter, on mouse leave. Let's try this. So we have this image, and then I can say on mouse over or mouse enter. We are going to create a function called handle mouse enter. Once again, this is just a normal concept of having handle before the event, but again, once again, you can name it anything. So I'm going to create a function, and that function is the same name and getting the E as an event. So let's try to log and see what event we are getting. So on the console, if I hover over any image, you can see we are getting the class and dispatch configuration fiber node. This is actually the node, the actual you can say the target. So let's grab the target actually. So target, and here you can see it is the image. Whoa, that's cool. Next, what I'm trying to do actually, whenever I hover over it, then I want to show that this cross, and to show or hide this cross, I have a hidden class that is actually going to hide all these cross. But remember, these cross are actually available in your node. Here we have a fast far times absolute hidden. Because it is hidden, that's why it's not showing. If I remove the hidden just for the last one, you can see we have this cross. Okay, so we can use this hidden, but we can conditionally hide or show the times icon. So how we can do that? What we need, we actually need a variable. But remember, in React there is no variable, there is a state. So that means we need a state, and according to the condition of the state, we are going to show or hide any cross from here. So just above this mouse enter, I will create a use state, and remember we already have imported it. So this is called what I can call it is hovering. Okay, initial value is false, it is not hovering, and then whenever I mouse over any, you can say any image, then I need to say is hovering, or I can use set is hovering to true. Let's try this one. And because we have that hovering, but now how we can change the class name? And actually we want to have a if else statement inside the class. There are actually two ways. One is you can totally remove this, and you can say here you can create a simple function that is like cross class. This is a function you can create like here, and I'm doing this like cross class, and this is going to return this text, but this text is not just a simple text, it is using template literal backticks, and inside this I'm going to conditionally check if is hovering is true, then I'm not giving any class, but if it is not true, then I'm going to give a class called hidden. Let's try this. So you can see whenever I hover, you can see all of the classes, all of the cross icon are visible. But instead of creating a class, if you want, you can directly do all these things in this class, just like this. You can do these things. So that's okay for me, and if you want, you can use a class. That's again up to you. But the problem is, yes, I can hover and I can have all the times visible, but when I leave the image, it's still visible. We need to hide it. So that means we need one more event, as I told you, on mouse leave. And as you know, it says handle mouse leave. Okay, let's create a function, and in this function, this is like this, and we don't need any event actually. So set is hovering to false. Very easy. So let's remove the event from here also. Cool. So that's good. Hover, visible, leave, yeah, it's not visible. Cool. One more thing you can do, you can actually do this set is hovering or set is hovering to true directly on the mouse enter and mouse leave, just like this. You can directly provide this like here. In that way, you don't need to create any function just for doing this thing. In that way, I can totally remove this function, and now we have very clean page, and then we have very clean events. Okay, so let's go once again. Let's see. Yeah, it is working absolutely fine. But next we need to solve this problem that yes, I'm hovering over it, but I'm hovering on the Chicago image, but the times is visible for every image we have. We need to solve for only one image. How we can do that? We just need to determine to which image we have actually hovered, or to which image the mouse is actually entered. So it's very easy actually. We have the index to determine each image. So instead of having is hovering to true or false, we can give the value of the index. Then here, instead of checking it as a true false, we can compare this with the current index we have. If you are not getting this, let me show you. Is hovering for my index, and then I will say -1. What is why -1? I will tell you. So initially I will say is hovering, that means to which image we have hovered, that means mouse is available. -1 means there is no index available. Obviously index start from 0 and then goes to up to the number of element in the array. But -1, this means no element in the array which is selected or which is hovered. So that's why I have on the remove part, on the leave part, I just make it again -1. But when I enter, I said the is hovering index is the current index. Then here I say, okay, is hovering is equal to the current index. Then only I remove the hidden. Otherwise, I'm not going to remove the hidden. So see, when the index 1 is coming, we are hovering, let's say we are hovering on the third image. That means the index of 3. First image come, index 0. Our index is 3. It says, okay, it's false. So let's make it hidden. Once again, index 1 came. Index 1 is not equal to index 3, which is hovering event index. Then I can say, okay, let's make it hidden. But when the third index came, then it is matching, and then it says, okay, no class. That means hidden is removed. Wow. Let's try. Woohoo! Yes, it is working. And let's try to remove and we have a problem. And yeah, we have a problem. That means as soon as I reaching that icon, you can see it actually acting as a mouse leave. And yes, it is. Why? Because we are moving from image tag to the I tag. In that way, how we can solve the problem? We want to remove, but as soon as I reach the cross, it's gone. So it's very, very easy actually. Just move these two events instead of this image to this div we have created. Now let's try it once again. As soon as I reach this, you can see, because still we are on the total div, and in that div we have the image and the icon. That's why it's not removing that icon, and it's not triggering mouse leave. But as soon as I leave the div totally, it's not showing. Okay, let's try to remove finally. And yes, it is removing. Wow, very nice. And in that way we have solved the problem. But you know, whenever you have this kind of things, like you are doing lots of things for a single you can say single child, then it's good time to extract these things into its own component. Now it's time to refactor. Everything is working fine, but we need to refactor this class, and we are going to create our own functional component actually. And we have images, and now I'm going to create only one called image. That means, and the name itself is saying that it is for single image. And I'm going to use RFC. This is a shorthand for creating the functional component. And remember, RCC is for creating a class-based component. I want RFC. So that should be with a capital I. And then I want all these things to be from here. So I'm going to cut this, and then I'm going to paste it. Okay, so we are mapping through all these images, but then because I have an arrow function, I can simply say I'm going to use an image component I have created. And remember to import this image component at the top here. Okay, so we have done that. We have this image, and here we have some problems because this component need various things. Like this component need index, this component need these two functions. Actually the state is hovering state, then it need obviously the image. So first let's solve by passing the image. So image is actually image, but now we have some contradict that the component and the real name is the same, and we can get confused. So I can rename it to img, and this is image prop, but name is img. Okay, then handle remove also we need to pass, and this is very important because now I'm not going to pass any value. I'm going to pass the function, So it's very easy actually, just like you pass anything. And I told you that you in the prop you can pass almost anything, so I'm passing the function. And the point to be noticed here is that I'm not actually passing function as a function with a parenthesis, because this is going to call the function. I'm just passing the function structure. Okay, so when I use that function, then only I'm going to call it, and obviously I'm passing the index. Next, you can see we have this is hovering, so we can move this is hovering, because you can see it is dull, this showing that it is not using inside this component. So I can totally remove it and move it here. Okay, and then finally we also need the index, so I can accept the index, I can accept the image, or I can accept the handle remove. This is actually the prop. So if you have the props, then everywhere you need to say like props.index, then props.handle. But instead of this, I'm destructuring everything from the prop object. So now we have everything, and we just need to pass index also. So index is index, and now it says user state is not defined. Okay, no problem, I can import it like here, and now it should work. And yeah, images are there, hovering part is also working, and we can simply remove the image. Whoa, everything is working. But here you can see we are having this is hovering individually. This component is having the individual is hovering. Now let me show you the power of this React Dev tool. I will go here, and once again I need to refresh, and you can see we have actually every image in a component. This means every image holds an state, and that state is for is hovering. Every image has is hovering, so whenever I hover over it, I don't have to compare the index. That means I don't have to pass the index. So I can simply say is hovering to true, and once again we are back with the true and false. False, initially it's hovering to false, and here I can just check for the is hovering. In that way you can see, take your eye here on the hook, it is false here. As soon as I hover over the cycle image, the hook is now true, and if I leave the mouse, it's again false. And because this is just for this this hook is just for this component, image component, it's only showing the cross for that particular image, and again we can remove it. In that way we just have the role of index, and once again we don't want the key here. So if I remove that, and you should see we are having this warning once again for the key. That means we need to pass the key here also as a prop, which is not going to accept anywhere. And the only role of index here is for removing the image. That's okay, no problem for this. And in that way you can see still everything is working fine. And the final thing, let's try to add that image. Click on add, and everything is working absolutely fine. So now it's time to learn about the new hook. And the new hook we are going to learn is the use ref. Very important hook. And ref is just for reference. And when I click on this, we have this syntax to use this use ref. And to use this use ref, we just need to use this function called use ref and initialized it with some value. It returns something, and what it returns? It returns an object that will persist for full lifetime of the component. And we will see what that mean is. But it has some .current property that is actually initialized with the passed argument, which is the initial value. So let's see this in action and see how actually we can understand exactly the use of useRef. So we have this application where we have this input box where we can add any image link, and that can be added to the list. But whenever I refresh this page, I want to focus on this input box, automatically focus, like this cursor is blinking. So how we can do that? Yeah, we can do that with the ID, and let's try to do this, and then we will switch to use ref. So here we are, and we have this images component. Let me just zoom it out. Yeah, and here we have this input field. If I create an ID and I call it, that should be like this, and I call this this input field as input box. Okay, and now we have to use the use effect. That will be like a mounting part. So whenever this component mounts, so use effect like this, and make sure we import it also, and I think it is imported. Yeah, so yeah, that is good. And when I give empty brackets, that means it is just for the mounting. And here we need to grab that input box. So input box is equal to document dot get element by id, and id is id name is input box. Okay, after this, let's try to log out this input box. Console log of input box. I have saved it and it's now compiling. And whenever I go here, open the dev tool for Edge browser I'm using currently, it's exactly same as the Chrome, and you can see once this component loads, we have this input field which is referencing to this input field. And let's zoom this one also. So we have this input field. First, what we need to do, we need to make it as a focused element. So we have this use effect, and we already have this input box. So we can say input box dot focus, and we can comment this console log. Now when I refresh this page, let's see what's happened. Yeah, here we have this input field and it is now focused. The cursor is there, but we have done this with the use of core JavaScript. It's not React actually, because here you can see we have a document, not the React. We are digging directly into the DOM, and that's not the case with React. So what we can do, we can simply change this to ref, use ref, and now we are going to create a use ref. And as we know, we need to say use ref, and we need to name this ref. So I can say input ref, and initializing value with null, so there is no value initially, and we need to import this very important thing. After this, instead of these two things, first I am going to log the input ref and see what we are getting inside it. We have not used this input ref anywhere. We have not tied it to anything. We are just checking what we are getting when we define a use ref. Okay, so let's refresh this, and now there is no focus, but we have an object. In this object we have this current property. You can see here we have this current property which is null because we have initialized it with null. If I initialize it with 1, then you can see yeah, current is 1. So whenever we want to use this input ref, we need to use the input ref dot current. So here I can say dot current. Okay, that's we are getting. This means now we should have just 1. Cool. So let's get back with this and this with null. Now I'm going to tie, or I'm going to connect this input ref to our input field. And where we have, yeah, we have here. So now I can simply say ref, this is the attribute we get for React, and then connect it with or bind it with input ref. That's good. This means now when I see this in the log, you can see current property is now connected with the input field we have. Yeah, you can see if I hover over it, it's now showing that input field. That's good. So since we have this input field, we can directly do that focus part. So here we go to the use effect, and now I can simply say input ref dot current, because remember everything is inside the current, so we need to say dot current. While doing the dot current, we are getting the reference to the input field, and then we can say dot focus, and we can simply comment this out and remove these things. And when I do that, let's refresh this page, and it's not focusing. Why? Let's once more try. Okay, that was because I had the cursor on the console, that's why it was not focusing. But now when I remove it, you can see as soon as I refresh the page, it's now focusing, and it's totally happening inside the React, not directly inside the DOM. So it's going via the virtual DOM. Okay, so this is how we can initialize and use the useRef. So now let's see how we can dig into the useRef and learn more about it, other than just connecting or referencing any input field from the DOM or any kind of DOM element, you can say. But apart from that, we know everything about useRef, like it has the current property which can hold anything. So why not create another useRef? And this is not for referencing any DOM node, it's for storing something. So I can say it's my variable ref. Okay, and I'm going to initialize with the number of images I have. So I have this images state, and I can quickly get the image length or images length. So just to check, I can log this var ref here, and then I can open the the Edge dev tool, and here we can see we have this object which is having a current, and current value is 5. That's cool. So in that way we can actually show the number of images we have. So just above this, I can create a h1 tag, and I can say var ref dot current, and we know this is a JavaScript expression, and we need to use the curly braces to start the JavaScript part inside JSX. So this number of dot current is the field, and then images, 5 images. Okay, so we should have 5 images we have. Now what happened when we are going to remove one image? So we currently have 5 images, and if I try to remove, you can see it is not updated. So what we should do, we should create a use effect for update. So I'm going to copy this one. That will going to be just for the update. That means we can remove it here, and what we want var ref dot current value to be the new value, which is images dot length. Okay, let's try this one. So now once again let's try to remove it. Nothing happened once again. What if one more? This time it is doing this task, but the result we are getting is not correct. Why all these things are happening? Because if you remember, useRef is not adding any state, and you can check from this documentation, and this documentation clearly say that whenever you initialize the ref, it returns an object that persists for full lifetime of the component. Very important thing. And also here you can see it's written, keep in mind that useref doesn't notify when it's content changed. That means there will be no re-rendering, and that's why we are having some incorrect information for this, because whenever I change it, it recalculate the previous result, which is obviously incorrect. So when actually useref is useful? Okay, so we are removing the image, we are adding the image. How about I want to count how many times the component is updated. To count that, we have this use effect which is going to run for every update. Here we can simply log, and we can log for, let's say, count, not counter, just count. And then I need to open the dev tool, refresh this page, and yeah, it's having a count for the first time. And then once I remove an image, it's having one more count, but I need to count whenever the component updates. So you can say that, okay, let's use the state, because we can change the state, and state name is like update count. Once again, update count initialized with 0, and here we need to say set update count to the update count plus 1, and I can remove this from here, and then I can show that update count is like here. We have a p tag, you can use any tag, and it's like component is updated and update count times. Okay, so now once again let's try this. So initially you can see it is we have a very weird problem. Once I refresh the page, you can see it is like a counter. It's not actually counter, it's running like a timer. Yeah, timer is the correct word, and I don't want this. And why this is happening? So let's go to the use effect, and this use effect is actually for any kind of update, and setting in state is actually an update. So whenever we are using this use state, and whenever we are setting the new value, then it update the component. Because it update the component, it's again going into this use effect, once again calling the set update, and this is a infinite loop, and that's why we have this times updates for the React. So we need to stop this, and this is the place where we can use the ref, the use ref. How about that? So once again, I remove that use state. We have a var ref, and now instead of this thing, I will say var ref dot current is equal to var ref dot current plus 1. Very simple. So this is going to update, and keep in mind here it's written that keep in mind useref doesn't notify you when content change. Mutating the current property doesn't cause a re-render, and that we want. So we just need to show here updated count will be var ref dot current. Now let's try this. Okay, so first it says component is updated for 5 times. Okay, maybe that is because of some kind of initial renderings, but now let's try this. Click, and yeah, 1 update, then once again second update, third update, and here we have 8 images. That is actually not the images, because we have changed the use of useref. So we can remove this, and we just have a simple system where we can count for the image. Obviously, if you want to initialize this thing with the 0, and you don't want any kind of initial times, like 5 times given here. What you need to do, you need to make sure this will not going to work on the mount part, and we know how we can create a use effect just for the update. Since we already know about the use effect hook, there is another similar kind of hook which is called use layout effect. Seems like a similar thing, but these are having a very minute and important difference. For that, let's click here. So use layout effect signature is exactly identical to use effect, but it fires synchronously for all DOM mutations. And what synchronously? That means use layout effect will going to run after all the DOM mutation. It fires synchronously after all DOM mutation. Very important thing. And it says preferred the standard use effect when possible to avoid visual blocking, and we will see what visual blocking is. So first, let's understand how this use effect work. We have this application, and here we will go to this images component, and in this images component we already have one use effect, but we are not going to touch this one. Instead, we will create a new use effect, and I'm going to say log, and it's like I am use effect. Very easy. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to log inside this JSX so that I can check when it is re-rendering actually. Okay, so I can say I am JSX. Okay, so now let's try this inside this console of this Edge browser I'm using currently. If I refresh this page, you can see first it's running the I am JSX, then I am use effect. That's for the mounting. What happens if I update the component? So there is some changes in the state, and you can see use effect is running after the update, after the re-rendering of the JSX. Okay, one more thing we can check. We have a remove button, and remove function is there, and here in this remove function we are changing the state. So just after changing the state, I can log that I am changing state. Okay, now let's try this. So obviously there is no change, so there is no log for the change of a state. But when I remove the image, first you can see first it's changing the state. This happened because there is a change in the state. The component re-rendered, and when the component re-render, then the use effect is going to trigger. Okay, that's good. But to show you the difference between use effect and use layout effect, I'm going to create another use effect, and first I call it use effect 1, and then this one is use effect 2. As expected, we can see we are having the first as use effect 1 and then use effect 2. Why? Because we have written in that way. First this one is going to run, and second this one. But magic happened when I'm going to change this use effect to use layout effect for the second one, not for the first one, for the second one, and this is going to be magical. You can see the second is logging first and then the use effect 1, and this is going to be happen when I update the component. So when the component is updated, then I am use effect 2 is logged, then I am use effect 1. But why this is happening? To explain these things, let me take you to these examples. Here you can see in this diagram we have a component. Component rendering is started due to some changes in the state, and when the component re-rendered, After re-rendering, that re-rendered component should be painted in the browser. And after that, when the React is completely painted the re-rendered component into the screen, then only UseEffect is going to run. So when IMJSX is done, that means the image is totally removed from the browser, from the visuals, then only UseEffect is going to work. But what about the use layout effect? Same component re-rendered due to state change. Component re-rendered, that's okay. But as soon as the component re-rendered, then the use layout effect runs. It doesn't care about the re-rendered component is painted into the browser or not. The main difference is here. Use effect wait for the component to be printed on the screen, but use layout effect doesn't wait for the component to be printed in the screen. It says, okay, component is re-rendered, let's now run the use layout effect. But use effect says, I'm going to wait when it is going to be printed in the screen. Okay, so this is a very important difference between the use effect and use layout effect. After understanding the difference between use effect and use layout effect, it's very important to know when we are going to use the use layout effect and when we are going to use the use effect. In general, I can say 90% of the time you will going to use the use effect. It's very rare cases you will going to use the use layout effect. But there are certain conditions. So let's create a condition and then we will see how use effect will create problem, and that problem can be solved using use layout effect. So for that, let's create a state called use state, and the name I'm going to give is my name, and I initialize it with Sarthak. Then on this use effect, which is going to trigger on the mounting also, I'm going to set my name, and I'm going to set my name to let's say, instead of this I can say Reactjs. So my name is Reactjs. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to show this in our section here, so I don't need this log. So I can simply create a p tag like here, and I can say my name is, and then here comes my name, the variable or the state. Okay, let's go at the top. Yeah, here we are, and let's see the result. Close the dev tool. So my name is Reactjs because it is updated, but if I refresh, okay, so I can show you by opening the console, and then if I refresh this page, yeah, you have seen that flickering. Initially it was Sarthak, but because use effect takes over the things and then it changes to Reactjs, and that flickering you can see here. Yeah, Sarthak to Reactjs. This is the problem actually, and we don't want to show this instant flickering to the user. How we can solve this? Very easy. I think you guessed it right. Just move this set my name to Reactjs into use layout. Then whatever you do here is very clean. No flickering, no, never. There will be no flickering for this. You can see whenever I refresh, there is no flickering. How many times I refresh. So this is how actually you can use whenever something is like blocking, or maybe you want to block something for some time and you want to perform some task regardless of the painted into the JSX. So that happened, and this is the situation you can use the use layout effect. Right now we are loading all these images from our component, which is images, and all these images are just hard-coded list. And these images are from UnSplash, so why not use the API of UnSplash to load, I can say dynamically load these images into our component. For that, I need to go to unsplash.com, and if you have not created any account, you should create it. Then just go to the login and just log in there. And now I am logged in, and you can see my profile is there, and simply you can go to this three dot and go to the API and developers. On this page it's very easy. You just need to go to view the documentation, and in this documentation the first thing you can see is setting up an application. Just go there and you need to create an account, or you can say a developer account. So I just click on this join and open this in a new tab, and I just use my command and then click to open it in a new window. That's just shortcut, or you can right click and open a new window. Okay, so here we are, and it says welcome Sarthak. Let's create a new application, and you need to check all these things, and after that you can go and accept the terms. Just name it anything, but it should be not having a test that says you don't need to use test. So I say Bitfilm tutorial, or I can say in depth Reactjs, and description is just tutorial, and create application. Okay, so application is created, and whoa, very nice. What we need to do next, the important thing is this key. Okay, so the account, developer account is done on Unsplash. Let's go back, and here, so if you are on Mac, you can just press Command Alt or Option and the left key to move between the tabs of the Chrome or the Edge. So it's just right to right, left to left with the Command Alt and right left. Okay, let's go. So it says register application. We have already registered it. Next, how you can use this. So the API endpoint is this one, but then the most important thing is this ID, and we need to pass it just like this, client ID and the access key. So let's try this in the browser. So I will copy everything, just paste it here. Now instead of your access key, what we need this access key, not the secret, but the access key only. Just click on this copy, and then again Command Alt and right to move into the next tab. Then I just paste it, Control V or Command V, then hit enter, and you will see all these junk. Okay, so it doesn't look nicer. I can install an extension for this Edge browser. If you're using Chrome, you can use that. So it's like JSON formatter Edge. So yeah, here we are, and let's try to get it. So add extension, and now that's done. So once again Alt, Command and left to move into the tabs, then press Command R, refresh, and yeah, it is now looking cool. So I just close these two tabs, and next you can see these are clickable links, so I can easily click. So I can zoom it for you. Yeah, so now you can see this image, raw, full, regular, small, thumb. So let's try with the regular one. So if I click, yeah, here we are with a nice bike. Next you can see we have some other photos like this one. Let's see, open in a new tab by pressing Command and then clicking on the link. So it's Ducati. That's cool. So this is how we can use this Unsplash API, and you can check here is that the rate limit is 50 per hour. So in an hour we can only hit this endpoint for 50 times. Now since we have the API endpoint perfectly fine running, now we can use this endpoint to hit and show all the images in our React application. For that, what we can do here, first we need to empty out everything. So we can delete all these photos, and we need this empty array so that we will have the array on the image, or it's an empty image. So initially everything is empty. But in this use effect, since this use effect is having this square brackets, that means this use effect is only going to run when the component mount. So we also want the same thing. So we need to use the Axios, but remember we don't have the Axios. So let's go to the package.json, and inside this you can see we don't have that. So no problem, we can install it, or you can also use the browser fetch API, but I like Axios. So npm install Axios. And now you can see it is installed. So once again I will write Axios, and now it's auto completing. So you can see it's imported here. So Axios dot, it's a get request for this API endpoint, which is here. Once again, Command Alt and left arrow to move directly from first to last. That's cool. So once again I press Command L to select or to go to the address bar, then Control C or Command C, then here I come and in a single quote I paste it. Okay, so since we have this, and now I need to say then, and that means resolving the promise, and for now I just log out the response, and let's see what we are getting. Okay, so we are here. Once again, Command Alt and right arrow to go into the first one, and you can see we don't have any image because the image's state is empty object, not object, empty array. So here we can see we are having this object. This object is also having the data, so I can just zoom it for you. And here, so we have an object, then we have a data, and in the data we have the images with everything, but we are interested in this URLs with a full, raw, regular, small, as we already saw inside this. So URL, so this is the image object, then we have a URLs and the different formats. Okay, so since we have everything, now next task is to push everything into this images, but we can see we only are interested in response data. So once again, if I refresh, you can see now we are getting the data. So 10 images we are getting, and all the images are there. Very nice. So as I said, we need to set images like this and say response.data. So let's just comment this console, or actually I can delete all the consoles. Cool. So refresh, and now I can see we have a problem, and the problem is all these images are not showing. So let's inspect it and open it in a new tab, and you can see here we are having actually the object. Yes, we know that because we are passing all these things as an image. Let's see what's happening. So when we set the image, everything is inside this images state. We are using this images state here inside this show images, and we are mapping through, and we are passing image as the whole object. Instead, we need to pass .urls dot, let's say regular. You can use any format or any size you want. Okay, and now you can see, wow, congratulations, we are having all the images just from the API. So every time I refresh, yep, it is there. And the best part is everything is working fine. So if I want to remove this sunshine, so let's click on cross, yep, and whatever Ducati, yep, I can delete that too. Okay, so this is how we can use the API into our application inside this use effect. Where is that? This one. Okay, so what I can do, I can remove this console log use effects because these are not required. So like this, and I don't know, I don't want to use that one. And now we should get some error. My name is not available, so it's my name actually, my name. Okay, so I can remove this. And is it okay? Yeah, I don't want any component hits, so once again I can remove the component hits, and that means I can also remove all the other console logs, this one also. So I'm cleaning up everything, and because we are not interested in any log of component update, so we can remove this refs. Woohoo! So lots of things are removed and no error. Yep, no errors. Cool. That means everything is working fine. Now let's do something interesting. What interesting is, we are going to set all these keys from environment file. It's a very bad idea to have your keys or your API endpoints in your component. You should move these things either into a variable or a global variable, or the best place is the environment variable. We are using UnSplash API to show all the images from these API, but we have used this client ID, and it's very bad practice to have the client ID in your ActuSQL directly. It should be inside .env file. So how you create a .env file and how you can use a variable, or you can say environment variable. So yes, you can create a file, so that you need to right click and click on new file and create it. I also have installed a advanced new file extension for this VS Code. So new file, if you search for new file, maybe you will get this one. This is the one which is advanced new file. I have installed it. Okay, so with the use of this, I can say new file, and now it's asking where I want to add this. I want to add this inside the root, so workspace root. So it's just asking for the name, and name is .env, and yeah, it's created. And when I save it, you should see on the right side it's there. But now how we can use this environment variable here? So let's try to write here unsplash underscore key is equal to, and I can just cut it from here and paste it. Okay, so whenever you have created the .env file, it's very important to restart your server, because when you restart the server, then React actually gather all the information from the .env file. So it's very important to tell React that, hey React, I have added the .env file. And the same is true whenever you make any changes in this .env file. Okay, so now it's restarted. That's why it's opening the Edge browser. Now, how we can use this environment variable inside this inside your application? So it's very easy. Before going there, I can just undo here and I can show you how you can get that. So you just need to say process.env, and let's try to console log these things. Okay, so it's compiling and it's done. Now open the dev tool, and here we can have the object, and now this object is holding various things. First is node environment, which is development, obviously. Public URL empty, and other things are also empty. But the point is, we cannot see our newly created environment variable, which is unsplash underscore key. That's because every time you want to use environment variable in React, it should be prefixed with React underscore app, then underscore. Okay, so once again, because we have changed something inside .env, we need to restart the server. The server is restarted. Let's once again go, and this time you can see we have the React underscore app underscore unsplash underscore key, and that's how you need to add the environment variable. Now, since we know how we can use the environment variable, now I can delete this console log, and convert this into a template string like this using a backticks, which is just above the tab and on the left of numeric 1. Then here I can remove this key and I can just use dollar this curly braces, and I can say process.env dot and the React app unsplash underscore URL. Cool. So let's now go here and refresh this page. So you can see it says undefined. So I think I have misspelled something. I can just copy unsplash. It is correct. Okay, so at its key actually I have used the URL, so that's the point. Now you can see now it's working perfectly fine. So this is how you have moved the key. Also you can move this API endpoint to the variable environment variable. So once again I cut it out from there and I can say unsplash URL. This will be this one, photos, and then once again it should be something like this but with a URL. So now let's just verify this, and if I go here we can see we have some issue, and the issue is if I refresh once again you can see this is undefined. This is undefined because remember I said whenever you make changes in .env file you need to restart your server. So let's restart the server and then after we will able to use this. And after restarting, yeah, you can see everything is working absolutely fine. So now we have used the environment variable and everything is now inside this .env file. Because suppose we later want to change the images from unsplash to something else, so we don't have to change everywhere wherever we are using the Reactjs. We just need to change the variables on this environment file and then we are ready to go. So we have successfully done various things like using the Reactjs, using the UnSplash API, but you can see everything is looking a mess. We are using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines just to fetch the images. So because we are now having a React hooks, the most powerful thing of React, we can also create our own custom hook. Okay, so let me first give you an example, then we will see how we can use and clear this thing in a very decent way. Okay, so to create a new hook, first you need to open the sidebar and create a new file inside a folder. And I'm going to use or create a folder called, you can create a hooks, but I would like to have a folder called utils. It's like a utility folder. So I can say utils. Inside utils, I can create a new folder called hooks, and then I can create my hook. And the hook or example hook I'm going to create is use scroll.js. So I'm going to create a scrolling hook. So I just have this React because I'm going to use the React things, but this function doesn't have any JSX, so that's why it's not a component, it's a custom hook. Okay, so first I'm going to create a state, so use state like this, and I call it scroll position. Okay, initially it is null, and then import this user state. Cool. Next I'm going to use the use effect, and now you will say, Sarthak, it's all like a component. Yes, the difference is we are not using any JSX. Okay, so let's clean up these things and also this one. But now here I need to register the scroll event, so I can say document dot register event listener. So add event listener and event for scroll, and then I'm going to create a function that will going to handle the scrolling. So I will say handle scroll. This function I will going to use. Okay, But because this is a use effect, I need to also clear out this subscription. So we need to remove the document dot remove event listener for scroll, and the function name is handle scroll. But as we know, we don't have any handle scroll function, so let's create that function handle scroll. And inside this function, I'm just going to say set scroll position, and we can grab the position from window.scroll y like this, and that's done. And finally, when we have a new value of scroll position, we need to return the scroll position. And one more thing, that should be returning a function which is going to remove the event. Okay, so this hook, this custom hook, is doing very important things like having a state, then a function to set the state, then the use effect which is registering event with a function and removing on the unmount. And finally, we are returning everything we have. We can return more than one thing, but we just want to return the position. So this is the custom hook. Let's see how we can use this custom hook into our main component. So let's go here, and at the top somewhere, anywhere actually, we can say const scroll position is equal to use scroll. It's better to name as a use scroll. It's a convention, so that any hook, whether it is a custom hook or a original hook, it should be, or it must actually start with the use keyword. So use scroll, use effect, use state, anything. Okay, so since we have used the use scroll custom hook, we have a scroll position, and we can go here and then just show it on our application. Now it says use effect is not defined. I think I have not imported it. Okay, so use effect, cool. Yeah, that's good. And now you can see, as I scroll down, you can see we have a change in the scroll position like this. So this is how we can create any custom hook. But as I told you, we have learned to create a custom hook not to use the scrolling position, but to clear or minimize this thing. Let's see this in action. Since we know how to create a custom hook, now it's time to create a custom hook for the fetching of the image from UnSplash. And now, as a convention, we need to start from use keyword. So it's like a use fetch image .js. Very easy. So I'm not going to name it like a use UnSplash, because as I told you, it's not required. That maybe later we can use other thing other than UnSplash. Okay, so let's once again create this. So use fetch image, not image. Okay, so we have done that, and we just need to move these things from here. So cut it from here and paste it. Okay, so we have pasted, but we need the actions. Okay, we have here, then id secret are there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say const, and const url is equal to this one, like here. Const secret is equal to like this one, and then now I can say url and the secret. Okay, that's good. And I did this because to minimize this line, so now it is looking good, and we have separate, everything is separate. Okay, now we need to set the image, so that's how we need a use state. So creating a state, and I call it data, or you can call it images, like this. Initial value is empty array because it should be nothing. So yeah, and import the use state, which is not importing actually imported. Okay, so that's imported. So we are setting the images, so we need to use capital I here. That's done. But at last we need to return the images. That's what we need. Okay, so now we have the images here, and we have created the custom hook to fetch the images. Let's go here and let's see how we can use it. Now, since we are returning the images directly from here, we don't require this use state. So we can totally remove it, and I can say const images is equal to use fetch image. That's it. That's done actually. Now we don't need this Axios, and obviously this layout is also not required. Okay, so we have done that, and let's go here. Now it says set images is not available, so I think we are using set image somewhere else also. Yep, here we are using so what we can do actually, okay, so we need to return this set images also. Now just like every hook is having, we are returning the set images also. Now this time we need to destructure it like this, set images, so like here images, and this time everywhere we are using with a set image with a small I, we need to change it with a capital I, because now we have capital I. Cool, so let's once again try, and yes, it is working. Very nice. But as soon as I open the network tab, we can see we have a request every second. And why this is happening? This is because on our use fetch image, we are not using any use effect kind of things. So we are keep repeating this Axios call. So now we need to say use effect, and inside I'm going to use this, and it is only going to run once, and import the use effect. Yep, done. And now let's try once again. So I just go once again, so here, and it is still doing that part. Yeah, so now it is not having a flood of API calls. It just once, it is called only once. So you can see only one call is there. That means we can have all the features we previously have. That means we can remove any image, and that's working fine because we have renamed the set images also, and we are returning the set image. So in that way you can see we have removed the logic of fetching the image into its own custom hook called fetch image, and that's very nice thing. But next is like, yes, we have this thing, but what if I want to load more images from the API, like a image page 2 kind of things? Let's do in the next episode. Before moving to the pagination part, I would like to design these images, some margin and some kind of things. So what I can do first, here we are showing the images, and I'm using this flex, and I can remove I can remove the flex, and now I can see it's all around after one another in a column. Okay, so I'm going to give a style, and the style is with this two curly braces. It will be column count, and a count will be, let's say, 3. How about this? So yeah, 3 is there. But then I want these images to be having a full width. So I go to the image where I have the image tag. Instead of 150, I can say 100%. Let's see. Still, it's not having that kind of steps. So one more which I can have from the Tailwind CSS, which is gap between the columns is 0, and that's okay, but still it should be 100%, but it's not there. So what about height? if I set it to auto, okay, I got the point. The point is I need to remove this one, so I remove it, and yeah, it is looking nice. And we have some margin at the top, so margin 4, I can remove the margin 4. Yes, it is good. One thing I can give is padding of 2, like here, but I can give border. So yeah, it is nice. So padding of 1 and margin of 1 also. Now see this, looking good. Looking good. If I can give a margin of padding of 0 and margin of 1. No, padding is required. Okay, so looking great. And this image, this is not any images. Okay, so yeah, okay, so it is looking good. And next, what I can do, I can actually give the count to 5. Yeah, okay, so this is fine for me. Maybe 6 will be more good. Okay, 5 1 is good. So this is how we have little bit designing in the images, and now we can actually go and try to implement the pagination. Next, to have the pagination system, we need to go to the UnSplash documentation, and here somewhere we can just search for pagination. Here we have, and it says into the 10 item by default, but up to maximum of 30. You can get maximum of 30, and you can just provide the page number. So page is equal to 1, and then whatever you want to give. Okay, so how we can set per page and the page. So here we can see we have a custom hook which is saying that use fetch image. In this use fetch image, let me close these things. Okay, so in this custom hook which is use fetch image, we are not having any pagination. We can simply provide another query parameter for page is equal to, let's say, 2. So if I say 2 and once again refresh, it's not working. Why? So client ID is this, page is this. So let's once again try this. Refresh the page, and in network tab, okay, so I have the page as 2, so it should load the second page, but it is still loading the first. Okay, what if I try 44? So images are changing actually. Okay, so since we can provide the page number here, and we can change it, so why not provide the page number here in the use fetch image? Okay, so I provide 2 from here, and then because this is a normal function, this is not a component which is holding the prop, so I can directly say page. It's not going to have a destructuring, so it's just a page, but it should be like this. Now try. Okay, so it's having a page 2. What about page 1? Yeah, page 1 looks something like this. Okay, so we can see that we can provide the page number from here. So what if I want to change the page number? So for that I need to create another state. So use state, and I can say page, or initial value is page 0, so, or page 1 actually, not 0, and then I can just provide the page. Okay, so now let's see, once again refresh, and this is the first page. Cool. Next, how would we change the page? So we have this images. Just below this I can say with a p tag, load more, and if it is a button, then I need to say button, because then on click I need to do something. Okay, so let's see the, okay, so I can give something here like this. Okay, so we have this load more, and when I click on this, it should load the next page. Okay, so we just need to change the page number. Very easy. So here I can say set page to page plus 1. So whatever the previous page, just add one value to that. Cool. So let's say page load more, and it's not doing things. Why it is not doing? Let's think about this. So when we change the page, that changed page go here in the use fetch image, but you can see this page is hard coded and this use effect is only running once. We need to run this use effect as soon as this value of page changes. So it's very easy. We just need to provide the parameter to which this use effect is responsible. So whenever there's a change in the page, this use effect is going to work. Very, very nice. So but just by doing that, now let's try once again. So I can open this new tab and click on load more, and yes, you can see we have the page 2, and here you can see the page 2 is here like this. Wow. So once again, load more, page 3. Very, very nice. But the point is, I don't want to replace the image. I want to add more images. For that, I can see I am doing here, which is the replacing. Instead of this, I can create an array. First, I destructure the new data, but before that, I also want to add the old data. So whatever the images we have, hold it, then add it the new images getting from the previous call, not the previous, the current call. Okay, so let's once again try, and it says data is not defined. Okay, that should be actually images, not data. Okay, so that's good. Image load more, and it's loaded. Yeah, we have more images. Once again loaded, because it's in a column wise. So now whenever there is some changes, so you can see the column is actually changes. Well, so we have this kind of a structure, and we can load more as we want. So we have lots of images here. Okay, next we need to see what happens when something break, how we can handle this one from this custom hook. Now let's handle the error when something bad happened from our API call. So everything is working absolutely fine, but we have this use fetch image custom hook. Here in this hook, I'm going to break it by removing this _id from this API call, and as soon as I did that, you can see there is no images. And also in our network tab, if I once again refresh, in our network tab we can see we have a 401 which is saying the access token is invalid. Let's handle this error and show it to the user. Okay, so we have this then part. Similar to the then, we also have the catch part. So I can say dot catch and accepting the event and just log e. And now if I see on the console, you can see we have this request failed with the 401. We also say that e dot response, and then we can see we have the response, and in the response we have this data, and that data is having the errors. Okay, an error is having the first error only. Okay, so if I say response dot data, then, and after that, yep, we have this errors. Cool. So now we have the errors, so we can create a state. So use a state called errors, and initially it's empty, so empty array, but then we can set errors as dot errors. So e dot response dot data dot errors. Now once again refresh this page, and this time I will go to the Reactjs tool for this Edge or Chrome, and then we have this component, and here inside this images you can see we have this custom hook which is called fetch image, and now we have a state which is holding one array and the actual error. Okay, so since we have this error, we need to show this to the user. But how we can show this to the user, because it is inside the fetch image custom hook? It's very simple. Just like we are returning the images set image, we can also return the errors. And now we can go to the images where we are using this use fetch image custom hook. We can simply say, yes, there is some errors. So yep, errors. Cool. So now how we can show the errors? It's very easy. Here I can say errors and grabbing the first one, and that we want. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we have this error. But when we have this error, we don't want to show load more and also this text box and add button, and we should remove this hello React, because now we know React very much. So first I'm going to remove the hello React from the app. So in this app we have this title. I can remove it totally, and yep, that's gone. So we can also remove the state, and because we are not using these things, so we can clean up a little bit. Yep, that's done. But as we have decided, we need to remove this load more also. So load more is here, so it's very easy. I can say if errors dot length is greater than 0, if it is greater than 0, then I don't want to show anything, then this is null. Otherwise show the button. And yeah, so when we have the error, we are not showing the load more. Similarly, we don't need this add and this text box, so I can actually remove them because we don't need. And for that I'm just commenting it, because later we will use this input field so that we don't have to write once again. Okay, or maybe what I should do, let's delete these things. We don't want to add anything, and let's clean up. We can write once again, so that will be a learning phase also. Okay, so we have removed that thing. And is there anything? Yep, we don't need this set new image URL. So let's search for new. So we don't have any reference for that. Okay, so that's good, but now it says focus. Okay, so because we don't have any input field, so that's why we don't want any focus field, and that's how we don't need their use ref. And we can remove some of the unused things from here. It's just a clean up things, and now it's very clear. So that's cool, but you know, this error is at the top. I want this to be at the center. How we can center anything? So it's very easy. Once again, what you need to do, you need to say div, create a div, so like this, and move it here, but create a p tag and move this error inside the p tag. Then give this div a class of flex. So by giving the flex, it's now becoming at the left. Then I can say height of a screen, and still no change. But as soon as I give it margin of auto, you can see it is at the center. Yeah, so this is how we can show this. But now what if there is no error? So that means our API is working fine. So if I see here, nothing is there, but we have this blank image, a blank page kind of thing. Then we have the images. That is because we only want to show this when we have some errors. So once again, errors dot length, if it is greater than 0, then only I'm going to show this. Otherwise I'm not going to show this. Let's try this. Okay, so that's cool. And yeah, we have this load more, and we can load more images. One more thing is there, instead of using this ternary operator, I can use another good thing, which is using this AND. In that way, we don't have to provide this null. And let's try this. Okay, so this is working fine. What if there is some error in the API? And yeah, it is working. So you saw that this is a shorthand for ternary operator. So we can also do that same thing here. And because this is a little invert of that, so let's see. I'd only want to show this load more if there is no errors. That means if length is equal to 0, I can say triple equal to 0, then only show this load more. Yep, so that's good. And this is how we can handle the errors. We know that whenever there is error, we are having the error message. So we can see like this. Yep, we have this error message. But you have seen that for a moment we are having this load more button for a moment. And one thing is there, if you don't want to expose the real error, you can just simply have your own error. So here we can, instead of this, I can have inside error like unable to fetch images, like this, if you don't want. Anyways, so we were worrying about the flash of that load more. So you can see there's a load more. How we can tackle that situation? We need a system which is giving us the information of loading or something is happening. So once again, in this we can use another state called is loading. And I told you, if there is a boolean, then it's a good idea to have a is loading, is showing kind of name. So initially it is false, so because nothing is loading. But then once this use effect is triggered, I can say set is loading to true. That means loading is started. When everything is done, I can set loading to false, and also on the image part. What's the use of this? So just like we are returning the errors, we can also return is loading from here. And just like we did here, we received the errors, we can also receive is loading state. Okay, so we have this is loading, but how we are going to use this is loading? So I can simply say whatever content we have in the page, this is only going to show if is loading is false. Got the point? Let's see. So if it's very easy actually, return is loading. If it is true, then I'm going to return a p tag with a loading ... Okay, so if it is loading, then I should I need to return. Okay, so I did the wrong thing. So it's returning this, otherwise return whole of the other thing. Okay, let's try. And you have seen that loading. So once again we can do the same thing as we did here to make it at the center. So paste it, and instead of this I can simply say loading ... and yep, so it says loading and unable to fetch the image. But if I correct the URL like this, then it say loading, and this is now image is loaded. So once again, if I say load more, so you have seen the flash of that loading. Okay, so that's good, but we can do more. Like we can have some font or some icon here instead of this just loading string. Okay, so here we have an I tag, and I can say class of fast far circle notch and far spin and text of 5 XL. and let's try this. You have seen that circle, and I can give a text of yellow of, let's say, 600 or 400. Now see, it is now cool. So this is how we can handle the loading of this. One more thing is there. You can also do like, I can write it here, if is loading is true, then I'm going to return this part, and like this. Otherwise this is going to return. So in that way I just moved the two different things in a two return statements. So one is this, but this is only if is loading is true, otherwise fallback is this one. So once again, refresh this page. Yep, we have a loading, and then we have the images. Okay, let's extend this. We don't want to expose this every time we want loading. Okay, so component and loading.js, new component I'm creating called loading, and I just cut this from here. I paste it here, like here. So we have this loading component, separate loading component, and now we can simply say loading, and that should be actually, yeah. So I import it, and you can see it's super clean. If is loading is true, return loading. We don't have to care about what loading means. If we want, we can take a look here in this component. That's the power of refactoring, and that's the power of clean code. This is how you write the clean code. So once again, everything is working absolutely fine. To load more images, we need to click on this load more button, which is properly loading more images. But I don't want to click on the load more button. I want, whenever I move to the, you can say, bottom of the page, then I need to load images automatically. I don't have to click on this load more. Before implementing that thing, you can see whenever I click on load more, it's actually adding more images, and because images are stacked like in a column, then we need to scroll up to see more images here. That's the issue we have. So let's convert it from this beautiful grid to simple row, because this is not a simple CSS tutorial, it's a React tutorial. So I can do that. Now I can say flex, and by doing flex, yeah, by doing this flex, we have this inline. But then I can go to the show images, and this actually image. Then I can say width of 1/3. Let's see. It's not reflected, because now I can also give flex wrap. Yep, but we cannot see the third row or third column actually, because we have a margin in between. So we can remove the margin also once again. Yeah, that's again done. And in that way, because we are having this load more button, when I click, yep, we have loaded more images. But the problem is, as soon as I click, it move to the top, and also I have to click the image. I don't want that. So remember, we have already created a custom hook called, where is that, util use scroll. Let's use the use scroll. So I can say const scroll position is equal to the use scroll, and I need to use scroll, I need to open it, and then I can import easily. Okay, so since we have this scroll position, we can now create a use effect. Inside this use effect, what I'm going to do, I'm going to check if the scroll position is scroll position is closer to the bottom of the page. For that, first I'm going to show you by logging out the scroll position, window.inner height, and let's see these two things. So if I okay, so I need to import the use effect console, and yeah, so initially it is null, but as soon as I change it, but it's not doing anything because now I need to run this use effect whenever the scroll position changes. Okay, once again, as soon as I change, you can see this is the scroll position and this is the inner width. So we are having these things. So we are at the top, and then you can see, and as soon as I close to the inner width, which is 383, that is because of this thing. So if I change it like this, yeah, 447. If I change it very high, then it will be very low, so only 173. So this is the inner width. But what will be the actual size of the full page? So you can see we are not having the actual size. To get the actual size, we just need to say document.body.offset height. Now let's see. Offset height is 2234. Okay, so what if I minus 2234 with this window size, which is this one, and when we reach the bottom, that means we have minus subtracted 363 from 2234. Let's see how this is going to look. So if we have a window, that means offset height minus of window inner height, if this thing is, that means if scroll position is equal to the document height minus the window size. So document height is 2234 minus 363. If the scrolling reach to that position, like you can say like around 1871. So if I say 2234 minus 363, it is 1871. So we have reached the bottom. You can see we have reached the bottom. So if this is true, then we can say simply log out that console log I am at bottom. So I can remove this one, and let's try this. Refresh, and yep, so let's do that. And once again, I think we have an issue, and to resolve this issue, I can simply say if it is greater than equal to, greater than and equal to. Okay, let's try once again. So it says I am at bottom because I am at the bottom. So I need to start, and once again I go, and yep, you can see twice, and once again I'm at the bottom, I'm at the bottom. And now whenever we reach the bottom, we just need to change the page. So set page will be page +1. Very nice. Okay, so yep, we are at the top. Let's go, and as soon as I reach the bottom, you can see we are loading more images. But the problem is when we load the image, it's just refreshes to the top. Yeah, you can see we have page 3 now, then we have a page 4, like this. This is the problem we are facing, and the problem, to solve this problem, we can use a library from the npm to solve this issue, and then we don't have to worry about all these things like window and offset, everything. So let's see how we will use that library to actually do the infinite scrolling. So the problem we are facing is when I reach to the bottom, yes, it load the next page, but to move at the top, and various other problems. So let's solve this problem by searching for React infinite loading. And the best library I know is React Infinite Scroll component. Okay, so let's open this one. And here you can see it has many downloads, like 80,000 downloads per week. Very famous. So that's good. So let's install this library. While this library is installing, let's see how we can use it. Obviously, we need to use this infinite scroll. Then we need to determine or define actually the length as a data length. Then on this next prop, we need to give the function which is actually going to fetch the next part, next page actually. Then has more will true is actually going to trigger when we reach the bottom, and then it load the next page. Okay, so let's try. So it is now installed, and because we need to give the actual data inside this as a children prop, so let's see how we can actually do that. So we have show images, and this show images is using this map, but here I can actually return infinite scroll, and then I can move it like this. Yep, we have this, and let's remove it, and this should be like this one. Yep, so we have a component because we need to render some JavaScript. We have used the curly braces. Inside that we are using this image. Okay, but now if I do this only and go here, it says data length is missing. Obviously we know. So data length will be, we know it's images dot length. Okay, next we have some more error. No, we don't have any error, but we have lost the styling. Don't worry about that. That's okay, but first we need to disable our own infinite scroll. So I can actually remove this one. We don't need this scroll hook, custom hook, and that's good. Now once again, let's try. I'm at the top. If I go at the bottom, no, nothing is happening. One more thing is that I don't want this load more button, so let's go here and totally remove this load more button. That's done. And next it require next. So next prop will be a function. So I can give an arrow function which is going to set page as a page plus 1. Okay, let's try this. Still it's not loading the next page because finally we need to give has more to true. Okay, so finally has more to true. So at the top, I'm at the top. Yep, like this. Let's go at the bottom and keep your eye on the network tab so I can show you that we have some calls. Okay, so we have this, and scrolling at the bottom, yep, you can see it has actually loaded the component just like this, and once again it's loaded. And I think we have some issue because of that loading part. So the issue is because of this loading, because as soon as is loading gets true, this render, and then once again this render from the top. So for now I can remove this loading, and let's see how this is going to work. Okay, so once again let's try that. Yep, you can see we don't have any re-rendering at the top, and that's okay, no problem. To solve that issue, we can use this loading. Instead of here, we can load it at the bottom, and now I can simply say like if is loading is true, then show the loading icon there. Okay, let's try this at the bottom. Yep. So it's actually not having that loading state because it's too fast. Very nice. So we are having all these images, but finally we lost the issue of that styling. To solve that, you can see somewhere it's given. Yeah, you can also provide the class name to give the any class name you want. Okay, so we actually want to give this flex thing. So instead of flex giving there, I can give that class name flex and flex wrap here. Let's try this. Okay, that's cool. And that means I can totally remove these two like here. Okay, that's nice. Once again, yeah, you can see now we cannot feel that something is loading in the background as we are scrolling down. It's called infinite scrolling. Whoa, that's cool. And you can see that we also have that loading circle also. This is how we can have that. And once again we have done that part, so let's move ahead. Now the next thing I want to do here is, you can see here the images are totally random, but if you can go to the UnSplash, you can search the photo by keyword also, but then the URL is little different. It's search and then photos. And if I open the URL here, it's just /photos, but to search we need to say search/photos. So first thing I do is I can remove this photos from here so that the URL is actually the real API, and instead of this URL I can call it API. And because we have made changes in .env, I need to restart server. While this is restarting, let's fix the fetch image because now it's not going to work because we have made changes. Obviously it's restarting. Okay, so point is we need to convert it into API. Also this URL, then comes photos, and then it will going to work just like previously. Okay, so it's loading for now. And yeah, it is working fine. But if I say search then photos, and we need to give the search term here, and it's like query. The search term is actually the query. Okay, so at the last with the and sign I can say query is, let's say, dog, like here. Okay, let's see. It says unable to fetch. We have some issue here. Okay, so it says dog, and I think I don't need this. No, we have some issues. So let's see what's the issue. Let's refresh. Okay, so point here is, you can see we are having the result something like this. But if I just search for normal photos, for random photos actually, you can see we are having directly the images. But when we search, we are having a return statement with the results. So we need to do little tweak. And the tweak is, when we are searching, then instead of response.data, we need to say response.data.results. And now we will see the photos of the dog. Wow, that's nice. But instead of giving this dog from here hard-coded, I want to get from this images, and I want to have some input field. So first I will create a div. Inside this div I will create a input field, and the input field type will be obviously text, and then on change we will handle input and input like this. and handle input should be a function we can create here like this, which is going to get the E, that is event. Okay, and now let's give some class to this input field, which is simple width of full. And because this is at the top, we cannot see it, we need to give some styling. First, I'm going to give this div as a margin y of 5. Then I can give this input field some border, some rounded, and some shadow. Let's see. Okay, and if I give the placeholder, this will look very nice. Search photos here. Yeah, it is good. I can also provide some padding here, padding of 2. Cool. So now it is working, but also I need to have some search button, or I can just search as soon as we type here. Now we have this E, that means we can get the e.target.value, which will be the actual text we type here. So if I type cat, you can see we have C, then CA, then CAT. Okay, so we have that. We need to create a state. So I can create a use state. This is called search term. Initially the term search term is null. Okay, and then we can go here and set the search term. Cool. So we have that. That means if I go to the components, go to the images, and we have state as null, which is for actually for our this one, which is for the search term. So I can say cat, and you can see now search term become cat. Okay, what we can do with the search term? We can simply pass this search term to our fetch image custom hook. Just like we are passing the page number, we can also pass the searching term. So since we are passing it, we can accept it here. So I can say search term, and now instead of hard-coded dog, I can say search term. Wow, that's nice. So initially it's having nothing, so that's how we are having nothing image. And then if I say now say dog, D-O-G, dog, we have done that. So what if I check for fetch image? Fetch image is a custom hook which is actually getting prop, but the prop is not visible here. It's not visible, no problem. So what we can do, we can log here. So we can simply say log of search term and cat. You can see it is here. But when we have made changes in the search term, then also we need to trigger it. This Axios call is triggering only when page is changing. We also want this to be triggered when search term changes. Okay, so let's try. I can say dog, and you can see we are having this dog images. Very nice. But we have the issue. Issue is, what if I change it and as soon as I type, it is triggering that API call. So if I search for cat and if I say CAT, you can see we have 3 calls. This is the problem, and still you can see it's not reflected with the cat, but it is reflected, but the cat images are added at the bottom. So we can see, yeah, here we have the cat images. So that's the problem. So next problem is, if I refresh, you can see we are not having the random images. We are having this I don't know what kind of images this. So we have various problems. Let's solve each one by one. So first, to solve this issue that if I refresh, we don't have the random image. Let's solve it. So this is because we have changed the API endpoint. So first I can say const URL is equal to, and I can call this as a API, and this should be API. And now I'm creating a new URL. So I can say if search term, initially it is null, I think. Yeah, it is null initially. So if it is null like this, if it is null, then the endpoint is /photos. But if it is not null, then the endpoint will be search/photos. That's it. Okay, we have that. Now we need to put it here like this. So $URL. Okay, we have done that, and we can remove the slash. Initial slash we have removed. So API endpoint, then whatever is the URL, and then whatever is the thing. But next is, we know that this, the result.data.result, response.data.result is only going to work for the searching part. Once again, one more if statement. If search term is there, then this will be the case. Otherwise, it will be just data. Also, we don't want to add the old images like this when we are searching. Okay, let's try this. So finally we have the random images. Yep, that's good. Now what if I try to search for dog once again? Yep, we have the dogs. That's cool. And yep, we have this. What if I try to search for cat? So now we have some issue. Yep, so we got the cat. And we have lots of API calls. We need to restrict it. But one thing we have solved is having this random images. But I don't like the idea of having everything in one use effect. The real power of use effect is you can separate the use case. So I can create a new use effect that will only going to work for search term, like here. And this one is for whenever there is a change in the page. So I can just copy everything from here, and then I can say when there is this, because this is only going to work for change in the search term, then we know this is always going to be search/photos and with some queries, and then we don't need these if statements. That's cool. And then we can simply remove this search term like this from here and get back the photos. No need for this URL and no need for the query term. Yeah, I think you got it right. We later need that in this page change use effect also, but we will see that later. So finally, if we refresh, we have a random. We have some issue here. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to say if like this. So if search term is equal to null, I can say like this. If this is null, then just return, not doing anything. If it is it going to work? Yes, it is working. What if I search for dog? And we need to wait because there are API calls for every stroke. So I think we lost the dog. Yeah, it's not working. So once again, let's search. Yeah, we got that. We have little issues here. We will solve it one by one. What about cat? So cat, yeah. So we have that issue. We need to solve that issue. Like, we don't want to trigger API call for every keystroke like this. So the random images is working and searching is working, but we have the issue is for every keystroke we are triggering the API call. So if I search for dog, we have a 3 keystrokes, so 3 API calls. We don't want this one. How to solve it? We have this handle input function where we are setting the search term, and for every setting of the search term, that means for every change in the search term, we are triggering this API call. So we need to restrict it. How we can restrict? First, we need a timeout. That means we are going to trigger this set search term or hitting the API call after some time. So to use that set timeout, it's very easy. Set timeout and timeout after 1 second, and let's search for it. Let's try. And if I type something, we are having this problem. It says value of null, because initially this timeout is in the memory and at that time there was no target. So that's why it says e.target.value to be null of value. I can do one thing. I can say text is equal to this one and giving the text. Okay, so now once again try. Clear this and I can say cat. So we have a 3 or 4 calls. That's we need to prevent. Okay, so that's not working because every time we hit the keyboard, every time with every key press, it's creating a different timeout. So what we need, actually, we need to say timeout is equal to this one, and before that we can say clear timeout and the timeout name, which is timeout. Okay, let's try once again. So I can say cat, and this time it says timeout before initialization. Obviously we are trying to clear the timeout before it is initialized. So to solve this issue, we can simply create a state, and I can call this state typing timeout, and it's very important to have it as an empty string. Now what I will do, I will move this timeout into the set typing timeout after completing it. So set typing timeout is actually the typing timeout, this one. And now instead of clearing this one, I'm going to clear typing timeout. So first time it will say typing timeout clear. Okay, that's a simple string, so there's no issue. It's created before that. But after that we have a real timeout. Let's try this one. Clear it. I can say cat, and you can see after 1 second we have only one API call. Now what if I type slowly? I can say dog. Then also we have this. That is because after every keystroke we need to wait for 1 second to hit the API call. If we again press before the 1 second, then the old timeout will clear out, and at that time the search term will not get changed. So that's how, if I change it to 500, then if I type slowly like dog, you can see we have a 2 actually, for that do was fast. So this is how actually you can create the debounce effect. This is called a debounce effect. This means you are only triggering after some time. So let's search for Mike. Okay, that's good. And Michael, Jackson. You saw that I have written this much of thing, and the query and the API call was just one. I typed Michael Jackson, and obviously we are not getting that Michael Jackson photo. I don't know why. Anyways, we just have the one call. So this is how you can create the debounce effect. Now, since we have created something which is reusable, why not create a custom hook for this? And we can call this hook as useDebounce.js. Okay, so create a function. This is a normal function, and move this state from here to here. Also, we need all these things like here. And let's create a function called debounce and then paste it. And then finally return this function called debounce. Since we have returned that function, we can use that custom hook. Const debounce is equal to, so debounce is equal to use debounce, and then we need to see what we need inside this debounce. First we need the time, so I can say wait time, which is wait, but before that wait we need that function to be triggered, so I can say func, the function, and this will be like func. Okay, and now let's try. So debounce, and first we need to give a function, so it says function set search term, and the term is actually the text, and the time is 1000. Let's try this. Is it going to work? It says use state, obviously use state. Yeah, now it's done. Once again, let's try, and I can say dog and only one, triggering one API call. That's cool. And let's modify this a little bit. One thing is that we can give a wait for 1000 as a default one. In that case, we don't have to give this here every time. Also, you can see we are just calling a function, so why not move it as a arrow function in inline function. Cool. So this is our custom hook, which is for use debounce, and we are using it here very neat and clean. Let's final try, and then we finish this chapter. Okay, so cat, only one. That's very efficient, and I'm very happy with our progress. We are creating our custom hook, reusable library we are creating for ourselves. Very nice. Once again, we have some issue. Everything is working on a random part. We have an infinite scroll, but what if I search, like once again I search for dog. Yep, dogs are here, but then if I scroll down, we still again have the random images. This is because when the page changes on our use fetch image custom hook, whenever there's a change in the page, we are loading a random images. So first we need to check what's the status. If there is a search term, that means we need to search for the photos. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function, and I call it fetch search, like fetching the search term. Okay, so I will going to move this Axios call from here to this function. And what's the benefit of this? I will show you later, but first let's call it. So fetch search. Okay, so this is working. Once again, let's try this. At the top, dog is there. Cool. This is working. But whenever the page changes, so I can say if page, or if search term is equal, or actually not equal to null, Then I'm going to fetch search. Got it? Otherwise, search for the random image. So once again, I can move this into another function called fetch random, and here, so once again, fetch random. Okay, so when page changes, we are checking, is it for the searching? If it is for the searching, then fetch search, and fetch search is here. Okay, let's try it. So search for doc, and docs are here, but the problem is as soon as I scroll at the bottom, it's actually replacing all the images, and that is because we are saying here replace the image when you search the images. So here we need one more check for page. If page is greater than 1, then we are not just adding the image, we want the old images also. So let's destructure or spread the old images, then the new result. Otherwise, if this is the first page, then just add, or you can say replace all the images. So we have random image. Let's search for mouse, and yeah, mouses are there. And now if I scroll down for infinite scroll, we have the infinite scroll. Cool. So infinite scroll for random and for the search term also. So both are working absolutely fine, but still I'm not happy with what we have done here. So that's okay if we have search term, we have a pages, but you know, we can improve these things. Improvement always lies in the repetition. So repetition is the catch part. See the catch part for this fetching the random, and the catch part for fetching the search term. So instead of to fetch, I can simply create a function which is just saying fetch. Okay, and now according to our search term, I can change the URL. So once again, const URL is equal to, if search term is equal to null, if it is null, that means we are just searching for photos. Otherwise, we are searching for search and then photos. This means we can move this Reactjs call from here to here, and then API and this one, that means the URL, and then these things. But query is only for the search term. So I can cut this query from here, and I can give a question mark and then query. If question mark is there, then this question mark will not going to work. So I can remove the question mark from here and provide the question mark here, so that if this one is there, then question mark is already there. Then after client ID and page, we can remove this. And also if searching is there, then it's going to have this query, the search term, and we need to provide and here, and client ID and the page. We need to convert it into a backticks template literal. Okay, so since we have the Reactjs call according to our need, now we can get the catch part from here and provide it like here. Okay, so catch part is there, but what about the then part? So once again, copy the then part from there and paste it here. Now we have the issue here, because one is like fetch search is having this statement where we are setting according to the page and setting the result, data.result, but fetch random is not having a data.result. So here on the only fetch we have, in this we can say if search term is equal to null, this means we are fetching the random. Otherwise we are fetching the search term like this, and then we can move this searching on the fetch search like this, and this one already have that. Okay, so little bit of refactoring and the code will become so clean. Okay, that's good. And then whatever is the thing, I don't care, I just need to say fetch, and let's copy that loading part, and also fetch for search term. Okay, that's good. And it says response is not there, so I think we have the response.data. This one. So what we can do, we can pass the response like this in both of the random and the search like this. Let's try once again. Okay, that's good. Infinite scroll working. Let's search for dog. What about cat? So we have some issue with the cat. So 4403 with the cat. Search for cat once again. We have an issue with the rate limit. No issue, we can search for dog. Dog doesn't have any rate limit for us, but because we have, let's once again search. Yeah, so that's good. And you can see we have infinite scroll for this one also. Woohoo! Is there any chance for more refactoring? I can see here if search term is null, then we don't do anything. What if I once again combine search terms and page? Now let's try. Yeah, this is good. Random picks are there. Now we only have a dog. I think this is rate limited for the dog also. Cat, rate limited. Dog, no, dog is there. So there is issue with the rate limit. So sometime it works, sometime doesn't. Okay, so once again we have a dog back, and yep, it is working fine. Cool. So we have improved very high level of refactoring, and we can inline this like here and this one. That's good. Also we can inline this one like here. Yep, looking very nice. And this is how we can refactor things when we have, so we go step by step. So this is a very long video, so I think everything is done, and this will create some issue because of rate limit. Okay, nothing is left here, and this is how we refactor and clean our code. I want to have these photos behind the authentication. This means we need a login page. But to create some pages, we need the navigation or the routing. So let's first use the React Router DOM library to create the routes. So I'll just search for React Router DOM, and here we are. And you can see we have this React Router DOM website. Let's go on there, and we have this one like here, and it's very easy to install. So let's copy that and create a new terminal, paste it. While this is installing, let's see what we need to do next. Basic routing is very easy. What you need every page inside this route, you can say component, and every component should be in switch, but all these switch should be inside this router, which is actually the browser router, and its name is alias as router. and we need to do all these things inside our app. Let's see everything one by one. Okay, so we have installed that library. Now we can go simply to our app.js, and here first I'm going to move this into its own component, and I call this component as, let's say, gallery, and then return this as a JSX. Okay, now here inside this app, I told you I want to have first as router. So this is router, but we don't want to import directly the router. We want to have the browser router. So I need to say browser router, and I can alias it as a router. Okay, so we have that. Now inside, instead of using switch, but I want to show you how this route going to work. So we have this route as written in the documentation. In the children, we need to give the page we want to render or the component we want to render. So first I want to render the gallery. So we have this gallery component. I want to render it. But when I want to render, when the path is about, or in our case, let's say gallery. So path is equal to gallery, that is /gallery, then this is going to work. Okay, so by doing this, let's see what we are having. So we have to import this route like this. So we have imported that one also, and now let's try it. So we can go here, refresh this page, and here we can see we don't have anything. What about if I say /gallery? That should be gallery with the E. So seems like routing is working, but we don't have anything for our base URL like homepage. Okay, no problem. I'm going to create another function called home, and this is just going to returning a div, and in this div I want to have a h1 tag which is just saying home, or I can say welcome home, like this. Okay, so next I need to say, like here, create one more, and this should be / and instead of gallery I want home. Okay, so this is good, and you can see we have this welcome home. Okay, so what we can do, we can give this our friendly styles to make it at the center, flex, hide its screen, and class of margin auto, and yep, at the center. Wow, very nice. And I can also give this text of 3XL so that it's look bigger. Okay, then what we need something else like the login page. Okay, so once again let's go and create the login page, and we can go to the login, and I can say login page, and similar to this gallery we should have /login and then login. Okay, so we have bunch of routes with every route having the component. Okay, so that's good, and let's go to the /login, and still we are having this welcome home. Why is that? So let's go here and see how it is running. First, it's going to match this route, and it says, is there any / after the base URL, that is localhost 3000? After localhost 3000, is there any /? And I say yes, there is a /. You can see this is the /. And we also have the login. This is something very weird. We have a welcome page, then we have a login page. If I inspect this, you can see we have two things, and if I search for the component, you can see we have a route for home and route for login. Seems like it's rendering both of the home and for the login. As I told you, it's going to match first for the slash and then for the login, and both are matching, so that's why we have both. But I want to match it only once, so that's why we need to use the switch. So it's only going to switch between the routes and only rendering first one. Cool. So let's once again go to the home page. Yep, it is there. If I go to the slash login, still we have a welcome home, but yeah, we get rid of multiple components, but still we are having the welcome home. Again, let's see this. React router DOMs check that is there any slash in the URL after localhost 3000. Yep, we have this, and because it is switching, it's stopped just after this. So that's why we just have a welcome home. To solve this issue, we can move this at the bottom, and now if I refresh, yes, we have a login page. If I go to base URL, yep, it is there, and also working for the gallery. But you can see, I think gallery is also not working. Why is that? Because gallery, so this should be E actually, not yeah, so gallery is also working, but this is not the perfect way. What we can do, once again move it at the top, we can give a simple prop which is called exact and exact to true. So it is going to match exactly the same path we have given here. Now we can see it is working for gallery, it is working for home page, also working for login. So this is how we can have the React router DOM in our application, and we have these different component. We can call them as a page. Now because everything is very nice, what we can do, we can reduce these things, because I don't like to repeat myself with this route component again and again with the different pages. So I can start with moving these components, which is actually the pages we are rendering, into its own dedicated directory, and I call this directory page. Okay, so let's create a page for index, and I call it index.js, and this should be the home page actually. So I can cut this one from here and paste it like this. So I can remove this home from here, and now instead of this home, I can simply say index, or I should rename it to home actually. Let's rename it to home, because we already have this index outside of this directory. So once again rename it to home. Okay, so that's good, but this time we need to import this home, and I think I need to open. Sometimes this import only work when I have opened the file. I don't know why. Okay, so home is imported. So we need one more page for login. So create a login.js, and I can simply cut this and paste it, copy this React part for the top, and export default. Done. So login is also done. So let's import the login, which is also imported, and the third one is gallery. So we have a gallery.js. As we know, we need to first import it, then export default of this gallery function or the component, like here. But this time we also need this images, which is also imported like this. So since we have done that, let's finally import gallery like this, and see, we don't need the images, and that's it. So in my opinion, everything should work fine. And once again, and I call it with a small p like this, because every other directory name starts with a small p, or a small letter actually. Okay, so now it says okay, so gallery does not exist. Oops, I think I have not saved any file. Okay, I have saved all the files. Still says login. Okay, if I go to the home page, it says gallery.js does not match the corresponding name on disk. Page. Got the point, because everything is there. Gallery. So can't resolve React somewhere. Why it is node module, it just React on the gallery, on the home also. How this happened? Something weird happened sometime with these extensions. Okay, I should see. Yeah, so everything is there, so we can simply go to the /login and /gallery. Yep. Okay, next important refactoring I want to do is refactoring these routes. For that, I'm going to use this util directory, utilities, and inside this I can create a file called routes.js. Okay, inside this I'm going to say export default and exporting an array, and this array is going to hold all the information for each routing. So see, every route need a path, need exact, and the component name. So first we can say path is /, then exact is true for the base URL, and then component name, which in our case is home for the home, like this. Okay, so now what I can do, I can import the routes. So I can say import routes from, and this should be actually the same directory. No, we have a util and then we have a routes. So we have routes, and now in this switch I can use routes.map, because this is an array. We can map over the arrays, and I can get the route, a single route, and then I can move this, and now I can dynamically call this path as a route.path, exact as a route.exact, and now instead of passing it here, I can totally remove it, and I can pass as a prop the component name. So component is route.component, and self close it. So we just have one route here, other routes are already like this one. Let's go, and now it says React must be in the scope of JSX. So because we are using this JSX, we need the React, although there is no use here. I don't know the concept of having React in this. It's just for rendering, I think, this component or JSX. Okay, so that's working, but what if I go to the base URL? It's having the error. It says expected a string but got a object. This is an object, so it says expected a string or a function or a class. So I can create this as a function, arrow function, and now it is working. Okay, so we got the point. We just need to replicate this 2 times, one for gallery, exact is not required, and then gallery component, then /login, exact is not required for login component. So see, it's very clean. All the routing part is dedicated to this file, and the role of this app.js now reduced to just you can say configuring the React router DOM. Everything is now handled by all these routes. So next time we don't have to touch this app.js to create a new route. We can just go to the routes.js file. Okay, so home is working, /login is working, and gallery is working. Next, we need a navbar or a header kind of things so that we can easily navigate between the links. The point is where we need to create the navbar, because we are switching between the components. The router DOM, React router DOM, is actually switching between the components. We call them pages, but the header should be above all these things. So I can say like the header should include inside this. So I can create a nav. Inside this nav I can say UL, and inside this UL, or I can directly call, instead of these things I can directly call like div. So div is having a home, then login, then gallery. Let's see how it's going to look. Yep, these are here, and these are available on every routing. Okay, so now let's make them a proper route. But if I make them as a anchor tag and then give a href of slash and then href of slash login, let's see what's going to happen on these two. So slash is okay, login is also okay, but every time I do this it refreshes the page. It's not good thing. So we just need to go to the React router DOM once again, and here you can see it's given that we can use the link to create new links, and we can actually copy all the nav part. So I can cut and paste these things. Just need to import link from the React router DOM, just like this one, and then I can say it's actually gallery, so I can call it gallery. Oops. And finally it's not user, it's login slash login. Okay, let's try this. So login, yep, gallery, cool, home is home. So now it's very nice, and that's how we create a dedicated, you can say, nav bar. But once again, the role of app.js is not to create all these links. It just need to hold the nav bar. So I can create a new component, and I call this component as header.js, obviously, and this is header.js. You can call it a nav bar or header bar, anything you want, but I just call it this one. So I cut this nav from here and then paste it here. Once again, we need to import this link from React router DOM, just like this, and then we need to remove the link from here because we are not using it here. So let's close this. Before closing, we need to actually import the header inside this app.js. So it's not headers, it's just header. So this should be imported. Yeah, it's imported. Now let's close app.js. Inside this header.js we have everything, and yes, it is working. But now let's style these things. So very first thing I can do, I can simply say this UL as flex so that everything is inline, then giving this nav as a padding y of let's say 3. Okay, maybe I can give 5, and yeah, so I can zoom it like this. Okay, so that's cool. And also give background of let's say purple 900, and instead of purple I should go with gray 900, and then text of white. Okay, that's good. But next we need the login should be on the right, but not home and gallery. So for that I can do one thing, is I can create a span tag. In this span I can move them like this, and then I can say justify between. So yeah, we have like this, and now we need to give this span as a flex. Yeah, it's good, but now we need the padding for the x in this UL. So padding x of, let's say 10 is okay. Now we need some space between gallery and this, so I can give this to li as a class name for margin right of let's say 5. Okay, so this is good, and login is on the right. Everything is fine, and now we can easily switch between the pages. Wow, cool. Next task is to go into this login component and login page, I call it, and then have some form. Let's go and design our login page. So let's open the login page. Here we have, and now let me just quickly do everything we have. So instead of this div, instead of this h1, I created it as a div, and then I need a h1 and I call it login. Then here I can create a form, and the form should be including div, which include the input field of type as email, and replicate it with type as password. And that's easy actually. One more last thing, which should be for our submit button. So I create a button and I call it login, and this having a type of submit. Yep, nice. So this is actually a button and this is a text. Okay, so let me style these things and then I will show you all these again. And finally, I have designed this login form with a background of purple, I think. No, it's indigo 900, and the login title with the login button, 2 text field with the email and the password type. So everything is here. You can get it from this repository also. And then what I want actually, we are using old version of Tailwind CSS. So we have this 1.4.6. it's 1.7 currently running. So I can say npm update. While doing npm update, it will actually update the libraries which are upgradable. Now npm is updated, so we can check on the package.json and we can see now it is 1.7.6. we can track from here also, which should be like this one. Here we can see it has updated auto prefixer, post CLI, and Tailwind CSS. With this new Tailwind CSS, which is here, we have a gradient option also. So we can search for the gradient color stops like this. So now I can convert this with some styling or gradient. So it should be like background gradient. If it is not showing, then you need to reload the window, because by reloading it actually check the next thing which is not checking. So once again I can do npm install. Now npm is also installed because previously it just upgraded but not installed it. So yes, we have this background gradient to right only, and then from indigo 900 to indigo, let's say 600, and this should be not on the right, it should be on the bottom. So maybe bottom right. Let's try this and refresh. Oops, we lost the server. So npm run start. Now server is started. Yep, you can see it is having a gradient. If it is too sharp, then I can use 700. Looking nice. And also on this button, it should be background bg gradient to, let's say, once again to top right, and then from yellow 900 to dark 600 to yellow 400. How about this? So somewhat good. So this is how we design Tailwind CSS login form. And also let's create something like submission of form. So what happened when form submit? So on submit, we need to say handle form, and let's create a function to handle the form. So handle form is there, which is accepting the E for event. So I can say, let me show you something. So I can just log submitted. Okay, so when we click on this button, it should submit the form and we should have the console log. Let's open the console and refresh this page. And now it says you have a unique prop. So where we have left the unique prop in our app, I got the point. Because we are mapping to these routes, we need to give the index. So like here, and then provide the key as the index, like here. This should remove that warning. Yep, and this is nice. Cool. So let's submit this form, and you can see it actually submits the form. We can prevent it, like we can say e.prevent default. So prevent the default action of submission of the form, which is obviously submitting the form. So once again, remove that question mark. And now if I click, you can see form is actually not submitted by HTML way. It is prevented, and we have a console for submitted. This is the simplest way we can have this. Now let's set up the Firebase to create the login and registration. So I can simply write here Firebase, and then go here on the Firebase firebase.google.com. That's easy. And if you have not logged in, you need to log in there and then go to the console. When you go to the console, you will see all your projects. So let's create a new project, and I call it in-depth React 1. Why 1? Because this is just a first module. I don't want any analytics for this project. So just tutorial. So create one, and it's going to create everything for you. Then after this, let's just click on the continue, and we have this. So first it says, yeah, we have this, get started by adding Firebase to your app. We will do that, but first we need to go to the authentication, and here you can see we don't have any user. So first we need to set up the sign in method. For now, I'm going to set with email and the password. Very easy. So email and the password is enabled. We don't want email link or passwordless signing in. Let's just click on save, and yep, it is done. So now we don't have any user once again, but now I'm going to add a new user. So Sarthak at bitfumes.com, password is password. Click on add user, and the power of this Firebase is it has created this, but the password is not showing here, or it is actually saved an encrypted way. Okay, so we have that, but let's once again go to the Firebase, and actually on this page here we have this add an app to get started. So first we need to create an app, and I call it test or tutorial, and I don't need any hosting, so I say register app. Now it says add Firebase SDK after that. So we can use this script tag directly, or we can install it via our npm library. So first let's start with npm. Go here on this React project we have, and we can simply say npm install Firebase. Super easy. While this is installing, let's see what next we need to do. We need to configure our application, and because Firebase is smart enough to add all these things for us, which is actually our own credentials. So how we can start with this, how we can set up actually. So on this source directory, I can create a new directory called config. Inside the config, I can create a file called firebase.js. That's nice. Inside this, I can copy all these things from there, and you can see we have API key, auth domain, database URL, project ID, storage bucket, messaging sender ID, app ID, and finally initializing the Firebase app. So let's paste it. And because everything is Firebase and we have installed this via npm, we need to import Firebase. So import Firebase from Firebase like this. Then we have these kind of things. Then finally initializing, and at the last I can say export default Firebase. Okay, so that's done. Actually the configuration is done. Very easy. So what next we need to do? Let's say continue to console. How we can log in, what URL we need to hit to log in from this Firebase. For that, you can see at the right top we have very important thing called go to docs. So let's go to the documentation, and here we are, and we need to choose, we are working for our web. So let's go to the web, and here we have on the left side we can have lots of definitions for different documentation. We are interested in authentication, so we are interested in authentication for web, and we don't want the pre-built UI because we have already created our own UI. Then we can get the get started. Click on this get started, and from here we can actually get start. Now we have installed and configured the Firebase, created this authentication with a single user. Now let's see how we can sign in. Not sign up, it's registering. I want signing in because we already have the user. When we want to sign in, we need to use the Firebase, then auth, and then sign in with email and password, and then passing the email and the password. So let's copy all these things from here, and where we need to go to the login page. And here in this page you can see when we are submitting this form, this one, we are handling this function. Okay, so here I can say firebase.auth.sign in with the email and the password. So here we can provide the email. I should hard code it with the sarthak@bitfumes.com, and the password is real password. Okay, but this Firebase is actually a configured Firebase. That means Firebase from our configuration file, which should be from the config and the Firebase, like here. So now let's just try it. So once again, let's go here, open the dev tool, and click on network tab, clear it, click on this login, and we can see we have this, and we then return get this user information. Okay, if we are having everything right, then we should get something inside the console. That means we need to check the then part. So I can say dot Then we have the response, and we can simply log the response. Okay, so that's good. Let's try it. So clear this, click on login, and we need to wait for some time, and then we have this user information. So let's just fix the loading effect, and to have that we can simply say use state and is loading initially false when we hit this login. So when we hit the form, then it's true, but after the then part it will be false. And on this login I can say, like, if is loading is true, then I'm going to show, like, once again a simple I tag with a class name of fast circle notch and fast spin, or not fast, just fast spin, and then text of I think normal will be good, but otherwise this should be a simple string like this. Let's try it, and use state is not there. Every time I forgot it. Okay, once again let's go back, click here, loading, and then we have this. That's cool. But one more last thing is, if is loading is true, if it is true, then return. Then we don't want to call again and again. So even while this is loading, if I click on this button, nothing is going to happen. So we just see that we have only one API call. But now I am worrying about what if something is wrong. That means email password is not correct. Then if I click login, you can see it's infinitely loading because we are not handling the catch part, that means the error part. And you can see on this it's given that catch part, we have the error, we should have the error code and the error message. Let's go here, and on the catch part, so I can say dot catch, like here, then E or ERR, whatever you want to call. I just like the just E, and I just want to log console.log E. Let's say what is the error we are having, and click, and yeah, so we have some code is auth wrong password, and the message is password is invalid or the user does not have a password. Seems a valid message, but we need to stop this loading. So I can say set is loading to false once again, and then we need to show the error. So one field is for use state of error, just error, not errors, and a simple string. And then I can say set error is e dot, and what was that? I can have from here a simple message, e dot message. And where we can show this message, we can show this message somewhere in any you can say notification, and for now I'm just going to show above this login. So here we have this, and above this login I can have a p tag, and this p tag will going to render the error, but this is only going to render if error is not equal to empty string, then only show this p tag, double end. Okay, so yep, click on login, and password is invalid or user does not have a valid password. So we have handled the both situations, like success situation and the error situation. So next, we don't want to hard code this password and the username. We really want to get the username and the password from these fields. Now to get the username and the password from this input fields, first I will create a form, or actually a state which is holding a form. So use state, and I call it simple form. This form is initially having an email as null and password as null, or it's actually empty string. Initially this is the case, but I can also say the value of this email field is form.email and the password is form.password. Okay, so that's good. But whenever I type something, you can see I'm typing, but it's not typing anything because this is always empty string, this one. So we need to handle this, and to handle I use the multi-cursor and I say on change, create a function called handle input. Let's create this function, handle input. Handle input is there, obviously getting the E, that means the event, and this event can give you two important things, e.target.value and e.target.name, and that should be E. Let's try. Open the dev tool, console, and if I type something here, you can see we are having here but just the value, not the name, because these fields doesn't have the name. So let's give them a name. So first one is email and the second one is password. Now let's try. If I type something here, you can see whatever I'm typing and then email, and then inside the password whatever I'm typing and then the password. This is going to be helpful when we try to set the form. So I can say set form. Inside this form I want to create a simple object, because form is an object of email and the password. So I want to have the form, but I want to persist the values which are already available from the form. So I can say spread the form but replace the value whose name is this. So I can cut and paste, and it should be inside this actually this should be like e dot and value is this one. So I can once again cut like this, but to render this as a, you can say, key, I need to move this inside this curly square brackets. So see, when I'm tapping inside the email, then email field, because the name is given as email field is going to set with its value, but it's keeping the password as it was before. Similarly, when we are typing for the password, then it's setting the password with its value, keeping the email as it is. So to show these things, I can go to the components, and on this login form we can see we have a state for email and the password, both are empty. When I'm tapping on the email part, you can see email is updated but not the password. But when I'm tapping on the password, its password is only updated, not the email. It's not showing because we need to make sure we give the text as a black, text black, because here somewhere we have given text white for everything. Maybe I can search for text. Yeah, here we have. So this is the one which is creating the problem, but we have solved it by writing text black. So I can say sarthak@bitfumes.com, sarthak@bitfumes.com, and the password is password. You can check it like this. This is the feature for Edge, not for the Chrome. Okay, so we have the form ready, and now instead of passing these two here as a hard-coded things, I can say form.email and form.password. Okay, so that's done. I can remove this also, and yep, it is cool. So let's try it once again. If I say anything like this and hello as a password, and now it says there is no user record corresponding to this identity. But what if I type the correct email with a password of password, click on login, and yes, there is no error. I should remove set errors as error as empty string. So what I'm going to do is, if I type something wrong, yes, we are getting the error message, but if I'm typing correct, then I should remove the errors. Yep, error is removed. And next we need to redirect user to the gallery or to the home so that we can then persist the login. After that also we need to make sure this is not log in, this should be log out. So after log in, we need to redirect user into the home page, and for that we need to go to the login page, that means login component, and here we are having this success part. There are various ways to redirect. First, let's go to the React router DOM, and here you can see we have a redirect auth, and that's actually example. So what I can do here, I can go to this redirect, and here we can see we have a component called redirect. Redirect will navigate to a new location, and this is we need. So it's just a redirect, that's easy. So first we need to create a state which is going to handle the is logged in state. So I can say use state, and I will say is logged in, and initially it is false. And then when the login is successful, then I can say set is logged in is not loading, logged in as true. Okay, so how we can use that redirect component? So it's very easy. Before this returning of the JSX, we can check if is logged in is true, then I'm going to say redirect, which is from the React router DOM to, and redirecting to the base URL. Let's see, is this the same? Yeah, 2 we need. Now let's try, and it says expected, and okay, so what I can do is return this one. That's good. Now this is successful. If I try to log in, yeah, there is nothing we have given, so email is badly formatted. Okay, so provide the email and the password, which is correct. So let's click on login, and yes, you can see we have redirected to this home page, and this is we want, and it's very easy. But you know, there is one more way also. In that way you don't have to use this redirect, or you don't have to use this logged in. But before saving this file, what if I try to go to the back? That means if I click on back button, you can see after logging in, after we try to log in like this, password, there is no way to go back to the login page, and that's the power of this redirect. Now this time, instead of using this set logged in, I'm going to use something different from this React router DOM. So as I go to the top, I have this use history hook. So let's use this use history hook. So just above this, I can say const history is equal to use history, which should be from React router DOM. So instead of this, I can say use history. And now here, when logging in is successful or signing in is successful, then I can say history dot push and pushing to the base URL. Okay, once again, let's try. So try to log in, not this one, and password is password. Click on login, and yes, we are redirected back to the home page. But what if I click on back button? You can see now I am on this login page. This is because we have added or pushed a new page into the history. But next, instead of this push, we can say let's replace it. And now once again refresh this page, try to log in with the email and a password, click on login, and yep, it is doing something. And now let's go to the back. Yep, you can see now I cannot go back to the login page. And this is how you can use the use history also to redirect the user programmatically. And once again, let's try. Yeah, so that's very nice. And now it's up to you, either you want to use history.replace or this redirect. In my opinion, redirect looks cool, but you don't have to write many things with the history, just this history, and you need to import this history. Simple enough to choose from these two things. Here we can see we have the login information, but even after logging in, we can get back to the login page. Also, there should be log out instead of log in. To get the information about the user is logged in or not, we can go to the Firebase once again, the documentation of Firebase. Inside the authentication web getting started, we have this one. So if you can scroll down from the top, you will get on auth state changed. Okay, so let's use this, but where we are going to use it? Inside this header part. Okay, so first let's go to the header and create a use effect, and here I can say Firebase dot auth dot on auth change. This gives you the user information. If user is logged in, then we will get the user, otherwise not. So we have the user using the arrow function, and just console log the user. Remove this input from here and import the Firebase from our own config Firebase. So go to config, then Firebase. Yes, we have this information, and let's log and open the console, refresh this page, and we have some issue. As always, I forgot the use effect to import. So yes, we can see we have the user information. You can see email sarthak@bitfilms.com. Yep, so if this is true, then I can create a use state, and I will say is logged in. Okay, initially it is false, but when we have the user, so we need to check. If we have the user, then we can say is logged in, set is logged in as true. Got it? And using that is logged in information, we can suggest either this should be a login or a log out. So how we can create a button? It's very easy. Button which say log out, but this is only going to work if user is logged in. So is logged in, if it is true, then show this one, that means log out button, otherwise show login button. Let's try this. I always do this. Somebody can stop me. Okay, let's go. And now you can see we have a log out here. So how we can log out then? So yes, we have the button, but how we can log out? So yeah, you can see password authentication we have. In this password authentication, at the bottom we have a method called sign out, and then whatever we want to do. So on the click of this button, so on click, we can say log out. This is a function we need to create, and it's log out. And here I need to say firebase auth and that should be with the brackets dot sign out, and then we have the then part. So after using this, we can redirect user to the login page. So we need to say history and use history from, so I think use history should be here. So const history is equal to use history, and like this, which is already imported, from React router DOM. Okay, now inside this logout I can say history dot replace. I don't want to user to click on the back button, so that's why I say log in. If there is some error, dot catch. If there is some error, I just log e dot response dot data. Now let's try once again and refresh this page. So now I can click on logout, and we are already on the login page. So once again, let's try. So password, click on login. So the user is redirected to the home page, but when I click on logout, you can see user is now redirected to the login page. We need to make changes in the logout also. That means we need to say set is logged in as false. By doing this, we can simply once again log in, password, so redirected to home page. Then even if I refresh, login persists, and click on logout, yep, you can see once again we have a login. So this is good, but as you know, even after logging in, user can visit the login page. This is not good. We need to prevent it. If we want to restrict user to visit home or gallery after login, just like you can see, if I log out, still I can access home and gallery. We need to share the logged in information with every page. But how we can do that? For that, we have this hook which is called UseContext. And how we can use this UseContext? We have this example here, and we will see this, but let's see what data we need to share. So we have this information in our header.js that we can use the Firebase library, the auth module, and on auth state change. If we have the user, we are setting the logged in information just for this header component, but we need to share it with everything. So how actually this use context useful? So let me show you some slides. Now here suppose we have one parent component, and then we have a child, and then grandchild and grandchild. That means nested components. If we want to share the data from parent component directly to great grandchild, there is no general way. We need to send prop to child and then to grandchild and then to great grandchild. And this is very inefficient. Also, suppose there is information which is only useful for great grandchild, but if we are passing that information via child and grandchild, that means child component and grandchild component doesn't have any use case for the data which they are passing. It just, the data is flowing through them. So that is very inefficient. So how UseContext works? If you know a little bit about store, or if you know about Redux, then this will be useful. So here is another slide, and what parent will do, parent component actually put all his data into the store, or in our case we will store it inside the context. Then every child can access the data from the store. So let me share with you a simple example. Suppose there is a grocery store, and if someone want the data or someone want the grocery, then he can go directly to the grocery store and get some grocery. But what if there are only 4 buildings, and first building is having the data and the last building want some grocery, that means a grocery, then if we don't have any store, then the first building should go via second and third to deliver the grocery to the 4th building. And if we have this centralized store, then any person from any building can go into the store and get the grocery. The same concept is here. Now let's see how we can implement this in our application. First, you can see we need to create the context and then provide the initial data. Okay, so let's do that. But where we will do that? As I told you, inside the app, because it will be the first component to render, and that should be the responsible for holding all the global data. So app.js is here, and inside this I'm going to create a context, and I call it app context. You can name it anything. So react.create context, and in this I can provide the initial data as logged in is false and user is empty string. The user information doesn't have anything, or you can provide null. Okay, so we have context is created. Now to use the context, we need to use it like this with a dot sign and then provider with some values. And whatever you have inside this provider will actually can share the data. So whatever this context provider covers will get the data from this context. Okay, so we want to share the data between header and every page. So this means we can have the app context here. So I can have the app context dot provider, and we need to close this one like this, and here we need to provide the current value, and the current value will be the logged in information and the user. So I will provide an array and I will say logged in, and this should be some state because we can change it one by one as we need. So use state of is logged in, just like we had on header. Initially it is false. Okay, that's good. And then I can have one more state for user information. So user, and initially it's empty object. So we can pass logged in information as is logged in, also provide the user. And to implement this logged in and set user thing, we need to use the Firebase as we have inside our header. So we can cut this use effect from here and paste it here like this, and set is logged in is true. Yep, if we have the user, also we can set the user. So set user, and this will be the user. Okay, but if we don't have the user, so set user as empty or set is logged in as false. That's good, and we are passing this. Also, we need to import this Firebase from here, and this should be in a same directory. Also import use effect and use state from React. Okay, so everything is done, and I'm just going to log to see if it is working or not. So I'm just going to log the user and save this header. Header doesn't need this user state. Okay, so we have no issues, and we are not getting that log. So here we have, that means we are not logged in. Okay, so if I say login and provide the detail with the password, also password, and click on login, and yes, you can see we now have the user information. That's cool. This means now if I can go to the component on the app, you can see state is having the user, and this is logged in state, which is having it true. So now we have the data in our states. We need to, not this one, this one states, and we have already passed it to the context. Let's see how we can use this context in our pages or other component. To use the data from the app context, we can go to the documentation, and once again, here is the example. We have created the context. We have used the context provider with some initial values, and whenever we want to use this, we can now use the UseContext hook, providing the context name and getting the data. So easy. So just like we had the data on headers, now we don't have any is logged in information, so we can totally remove it. But also this what is that, logout. Okay, so we will see how we can check that, but we don't have is set is logged into false. That's okay, but now we are using here is logged in, which is not available in header, and that's how we get the error. But now let's say const, and directly I can say use context, and context value is app context. App context is inside our app.js. So how we can use it here? This means we need to put this app context somewhere else in a dedicated file. And I have created this store directory. Inside this store directory, I'm going to create an index.js, and you can call it index store, or you can directly call it app context, whatever you want. So let's say app context. It doesn't matter, but what matter is we need to cut this app context from here, paste it, and then simply export default app context. Okay, so that's good. But now we need the app context here, so we can simply import it, and importing like this. Yeah, so it's now imported here. So we also need app context in our header file. Import it like this, which is imported. Okay, but this app context is having two things in an array. So you can see we have this array. Don't get confused with this curly braces with the object. These curly braces is just the starting of JavaScript inside JSX. Inside this, we have the data, which is in our array. So yeah, we can destructure just like this, and we have a user and we have a is logged in. Now we have this, and we are using is logged in information here. Let's go. And it says React is not defined, obviously because we are using React. We need to say import React from React. Is there anything? No. Okay, so use context is not defined. What I can do for myself, I always forgot to import the hooks. Next, and congratulations, you can see we have this log out, and this is because now if I can reopen this and go to the dev tool for components on the app, and then we have somewhere header. Yeah, we have the header, and this header you can see is holding some hook which is context, which having one for true, that means is logged in, and other is having the user information. Very nice. So this is the way we can share the information. And also if I click on logout, and we need to change it, but we will change it later, but let's refresh this. You can see still we have a log out. Why is that? Let's see. So logout function is there and it is logging out, but still our header is okay. So you see this is having a false and we don't have any user. That means our context is properly working, but we have some issue with this log out button. So we can go here and it says is logged in is true. When it is true, then only show the logout. So is logged in. Okay, I think I got the point. See, is logged in is the first element. Okay, yeah, here is logged in is the first element. So on the header we are destructuring and we have to switch the name. We just need to cut from here and paste it here. So first one is the logged in information and second one is the user, just like this, first and second. And now you can see we are back with the login. Let's once more try. Password, and you can see we have a logout. Click on logout and we have a login. How this is working? Because we have this where is that? Yeah, on auth state change. So as soon as the authenticated state changes, then this is going to trigger, and yep, you can see we have the proper logged in and log out information. So since we can share the logged in information plus the user details with every component and the pages, now it's time to redirect user if I am logged in from this login page. Just like this, if I am login, password, click on login. Yep, I am logged in, but still I can go to the login page. We need to restrict it. Restrict the user from accessing the login page when the user is authenticated. We need to create the protected routes. Every route is inside our app.js file. Here we have. So it's very easy actually. We know that if for a certain route, if we want that user is logged in and we want to redirect, we can use the redirect component. For that, I'm firstly going to access this route by using this curly braces and this return statement. Then everything will work fine. Yes, but then I need to check for the actual route we want to protect. So protecting the login route. So first let's check the path if it is login. So let's open the routes directory. Okay, path is /login. If path is /login, then we need to check if the user is already logged in. Then we don't want to access this logged in component. We just want to redirect user to the base URL or home page. Otherwise we don't have problem accessing the login page. So one more time, if is logged in, if the user is logged in for this login page, if the user is logged in, then we can just use redirect component and redirecting to the base URL, and obviously we need to return this like this. And make sure you imported this from the React router DOM, that means the redirect. Okay, let's try it and refresh this page. Yes, we are here. Now let's go to /login, click here, and you can see there was some flash, but after that it's returned to the base URL. So we have actually succeeded, but here we have some issues. Like we are checking for this login page here, and once again we are having this return statement. So you got this. So let's have the else part and move it like this. Okay, so once again let's try it, /login. And yes, you can see without any flash from this login page, we are redirected to the home page. That's cool. But obviously this is very ugly. We don't want this. So how we can beautify it? For this, let's go here and we can see on this React router DOM, we have the redirect auth. And in this redirect auth, they have used many routes, but some of the protected routes are also there. Protected route is just a component which is actually returning or rendering according to the authentication. This looks a little complex, so let me explain you some simpler way of having some protected route. So I will go to the source util, and inside this I'm going to create a new directory called routes. Inside routes I'm going to create a protected route, and I call it auth route.js. Obviously this should be a function which is not returning a JSX, but it's returning a protected route, or you can say route according to the authentication information. To get the authentication information, we can use the context, and we know first is logged in, and that is from the app context. So now let's check if is logged in is true. If the user is logged in, then we are going to return a route which is a normal route. But otherwise we are going to return a redirect route, and this is going to redirect to the login page because user is not logged in, so redirect to the login page. Okay, but what this route will going to render? This is going to render from the prop we are passing. So we can say like props, like spreading all the props we are passing here. How we can use this auth route? And we are going to use this for let's say gallery. So first I can remove this else part because we are returning everywhere. We don't need any else, but we need one more if statement for gallery. And now I'm going to return auth route, which is going to be exactly same as a normal route. So copy paste normal route, but I call it auth route and import it. And these things we are passing as a prop, and then we are accepting the prop and we are spreading the prop if the user is logged in. And as usual, let's import all these things like this one and this one also. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we are on home page. Let's log out first. I am logged out. If I try to access gallery, you can see I am redirected directly to the login page. But what if I am logged in, password, and then try to access gallery? Yes, I can easily access gallery. So this is the protected route. But still, this is a auth protection. You can see we have a login page which is only visible if user is not logged in. So since currently I am logged in, if I try to go to the login page, I can easily access, but then after it is redirecting, and that is because we have this one. So instead of this, I can create another route called guest route.js, and this will going to just opposite of this auth route. So I can copy everything from auth route to guest route, and this will going to return, it's redirecting to the home page. If user is not logged in, then proceed with the normal expected route, otherwise redirect user to the base URL. So now I can simply return, and returning just like auth route or a normal route. This time it's a guest route. Import it and let's try it. So now I am logged in. If I try to access login page, you can see it's redirected me to the home page, and we get the flash of that login page, which is because initially on our app.js, initially the value of logged in information is false. So that's why, and this Firebase is taking a little bit of time to reset or set the is logged in to true. That's why we are having that things. We will tackle this later, but for now you can see we have all these routes created, like a guest route and a auth route, but still we are checking for each route how we can make it more dynamic. So we have this routes directory. Why not move this routes directory inside this routes folder and now change it to index.js, and that's good. So this time we need to say routes are from util routes and index. Okay, so now we can give some details, like this gallery is protected for auth, like this, and login is protected for guest, and home is not protected for anything. So we can simply type none, or we can type simply null, whatever you want. And then instead of checking for every path, I can check for protected. If it is for guest, then return the guest route. If it is for auth, return the authenticated route, otherwise return the normal route. So see, this home page is a normal route, don't have any protection. So whether you're logged in or you're not logged in, you can access this. But if you are not logged in, you can access the login page but not the gallery, and it is accessing. So we have made some issue here. So yeah, so issue is this one. So protected, this should be protected. Okay, once again, yeah, so if we are not logged in, we can access login page but not gallery. So if I click on gallery, it's redirecting back to the login page. Let's now log in. Password. And yeah, so currently I am logged in. If I try to access gallery, yes, I can access. And if I try to log in page, and yeah, obviously there is some flash. We will solve this later. So this is how we can create all these protected routes for different situations. We have this weird issue. That means if I go to /login, I can see the login page for a moment, then it's redirected back to the home page. That is because if I go to my app directory or app file, actually, here we are having this is logged in, which is initially false, and then we are, after some time, when this is resolved, then we are making it as a true, and according to that we have our guest route, oops, like this one, and according to that we are returning the different routes and redirects. So how we can solve it? same situation is also for the gallery. So if I can see, I am not able to access the gallery, but what if I try to manually visit gallery from the URL, and that is having some flash of gallery, which is currently not available here, but we can see the blank page. To solve that issue, we can first make it as a null, and then in a guest route I can create another if statement for this, and I can say if is logged in is exactly equal to null, then remember we have created the login component, so loading component, so we have this loading. So now if I try to log in with the username and a password, and now if I try to access the login page, you can see we have this loading effect, and then it's redirected to the welcome page. Okay, so that's good, and we can do the same thing for our auth route like this, and we need to import. Yeah, I know. Okay, that's good. And now let's log out. So try to access gallery, no, but what if I manually go? So you can see we had the loading effect and then redirected to login. But even though I don't like this situation, why? Because the header is already there. If I once again try to access gallery, you can see we had the header and then we have the loading effect. I think we can change the color from yellow to blue, or blue 800. Okay, that's good. So how we can do one more thing is, like, we can actually undo everything from auth route and the guest route, and yeah, also make it false and create a new state, use state, and called is loading, which is initially false, but I can say set is loading to true, and when the promise is resolved, then make it false. And according to that, I can return the loading. So if is loading is true, then return the loading component here only. This means we always going to have the loading for whole page, not just for this white space. We also don't want to show the header. So password, so I am logged in, try to access login page, and we had that thing. So you can see that was having a problem, and we can make it loading true for always, and in that case we always have a loading first, login, and then the component. When we navigate between the pages, we don't know which page is active. Like, even if I am on login page, I don't know which one is active. I need to look into the page and then decide. What if I can make this active page somewhat different, like having an underline or having a different color, maybe like that. So that router, React router DOM, provide us a very nice API for nav link. Instead of using link, if we can use the nav link, then we have this active class name prop we can pass, and we can pass whatever the class name we want to pass here. Okay, so let's try this, or you can directly give some styling, but I want to have some class. So it's very easy actually. What we can do, we can go to our header, which is this one, and inside this header we are having the link for every link actually. So instead of this link, I can convert it into nav link, and obviously we need to import it, yeah, and remove this normal link, remove this use state also. Okay, so what next we need to do, we need to give active class name as underline. So text, what's that text? Let's search for Tailwind CSS. And now if I search here for underline text decoration, underline, yeah, this is just underline. Okay, so underline, that is I have done for home page. Okay, so if I'm on home, it is active. If I'm on gallery or login, it is not active. And I can actually copy that, paste it here for the gallery, paste for the login, and now check. You can see we have the underline in the login and also on the home. How we can change it? I think we can give exact also here. Is this going to work? Exact to true. That worked. So we are on login page, so we have an underline here. When we go to the home page, we have an underline here. When we go to the gallery, for that we need to log in. Gallery is having the underline. Let's change some text also. So I can do the multi-cursor and say text is going to be, what color we can choose? We have a black background, so we can use blue 200. So we need to actually type properly. Okay, so this is the one. So yeah, it is looking good. Also, you can see we can directly provide the active style to that one, and yeah, we have done the exact. But if we don't give any true part, that also going to work, like here. Yeah, it's working. So we have some issue. If I go to sign up and try to visit, you can see we are having a blank page, but every other route is working. So that means we need to handle some route which are not available in our application, and we can show a simple not found page. How we can do that? So every route is inside our app.js, and here we are looping through the routes we are having. But what if we don't have any route? Then I can copy this route, and after this I can have a new route. We don't need any key because it is out of the map. You can see map is closing here. Yeah, it starts from here and closes here. After this we have a route, and the path is going to be asterisk because it is going to set for everything which is not available in our application. Then exact is not required, and the component we need, instead of like this, I'm going to give component as a child component, and I call this not found component. So we need to create this not found, and in our page I can create let's say 404.js. so I call it 404 actually. So here now I can say not found, and we know we can simply have a h1 tag which will say page not found with a text of let's say 4XL and margin of auto to make it at the center, and then we need to say flex and height of a screen. Okay, that's done. And now once again let's change, let's import it like here and then try. So yeah, you can see it's already rendered. It says page not found, but if I go to the correct URL, it's working. So now currently sign up is not found. So now we need to work upon this sign up page, because yeah, we have the login page, but user can only log in if he can register. So let's work on this one. First, we need to have a button just like this on this nav bar to go into the sign up page, and where we are defining every navs, which is inside the header component. Inside this header component, we can see we have one UL, and we are using a span for the left hand navigations, and again with li we are having login on the right side. Instead, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to close this UL. Firstly, I will remove this span like this, and then after gallery and home, like on the left section, I'm going to close the UL and then create the UL for the right one also. So see, now we have a 2 UL. So if I close this and if I close this, now we have a 2 UL, one for the left one. Why it is like this? Yeah, one for the left one and one for the right one. But if I do this and save this file, you will see login is in the new page and home and gallery are on left and right. We can solve this by saying flex. So in that case, everything will be on a line, but login should be on the right. So then I can say justify between, and by doing this you can see it is at the right, but it is very close to the right. We need to give margin X of 10, or actually we need to give all of these things. Yeah, now you can see we have a sign up here. Next, let's open the right UL, and here we have one li for the login. Let's replicate this one and create one for sign up. So I say sign up, and path is again sign up. Let's try this, but it is too close. We need to give some margin left on this li for the sign up. Margin left of 5. Yes, it is good, but this is only going to be visible when I am not logged in. So if I try to log in, password, and after logging in, I can still see to log out. Why? Because we have this check that if person is logged in, then show logout for sign up also, but sign up is only going to be visible for the guest who has not logged in. So I can remove this part from here, and I can use double and sign, and then I will say if not logged in, then only show this sign up button. And now you can see logout is only there and no sign up. But instead of this thing having here, I can totally do that for the li. In that case, you can see we have removed the margin for the li. So if I log out, yep, we have the sign up, but it's not doing anything because it says page not found. So we need to create a page, and this page is signup.js, and make sure the correct spelling with a capital U, it's very important. And I can just say sign up, and we need to register this route. So we need to go to the routes index file, index.js, and after this login I can have path is sign up, component is sign up with a capital U, and it's protected for guest only. Yeah, it is imported. So now it is working. Very nice. So we have successfully created the route for the sign up, but now what I want to have this login page kind of form in our sign up page. So what we can simply do is we can go to the login page, copy everything from here and paste it, and then change the name from login to sign up. And if I go here, you can see exactly the same page, but it should be actually sign up instead of log in. And where we have, yeah, here we have, so sign up here like this. But we don't want to have this, because here we are totally using all manual things for handling the form. But there is a very nice library for handling the form, is this one, which is called Formik. Formik is a React library to make your form handling experience very simple and a breeze. So let's see how we can use it. To use this Formik, we just need to install it via npm. So grab this and paste it here. So while this is installing, let's see how we can use this Formik. And there are very nice tutorials from this Formik documentation, and I will guide you from everything what we can do in this Formik. So first, I don't want to have these forms just like we had previously. We need to remove it. The first thing I will do, I will not going to touch this JSX for now, but I will remove every use state and functions we had created for signing up, or actually that was for login. Okay, also I don't want to have this on submit. I can remove this error. Also these two things I can remove from here, and now also this loading part. Or maybe I can just comment this so that I just have a sign up. And yes, it is here, and this form is not doing anything. Now, how we can start with the Formik? So you can see Formik is installed. That means we can go at the top, and first we can use the Formik hook. That means use Formik hook. So I can simply say use Formik, and this is going to return us a Formik instance. So that should be like Formik. Okay, so because we had the Formik here, now what we can do with the Formik? In this hook, Formik can have a very nice implementation for submitting the form. So I can say on submit. You can see it is having on autocomplete. So on submit, and this will going to get some value, and then we can use the arrow function to log out the values, or value only. And I can say Formik, why kick Formik and values. Okay, so how we can use this submit function from this Formik? It's very easy. On this form we can have on submit is going to be Formik like this, Formik dot handle, and you can see we have lots of things, and we want the handle submit function. Okay, so now this form, the HTML form is handled by the function from the Formik. And now let's try. Open the console, click on submit button, and I can clear the console also. Click on submit button, and you can see it has some error. This error is saying that undefined or null object. This is because it says you don't have any initial state for any value on the Formik. So in this Formik, you need to define the initial values. Once again, autocomplete is there. And initial values will be very easy. It's just an object which says email is empty, and password, that should be password, is empty. Give a comma after this, and now let's try once again. Let's clear the console, click on the sign up, and you can see we are having a Formik and the values. So this Formik is the string we have for the console, this one, and the value is actually the value of this form. Very nice. So we have added the submit function. And now you will say, what will be the difference between the Formik submit function or the function which we had created? You will get everything as we proceed with the Formik. Just be with me and see the magic of Formik. So next, what we can do, we want to type something here, and that should reflect on the Formik. So it's just HTML5 validation. So now if I sign up, you can see still the email is empty. We need to bind the value here. So how we can do that? It's very easy. Value is equal to Formik dot, and now we need to grab the values, and from the values we want the email, and once again autocomplete is there. So now you can see, if I refresh, first it says some prop value without on change. We will have the on change later, but currently it's empty because the initial value is empty. But if I say sarthak@bitfumes.com for the email, and now you can see it is pre-filled. That is because this initial value is binded to the value of this email field. We can do the same thing for the password, and instead of this we can say password, and if I give the initial value of password as password, you will see that password field is also filled. That's good. Since we have done that, next, because it yelling us at the on change is required, obviously whenever you have the value for input. So I can once again empty this initial values, and here on this input I can say on change. Once again start with the Formik dot handle change, and we will use the same for both. And here is the magic. You will see that if I type something here like this, and if I now click on submit, yes, you can see the Formik submission has email and the password, which is on submit we had. So you have seen that we have removed various parts like handling the change event and setting the values. Everything is now handled by Formik. And this is just the beginning. As we proceed, you will see the real power of Formik. It's now time to check for the validation on this form using the Formik. Currently we have the HTML5 validation. If I try to submit, it says yes, this should be email field, but I'm not happy with this, because what if I try to write something like this without .com? You can see it is still valid, but we know that this is not a valid email ID. Also, we can see that we can submit this form without typing anything, and on the form fields we are having empty fields. So how we can validate? Just like we have an initial value, just like we have an on submit, we have one more thing which is called validate, and once again the autocomplete is there. This is going to get the values, and then we need to say or define some validation rules. So first I will say const errors is equal to an empty object, because we will put all the error inside this errors object. Then we can say if values dot email is equal to empty, or instead we can directly say if no value is there for email, then I can say errors errors dot email is equal to email field is required. Okay, and at the last we need to return errors. Okay, so we can do the same thing for the password. If values.password is not there, then we can have for the password, and we can say password field is required. So now let's go and try to submit this form. Once again I refresh this page and try to submit. You can see without defining anything, because we have defined the validation rules, we cannot submit this form. If I comment this validation rules, you will see that we will be able to submit this form without anything. Yeah, you can see we have the console. But once again, we have defined it, but how we can use these errors? As always, every error is inside the Formik. So if I have this input field, just below this input field, I can say like Formik dot errors dot email. That's good. And same thing we can do. Actually, we can put this inside a p tag, and then same we can do for the password. Password is here. Now see this here. Once I click on sign up, yeah, it says email field is required, password field is required. So much easy, very nice. Not only this, as we know that password should be 8 character or long, or maybe 6 character or long, then we can have one more thing, like, okay, if this is not going to pass, then if I say password value.password dot length is less than or equal to 6, then I can say password must be longer than 6. Okay, so you can see that this is only going to be reached if we have passed this one. So that is only going to work on the else part. Now else and if, so else, that should be else if actually. So we can say else if 6 character long, then do this, show this error. Okay, so once again click here. First it says password field is required, but if I say 1 2 3 4, and now you can see as I'm typing it's validating, and just 1 2 3 4 password must be longer than 6, and as soon as I reach the 7, password error is gone. Cool, very nice. And we can do the same thing for email. We can do this, and we can say else if values dot email, but this should be a trick. So I can go to the Formik, and here you can see we have a long list of regex to validate the email. So I can copy that from there, and I can actually paste it like this. And if this is the error, that means if email is invalid, then I can say email is, or email, what's the error actually? Invalid email address. Email is invalid. Okay, let's try this one. Now I type sarthak@bitfilms only, not .com, and if I try to without clicking anything, you can see we have the email validation. But the point is we have validation for every keystroke, and you can actually imagine it from this password 2 3 4 5 6 7. So for every keystroke we have the validation. We don't want this thing. So here you can see it says only going to validate things which is visited. Okay, and to have the visited part, we need to give this Formik.handle blur on each one. Okay, so here we have the on blur. So this is going to handle for the event of you can say visited one. Okay, that's good. So this means I can go here and I can say on blur is going to be Formik dot handle blur. Same thing for the password field, and let's see, is it going to work? I am saying that okay, this is actually not working, but don't know why they have given. Let's see, we will actually understand the situation. And the situation actually handle is you need to check for the touched. So when we have given the blur, it actually making this Formik aware of the field which we have visited. So now we need to check if the field is touched, something like this. Formik.touched, touched means visited. So if it is visited or if had some error, then only show this error. Okay, that means we need to give like this: Formik dot touched dot email if email is touched, and Formik dot errors dot email is there. If this both are true, then only going to show this. So they have done something like this. Okay, so question mark and move it like this, otherwise null. So I can copy this for the password field also. Okay, actually this is for the password, so I need to change it to password and then move it here for the email, and we just need to change this one. Okay, now see the magic. Now see, I am typing here, but there is no validation. But as soon as I focus out, you can see we have a validation. Similarly, if I say 1 2 3 4 only, there is no validation error. But as soon as I focus out, we have a validation. Once again, 5 6, focus out, and 7, yes, you can see it is removed. So this is how we have the validation for only when we have visited that thing. And now it is going to still not going to work because we have an invalid email. But if I say a valid email, we get the log for the email and the password. So that's good. But I am again not happy with this kind of things because Formik has lots of things. Also, I'm not happy with this validations. So let's make the validation very easy with the use of yep. Yes, with the use of yep validation library. So we will use this yep validation library and to make the validation a breeze. To simplify all these validation rules, we are going to use the yep library, and that is actually recommended by Formik. And here you can see we have a library for yep GitHub repository, and that's having a lots of things, but we are interested in some basic things, so we can just copy this one and install the yep library. So open the console and a new tab, let's install it. While this is installing, let's see how we can use it. So it's very easy. We need to import everything as yep from yep, and then we can define validation schema instead of just all these validations. So first I can remove all these validations like this, and then I can say validation schema. Now validation schema is going to create a yep object. So we need to create a yep object. As I told you, we need to import yep from yep. So import everything as yep from yep. Nice name actually. Okay, then we can say yep dot object. In this object, you can see it's super easy now. Field name and all your validations. Very nice. So field name is email, and then I can say yep dot string. So email should be a string, but it should be an email, and whatever you want to give as a validation error message, you can define inside this. So I can say email is invalid. Okay, but also you can provide the required field like this. So it should be a string and it should be required, and then check for the email if it is invalid or not. So I can say email is required. Okay, so let's check this, and then we will do this for password also. So yep library is installed. Let's go here, and because we know that we had removed the validation, and yeah, you can see it says email is required. If I remove .com focus out, it says invalid email, and the password is not having any validation. So if I give only 1 2 3, and you can see there is no validation, and now I'm going to give a comma, and I can say password. Once again, yep dot, it just required, and I can say password is required, but as before it should be a minimum of 6. So how about giving the minimum maximum? So first is the value and second is the message. Okay, so min of 6, and we can say password. Let's see what's the default message for this one. So if I go here, and now it says required is not exported yep, imported as yep. We have some issue here. Refresh this. Okay, got it. It says actually required, and that means we have a problem with the validation. Okay, so okay, so I think we need to give it as a string first. So a string and then required. Yeah, it is working. So once again, move the minimum to 6. Okay, once again, let's try. So 1 2 3 4, and focus out. Password must be at least 6 character. This is a nice message. I don't want to give a message. And what about this message of invalid email? I would like to know. So removing .com, and this says email must be a valid email. Nice messages. I should go with these messages. So this is how you can use the yep library to have a very nice validation rules for your Formik forms, and without brainstorming about everything. Like the most important one is the email. So yeah, I know there are much more hidden object inside this Formik, hidden magic inside this Formik, and we are going to see in the next that how we can reduce all these things in a very nice way. Formik had reduced our labor of writing so many things, plus the validation is the ultimate thing, but still you can see I'm not happy with these kind of things. I don't want to write the same thing. You can see these two are exactly identical for both of these fields. So what if we have a 10 field? So we don't want to write these two things for 10 times. So how we can reduce it? Okay, so let's go to the documentation of Formik. In this documentation, go to the reducing boilerplate, and we can have a get field props. I can first show you what is get field props, and then I will tell you what we are going to do. Okay, so anywhere, so let's just below somewhere else. I just want to console log, and consoling for Formik dot get field field values. Is it values or prop? I think prop. Yeah. So get field props, and then we need to define which field, which is the email. So let's see what we are getting inside this email. Inside this email field, we are getting the name, on blur, change, value. And this means we have defined various things, like we have defined on change, on blur, value, and there was 4th thing, and the name. Yeah, name. So now what I'm going to do, instead of writing these 4 things, I can do like spread for dot 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 of Formik dot get field props and the field name, and I can totally remove these 3 things and also remove this console log, and let's see what's going to happen. Yes, we can see if I can inspect it. So here we can see name email is there. Now if I try to focus out, it is working, validation is working, that means on blur is working. I can type something, that means on change is working, everything is working. And that's how we can remove all these 4 lines and come up with only 1 line. And that's amazing, because now we can do the same thing for our password field. So we have a password. See the magic, 8 lines are reduced to just 2 lines, one for this and one for email and one for password, and everything is still working absolutely fine. 1 2 3 4, and yes, you can see everything is fine. So this is how we reduce the boilerplate by having get field props. Next, still we are not happy with this kind of structure, because although we have the error, but we are doing too much of things for the error and doing almost same thing for both of the fields. Also, we are handling the form which is from the Formik. We can reduce this too. So how we can reduce? So we can use the React context leveraging of Formik, and it did everything for us. We don't have to do anything. What we need to do, instead of using this custom Formik hook, we can use the Formik component and define everything on there, and then return everything JSX as a Formik. And let's try this. And then we have this, and we get the Formik and returning everything here. Okay, so what I can do, because this is going to be a component, so inside JSX Formik, and obviously it should be imported like this, and close it at the bottom. Yeah, so we did that, but now we need to move everything. It's exactly the same. Initial value, on submit, validation schema. From there, we can totally remove this Formik hook and then paste it here. But you know, if this is a prop, this should be with the curly braces, and this one also, and this one also. Yeah, and we don't want any comma, and instead of this colon, I need to replace it with the equal to sign, and that's done actually. So now let's see, is there any error? Yeah, now it says Formik is not defined. And remember, because inside this Formik we need to return a object, or actually return a JSX and everything will be like inside this, and this is going to be a function which is having the Formik and returning this as a JSX. Okay, now this is going to work. You can see validation is working. That means everything is working. Now we have done that, and now what we get by doing this, because since we are inside this Formik component, we can take advantage of the context from the Formik, and that one is very powerful, because now we can just use the normal form, we can just use the field, we can use the error message. All these three are from the Formik, like Formik form, Formik field, and Formik error message. So let's just implement these things. Now we don't need this thing, that means using this Formik function, and now I can convert this form into a Formik form. So I can just say form, and we need to import it from Formik and make sure we close it also in a proper way. And now, because this is a Formik form and it know that it's going to handle with the Formik way, so we don't need to define the on submit. And that's nice. So next we can totally remove this thing, and we can create a error message component and just give the name, and name is email. It's going to handle everything for you. So I can totally remove this. So once again, remove this for password. But the last thing we had is this input field. It's a field. So let's have the field from the Formik, and then we need to define the name, and the name is email. But we also need the type, class name, placeholder. So we can copy this from here, paste it here. In that way, we still don't need this one. We can remove it totally. Similar to this field for email, we can do for the password. So field, and the field is holding all these things plus the name. So name is password, and remove this one also. And now we can see everything is working absolutely fine. It was previously working, but now we have a very clean way of writing all these things. So message, field, and form is submitted, validation, submit function, initial values, everything is handled by Formik. So much satisfaction, so much clean code, very less brainstorming, very nice. Next, we actually need to handle or submit this form to create a new user in the Firebase. Now the last thing is really submitting this form and create a new user. On this Firebase documentation for the authentication, inside web part, we have this Firebase auth create user with email and password. And that's what we are doing. We just have an email and the password field. So we can create the user because we just have one user. Let's create a new user. And we know that we have a Formik on submit state, and we can, instead of console log, we can simply say firebase dot auth dot create user with email and password. And here we can define value dot email, because first one should be email, and then value dot password. Okay, so first one is the email and second one is password. So this is done, but what happened after this? Like when it is successful, so then part will be here, or what happened if there is something error? There is some error, then we can catch it. Okay, so let's talk about these things. First, I will show you that if there is error, I can just log the error, log the E, and now I'm submitting it. Obviously it's not going to submit because the email field is required, password is required, and I say password is password. And now let's click on sign up, and it's pending, and we have some 400 error, and the error is simply saying we have a message from the error. The email address is already in use by another account. Okay, so this is the error we are getting. What if I just provide a very weak password, just 4-digit password? Obviously it's not going to submit because we have validation here, but I think there should be no message error. There should be no error for password because password is good. So how we can show this message at the email error? So Formik had a very nice thing. So once again, go to the Formik documentation and search for set field error. You can see this one is there, and set field error is the one we can use. But how we can get this? So we can get this from the Formik, and this is not given here. If I search for set error and go to the reference, and here you can see we can get everything from the Formik bag. And where we are getting this Formik bag? We are getting this Formik bag on the submit form. So handle submit is going to give you the values plus Formik bag. So you can name it anything actually, but on submit we can have a Formik bag, and from this Formik bag I can say Formik bag dot set error field errors, and first is the field name. You can see it says field name in a string form, which is email, and the second is the message, which is e dot message. Now let's see. Okay, once again the same email which is already available with the correct password, and yeah, you can see the email address is already in use by another account. So this is how we are handling the error. But let's see what actually we are getting here. So message email exists, and okay, so error dot errors, what actually we are getting? We have some issue here actually. So let's log e dot error, no, e dot response dot data. Let's log this one. So password, submit this form, and now it says data of undefined. Okay, so there is no response. So e dot error, let's search for e dot error only, and once again password, submit this. Okay, so we don't have that, but in the response we are getting the e dot error. Password. Okay, so what we are getting actually is we are getting code that auth email already in use, and then we are getting the message from this network tab. We can see we are having error with a code, and errors having a message having a domain. These things are not available here. I don't know why. So we can see, okay, so error.code, we can get error.code. So this is like that. So if I want to get the error dot message is there, error dot code is 400, but because how I can differentiate between the error from password or error from email? This, if I get this email exists error, then I can do something. Okay, no problem, we can handle both error in the same way, because what I'm going to show you is what if I am not defining any min for password, and then if I try to set a password which is let's say I'm using a different domain, but password is very weak, 1234 only, sign up, and this time you can see we don't have any error, but error is password should be at least 6 character long. How we can show this password? Like here. Okay, so once again we can get the password. It was locked. Okay, so once again with a different and password with very weak password, and yeah, you can see the password error is also showing inside this email field. So we can create another field, and which is like Firebase error, and we can show that Firebase error somewhere else. We can do that, but let's not waste time on that thing. So I think you got the point that how we can use the Formik error fields, how to push the error into the existing error bag. So since everything is fine, let's finally redirect user to the home page, and it should be logged in. So I can say const history, not use history, just history is equal to use history from React router DOM, and we know when everything is good we can say history dot replace, or you can use push to the home page like this. That's it. Okay, so let's close this console, and finally I can create a new user called Sarthak1, and password is, once again, let's use password. Click on sign up, and yeah, we have this. Yes, you can do the loading part just like we had for login, but yeah, it is, I think this is only for you and you can handle it properly. So this is how we can create a new user. So let's try to log in with the new user. So new user is Sarthak1 and the password is password, and we can easily log in. Very nice. Let's add some animation to our React application, and for that I'm going to use the Framer Motion library. Just go to Google and search for Framer Motion, and you will get this website, framer.com/motion. Go to this Framer Motion, and it is a very nice popular library which is allowing you to create so much easy and awesome animations. So we have couple of animations, and you can see we can provide various kind of options for providing the animation, like X, Y, scaling, rotations, like these kind of things. Also, we can do this kind of amazing animation where the card is just popping up from its proper position. We can also do so much of things on the dragging. Then we have other things like path animation, just this kind of things. But there are lots of things. We are going to just see how we can use this Framer Motion library. So once again, let's go at the top, and here just click on Checkout API. This will open this API website, and here we can see we have a quick start, or you can just scroll like here, and we need to install this Framer Motion using the npm. So let's now install this Framer Motion. Let's open the new terminal and just paste this, and while this is installing, let's see how we can use it. So as usual, first we need to import the motion from the Framer Motion, and then we need the component. And the best part of motion, the Framer Motion, is whatever the component you are using, just turn it to motion dot that component, or you can say the HTML element you are using, convert it to motion dot that particular HTML. So if you are using div, motion dot div. If you are using h1, then it could be motion dot h1. So much easy. Let's now see, but what we are going to first animate. We are going to animate this welcome home text. So let's see how we can animate this. First, let's go on the sidebar, And here on the source we have a pages and we have this home.js, and you can see the motion library is installed here on the terminal. Now let's see how we can turn it into a motion. As I told you, whenever we need some animation or a motion, just turn that into motion dot and that particular HTML tag. So we had h1, we are now converting into motion.h1. Obviously we need to import this motion from our framer motion library. Okay, so that's done, and now let's try, is there any animation? So if I refresh this page, I cannot see any animation. Why? Because whenever you are creating animation component, you need to define what kind of animation you want to do. So let's try this one, motion scaling to 0.5. On this h1 I will say motion is scaled to 0.5, and let's try. Yeah, it's a nice animation. I want to have a 1.5 instead. And obviously, yeah, you can see we have a very smooth and nice animation which just pops the text out from the inner thing. Let's see what next we can do. We can also provide some variant in which we can define what we want, and then we can define the initial and the animate. But what are these initial and animate? So see, animation is obviously the animation, but what you want initially to be. So I say initial, the initial state for the motion is, let's say, opacity of 0. So initially it's not available, then it's animate to 1.5 scale. Let's see, refresh. We cannot see anything. Why that happened? Because yes, initial opacity is 0, but on the animation we need to now say turn that opacity from 0 to 1. So now I say opacity to 1. Now you will see the real animation, and yeah, it is popping from 0 animation to 1 animation. But obviously you cannot observe that thing. So what we can do next, we can also have a duration kind of thing. So on this animate, I can provide the transition, and in this transition I will provide the duration. So how much duration it required for this animation. So I say 2, that means 2 seconds. Let's try this one, refresh the page, and yeah, this is super. But now what if I remove this opacity kind of things, and then you will see there is no opacity 0. Text was visible initially, and it's just zooming in. Okay, so this is very nice. But next what I want this text not from that center, but coming from the top and doing all the initial things. So as I said, initially it should be coming from the top and then to the center. So now I need to say y should be minus 300, and let's see if I do this. So it's above here on minus 300. So if I say minus 400, so it will be out from the screen. But then while the animation is doing what we want the x is equal to 0. That means whatever the initial position was, make it to the real position of the h1 tag or whatever the motion we are having. Yeah, you can see we have a nice animation from the top to the center with some opacity changing and scaling and the duration. We can also provide one more thing, and that is actually the rotation. So I say rotate, and I want this to rotate, let's say 5. I don't know what this is going to do. Let's try. So now we are having it there, and so it's rotated somewhat 5 degree, I think. So I want it to rotate to 360 degree. Let's see. Whoa, what a nice animation we have here. Let's make the duration once again so that it will going to be a very cool animation. Wow, I think I need to double this one. So this will be 720 instead of 360. So it will rotate 2 full circle. Whoa, this is nice. I think 360 is a decent one. So this is how we can use the framer motion, but this is not the end yet. It's just the starting. Let's see what we can do next with this framer motion. After animating this text, let's move to the gallery. But yes, we need to log in first to access this gallery. And yeah, we are here on the home. Let's go to gallery. We have these kind of images. But next what I want to click on this image and then I want to zoom in this image. So first what I'm going to do, instead of having a 3 panel, I should have a 5. So this time I will go on the sidebar and I will say on the gallery have this images component. So press command and click, and then we have opened the images, and here inside this images we have this image component. So once again press command and click, and now what I'm going to do here, we can see we have this div or we have this image. So I should do something on the image. So let's do something for hover. So let's say I'm converting into motion.image. Let's see, is it doing something? Obviously we need to import the motion. Yes, we have imported this, and now let's see, there is no animation because we need to define it. But I will say this time hover. So while hover, what I want when I hover, and while hover is because of this motion, so I want to scale it to the 2 times. Let's try, and the mouse is at the top. I just hover. Yeah, it's scaled, and it is scaled. Yes, I can see it is scaled, but as I said, first I'm going to convert this 3 to 5, and I can easily do this width 1/5. And now yes, we have 5 images in a row, which is something like this. Okay, so but this is not good. So instead of this, what can I do is I want to click on the image, and then really a modal came up, and on that modal I can show the bigger form of this image. For doing that thing, I am going to first remove this motion from this image and also this hover, and I should make it 8 so that it will be very small images like this one, which is not visible. So I think I can have a 6. Yeah, so 6 images are good here. And now let's do the clicking part. So we need to make sure we click on the image. So we have a on click, and we can say preview is previewing, or show preview. I can say show preview. This is the state I want to create, but I want to change the state. So we can first create a state. So we have a hovering, but we want one more state for showing the preview. So show preview is the state I have created, and make it capital S. Initially it is false, but when I click on this image, I want to make it true. Obviously you can extract this thing into a new function, but it's good to have everything in line. We don't care about these things. Now let's try. So it should be set show preview, I think. Yes, set show preview. Okay, so when I click, yeah, it's doing, but we cannot see the reflection. So what I am going to do, we have this div, the bigger div, which is holding the image, and inside this I'm going to create a section, and this section will say like just say preview. But this section is only going to be visible. Currently it is visible for everyone, but this is only going to be visible when show preview is true. So show preview, double $, and this section. Let's go to the edge and refresh this page. Obviously it was refreshed. So when I click here, it has this preview. But next I want to do something to hide this one also, because I can show preview, but I want to hide this. First, what I'm going to do, I want to make this clickable, and when I click on this preview, I want to just hide it. So on this, I say on click, and when I click on this section, I should simply say a arrow function which is going to say set show preview to false. Okay, that's good. Let's refresh. It's already refreshed. Click here. That's nice. Click on the preview. Yes, it is working very nice. But I should open a modal, as I told you. There should be a modal, because anyone can open any number of previews. That's not we want. So first we need to make this preview absolute, so that it will be it will not inside this container. So I can give a class, and class is absolute. Let's try this one. And now when I click, you can see we have this preview. Now let's do something to make this preview at the center. For that, first what I'm going to do, actually, let's do one thing. I convert this from preview, simple preview, to a p tag of preview, and move this here. Then I give this section as a fixed, having a width of full and height of full, also flex, so that we can give a justify center. And let's try this one, how it's going to look. Okay, so we click here, so it is at the center. But then I want this to be item center, so that it's aligned vertically at the center. Now let's try, and we cannot see that thing. Where is that one? So we can say one more thing, like top is 0, left is 0, also z index is equal to 40, so that it will be at the top of everything. Now you can see it is at the center. You can see wherever I click, I find this at the center. Nice. So we have this preview. But also we need one more thing. We can make this as a simple, you can say a div, and inside this div move this preview like here, and make it a class name for bg white, that means background of white. In that way we should see some white background. Yes, we have this. Cool. So we can have the image inside this modal we have created. But as you can see, when I click on this preview, I am closing it, and this is actually we want. So this is very nice thing. We have done that. And finally what we need to do, we need to say image, and actually we can copy everything we have here. Let's copy this and paste it. Just remove this on click, so that I don't have to give the on click on the image. And now you can see we have this big image like here, but we don't want that one. So what can I do? I can have 100 width only, not 100%. In that way, if I see this one, you can see we just have a very little image preview, and we can make it 300. so that it will be something like this one. Yeah, this preview is a good one. Okay, so this is nice, but once again I need the border, or I can say rounded a little bit. Some of the styling I can give. Yeah, we have some border here, rounded corners actually, but now I want this to be animated. So now currently everything is working. We have this. Let's animate this thing. First, let's go to the Framer motion, and framer.com/motion is here. In this, if you scroll down, we have something like this. So if I click on this card, the card is just open and zoomed out, and when I click outside, it's just back to this position. The same thing I want here. That's how we are going to animate. So we need to use lots of things. We know about motion.div, but we have two more things: animate shared layout plus animate presence. And you can see this animate presence is acting over the toggling part. So here we are toggling, and then we have an animate presence. So first let's have this animate presence. So let's open the image.js, and here we have this toggle show preview, this one. So we need to wrap this with animate presence, and we need to import it and then close this one. That's good. We have done that. Then it says every component, or at least the first one, should be the motion component. Okay, so we can convert this section into motion.section and make sure you close it properly also. Then what we need to do? We need to use the animate shared layout also. But see, this one, animate shared layout, is for the loop plus everything you have. And let's have a look here on our images component. We have this show image. Here we have an infinite scroll, and then we have a loop, we have a map. It says you need to wrap these map with animate shared layout. Okay, so we can have that, and we can actually move the infinite scroll also inside animate shared layout. Let's close it, and before closing, let's import this. And I have closed it like this one. Yeah, it is done. But doing these things is not enough, because we have a problem. Let's see here. If I click, it's still not working, and the problem is it's actually not hiding it. That is happening because yes, we are using this animate presence, and we are saying this is actually a motion section. So animate presence says, okay, I want something to exit this thing. How I can exit from it? So I need to say exit, and exit, I can define that opacity, turn the opacity to 0, and this is how you need to exit. Now we have actually solved that problem. So click, and you can see we have a very nice fade out, but we don't want this one. We want something else. So next thing is, you can see the animate presence part is not inside of this loop, but we have that. We are looping here. Where is that? Yeah, we are looping here inside images.js for every images, and for every image component we have this animate presence, which is actually opening the model. We need to extract it and move out of this loop. So it's very easy. Let's cut this out from here, and then here inside this show image we have an animate shared layout. Then we have an infinite scroll. After this infinite scroll, we need to paste this animate presence, which is actually the model which is showing the image. But then you can see it says show preview is not available here. So we need to move this show preview state from here to here in this show image. Yeah, that is done. But then next we can see on the click of this image, we are opening this modal. So we can simply say show, which should be a function we can pass as a prop. And here we have this image component. We have this image component. And now in this image component, I can pass as a prop, which should be set show preview to true. Now see, this is set show preview. We are setting it to true. When we have this is true, we are saying, okay, show the image, but which image? Because now we don't have the image outside of the loop. What we can do, whenever we are saying show preview, so like here, if I say, okay, I need to first import these things. Okay, so let's import it like this. And then it says motion is not defined. Let's import the motion also. And now it says image is not defined, which is actually the problem. Say image is not defined. But we have this images. If we can somehow grab the URL or the index, both way we can do that. So what I'm going to do, when I'm setting the show preview, I'm actually setting the URL of the image instead of just true and false. So initially it is false. Then when I click on any image, you can see we are passing this show prop with this function, which is setting show preview with the current image URL. And that is actually on the image.js. We have a single component image. Then here we have on click show. Yeah, that's done. Okay, so when we have something inside this show preview, then we can say show preview. So this is actually the show preview. Now let's try. And yes, it is back with the same thing, but this time we have extracted the animate presence from each of the images, like from image component to the images component outside of this images loop. What next we need to do? We can see whenever we are looping here inside the animate shared layout, first element should be the motion component, but we have our own component. What we can do, we cannot convert this into motion one because there is no motion.image. We need to say motion.div and we can wrap it here. By doing this, yes, we are following the framer motion, but we have lost the functionality of flex. To solve this issue, because any motion component is just like a normal HTML component, whatever you define here. So we have defined as a div. So we can provide the class. And we can go to the image component, single image component, and we can see we have this class. We can move this class here and then go to the image.js, remove totally that particular div because that div is now moved inside this loop. Since we have motion.div as a first component or first element, I need to move the key from image component to motion.div. And now we are back with the same thing, but we have done lots of things. We have used the animate presence over the infinite scroll. Then we have extracted animate presence, which is showing and hiding the image preview from the image component, this one, to images component just after this in images loop. We have also extracted this div, which is now converted to motion.div. If you want, you can animate this one using the opacity kind of thing. So opacity is 1 and initially that should be opacity is 0. So now we can see we should have some animation. Yes, there is an animation, but that animation is when this image is loading. Okay, this is nice, but where is this kind of animation? Let's do this. We want to make this kind of animation for our image preview. Here we have the images, which is having some of the animations, like when the image is loading, we have a fading kind of effect. And when this modal or the preview gone, then also we have a fading image. But then we need to connect every image with its original position. You can see we need to do one thing, which is having this layout ID. Let's have this layout ID on the each component, plus we need to use the same layout ID on the component which should be the dynamic or the selected one. If you are not getting it, let me show you this. So here we have a images.js. Here we have a show image. We are having an animated shared layout, and then we have a loop. That means the mapping. It says on the map, the first motion component you have, you need to give it a layout ID. Okay, so as it says, let's say layout ID. And what should we can give? We can give the index, or since we have this image URL regular which we are setting in show preview as the image URL, we can provide that also. Now after providing that, we need to give the layout ID which will be the selected one, and that's why I have given this layout ID as the image URL, because we are setting the image URL here. So now on this motion.section, which is actually a modal, I'm going to say layout ID is going to be the show preview, because inside this show preview I am having the selected or clicked image URL. Let's try this one. And now see this magic. Yeah, you can see it is very nice. It is very cool. And now we can play around with these kind of things. We have a nice preview for each image, but if you go to the documentation of this motion, framer motion, go to the animate shared layout, you can see here inside this animate shared layout, if you scroll like here, on the props we can have a type which is switch or fade, a crossfade, and they have used the crossfade inside this one also. You can see the type is crossfade. So let's give the type as a crossfade for this animate shared layout. So we have this animate shared layout, and I can say type is going to be a simple string called crossfade. Let's see what is the meaning of this one. So let's go here, and now we have the images. Now click on any image. You can see we have a zoom in effect, and then we have the real preview, which is obviously not good for our animation, because this is actually not perfect for us. We can have a switch one, which is the different styling. So let's try this one. So once again we have this, and let's try. Okay, so this is actually the default one. Let's see, is it the default one? Yeah, switch is actually the default one. So that's how switch is actually good for me in my case. Since it is default, I can totally remove it from here. So let's once again try, and everything is working fine. But you know, we had given a exit for the modal. See this one, animate presence, motion section, exit of opacity 0, and that's how it is when exiting, having opacity of 0. What if I remove it and see what we are getting? So once again click on the image, and yeah, it is not fading out. It is having a proper visibility, but I want to have that because now I want to move and give one more thing called rotate, and I want to rotate for let's say 360 once again. Save this file and try it once again. Click it. Yes, it is there, but when I exit from it, you will see we have a 360 rotation just like this one. We can also play with other options like transition is going to be, let's say duration is 1 second and only one curly brace for duration. Yes, it is done. Okay, once again try, click, and yes, we have this. And yeah, very nice animation. So this is nice. I really like this one. So this is how actually you can play with this framer motion library. Now let's work on the transition of the pages. That means some animation when we are moving into different pages. For that, we need to go to the app.js because here we are having the router, the switch, and different routes. So first, what we have to do, we actually have to convert this route into having a child component just like this. So I can totally remove this component, and here I can have a component like this. But you will say, Sarthak, in React the component name should be with a capital R. But you know, when we are using the dot notation, then we can use the smaller case also. So there is no problem with that. Still, login and sign up and home are working absolutely fine. This means now I can have a motion dot, and obviously let's import the motion dot div and move that component here. And then I can first say initial, it start from x is equal to 200, and then it will animate to x is equal to 0. We know these kind of things. And let's try this. But we have this animation. Let's stop this animation and see, is it going to work? So go to the home, and I should comment these two animations. And now let's see. Yeah, this is very nice. So this is actually the page transition is moving from left to the right thing. And yes, let's do the same animation for our guest route. That means the sign up and login. But here on this guest route, we are having a component which is using this route, which is once again having this prop. So what we can do, once again, we need to convert this as children, and inside this children we have this one. Let's use it like this, and then on the guest route we can extract from props like children and then the rest of the thing. So I can provide rest of the things here, and obviously that should be like this. And then inside this route I should have a children, and this will be with triple dot. Now let's try it. So we have a login, so everything is working fine. But this time we just need the transitions or div motion. So inside this I can simply say div motion and move like here. And yeah, so route motion.div and motion.div, and then route closing. And obviously motion need to be imported from here. Yes, and yeah, we have a nice animation or transition between the pages. Let's do something so that we don't have to write this animation, or when we want to change animation transition of the pages, we can change it one place. Let's open the sidebar here, and on this sidebar we have a utils, and inside util I'm going to create a new directory called let's say transition, or actually we have this routes directory. Inside this I can create animated route.js, and this animated route is actually just a wrapper around the normal route. So motion.div with imported motion will holding the normal route. So route imported from React router DOM, and this is the case. So on the guest route, because we are using just like this one, we actually need to move this route above, and inside this we should have the motion.div, and then we have a children, and then we pass rest of the things. So just like we did, we have a children and then we have a rest of the things. And now instead of using this thing, or this thing, that means route plus motion.div, we can combine these two and we can simply say animated route and children, and then we have rest of the things. Let's try this. Is it going to work or not? Go to login and sign up. It is not working. Yeah, we know, because we have not given any animation here. So let's quickly copy these animation from here and paste it like this. So this means now everywhere we are having this. So since we have the animated route component, we can once again change this route into the animated route. So let's convert to animated route, like imported, and we can totally remove this motion div from here and everything will going to work. Yes, you have seen these things. And the one last thing is for the auth route also. We know we just need to convert it into animated route, and that should be the rest thing, plus we need some children inside this animated route. So children, and children comes from here, and then dot rest. Okay, so since we have that, that means it is going to work. Animation is going to work everywhere like this. And this means if I try to log in with the correct email and the password, on the gallery we should have that, and it is not working. Okay, I know, because this need to be converted to the children, and then close it, and yeah, we have done that once again. So is it why it is giving okay? So so that should be not animated. This is auth route. Inside auth route we have used the animated route. Okay, now it will going to work. Refresh this, and yes, everywhere we have a nice little transition. Now, what is the proper use of this animated route component we have used? Suppose we need to change the transition, page transition, just like this one, to anything else. What if I want to exit it also? Now, exit we can also define, and on the exit the scale should be 0, and yeah, that's good actually, and x should be -200, and like -200. And let's try this one. So everything should be like this. So here the proper use is we have made changes in one place and it is going to affect everywhere, and this should be colon. Now let's go to the home page. We cannot see any exiting effect. Why is that? Let's solve this problem also. Now we can see we have this exit part for this route animation, but still route animation exit part is not working. Everything is good. So let's open the framer motion once again and API motion, and then here we can see if I go to the animate presence, it says animate presence allow component to animate out when they are removing from the tree. This means we need this animate presence if we know that somewhere the animated routes is going to be removed from the DOM. So let's go to the app.js, and we are using animated route in guest auth also here. This means we can move everything into the everything here like this. Animate presence like here, which is already imported, and just above the switch we can also have like this. Okay, so now once again try. It is, first thing is gallery is not working, and login is working, sign up is working. Actually this routing is not working. When I click on gallery, then it should redirect me to the home page. That is not working. Maybe I can move this animate presence above the switch. Once again try. So go to gallery. Yes, now it is working, but still I cannot see that part of exiting. For that, next we need to do something else. What we need to do, we need to actually provide the key into the inside part of the animate presence. That means here we have given this key. So what key we can provide to this switch? You know, this switch is changing the route, so we can simply give the route or the location. Okay, so let's try to use the location. So I can say const location is equal to use location, and let's try this. It is not saving. Good. What happened? Okay, so we have this double comma. Okay, so that's good. Let's try. Refresh this page. Now it says location of undefined. Actually, what's happening here, we are trying to use the location on the same component where we are defining the router. So what we can do here, we have two options. Either we can do the render and do something, or we can totally move this router to our index.js. Here we are having this app. Now we can convert it to router, and we can move this app inside it. But this router, we can first remove it from here and like this. And this router is actually the browser router. And now React router DOM, so we need to import it like this one, but this should be browser router as router. Now it will not going to give error. So since we don't have the error, let's define the key in the switch part. So the switch should have the key, and the key is location.path name. Let's try this. Exit, and yeah, you can see now we have a proper animation for the exit, but it is having a little problem on the animated route. We are giving this x is equal to 200 minus. I can remove totally and then try. sign up. Okay, yes, this is very nice. So it is moving in, and then we are having the new route here. And now let's log in and see, is it perfect for gallery also or not? So we are having this, we are having a welcome home, we are having a gallery, but we have an issue. The issue is the animation is started as soon as the page is changed. Actually, what we need to do, we first need to complete the previous animation and then start something else. So on this animate presence, we need to say exit before enter. So before entering, let's the old component to be exited completely. Now let's go to the home. Yes, it is good. Still it's not working. Let's try this. Okay, one more thing. So here we need to give the location also. So location is actually the location, and now switch knows that which route is there, and now you can see we are having a proper final correct animation. But what if I refresh this page? I'm refreshing this page and we have an initial transition, which should not be there, because transition means when I switch between the pages, then only I want to have the animation. So for that I can say initial is false. There should be no initial animation or entering animation. So you can see now whenever I move, then yes, we have the animation, but when I refresh the page, we don't have any animation, and that's exactly what we want. So this is very nice, and now it's your turn to create awesome animation with this framer motion. Now let's talk about an advanced feature which is called type checking with prop types. What is this? How it's going to be useful? Let's try. I'm going to open the images component. Inside this images component, we have this image component, and we are passing various props. And inside the image component, we are accepting the prop, and every prop is useful here. Now what happened if someone has given this show as a false instead of this proper function? So what if I give it show as a false? I will go to the gallery, and now if I click on any one, you can see nothing is happening. Let's open the console, and in the console we can see we are having this on-click listener to be a function instead got false. This is very bad. So how we can restrict that? Even before getting this error, we should have some other error which actually prompt me that the correct prop type has to be something which we need. For that I will go to the image component, because here we have all the props, and here we can first cut this export default from here and export default images, or just image actually. And then above this one I can say image dot props type is equal to a object, and this object is going to say that show must be a function. But this is not going to work. Let's try this, and now we can see we are having these errors, and we are not actually getting any kind of error for that prop type. Why is that? Let's try something. I think this is prop type. Okay, so this is prop types, not props type. Okay, one more try, and this time we can see we are having image prop type show is invalid. It must be a function, usually from the prop types. It is good, but it says received string. So this is actually not the error for the prop, but this is the error for the thing we have defined here. Here we should have some function. So let's define a function here, and in this function we are going to log whatever we except here. So this is actually give us the props. So we are getting all the props for the component. So let's try once again. And here you can see we are having all the props. So show, image, index, show, handle, remove, everyone. Then as a second parameter, we are going to get the prop name, which is and then let's say prop name, and let's try this one. And yes, we can see prop name is show. This means for every function, for every image, we can get the prop value also. So we are having this show, and if I say props and get me the prop name, that means the show. And in that way, we will get lots of false because we have given the false. Yes, 10 false are here. But now, since we have the actual value, we can check the type. So I can say if the type of props value is not equal to the function, then I am going to return new error, and this error say something is wrong. And let's remove the console. Let's try this one, and this time you can see it says above, yeah, something is wrong is here. Now what if I try to give the exact, it is as a function, and this time you can see we are not having any error. Wow. But the message we had given is not descriptive, so let's make it more descriptive. I say that the prop name first, which is the prop name, must be a function, but you have given or provided, and we can simply copy this one, prop type, and that's actually nice. Once again, let's try this, and this time it will give a proper error. It says show must be a function, but you have provided boolean. So I can convert this into a single string so that it will have emphasize on the show, and it will not be a proper word, it's just the thing, prop name I want to provide. Show must be a function, but you have provided boolean. Okay, so this is nice, and in that way we can also provide the same thing for the index, but index should be a number. So I can copy this from here and paste it here. This time we need to compare it with number, and is must be a number, and you have provided whatever you have provided. So if I provide index as a string, and let's try this one, so we will get two error, one for show and one for index must be a number, but you have provided a string. Very nice. But you have seen that we are repeating ourselves. So instead of repeating, what we can do, we can create const types is equal to, and we can provide various functions. So this function will be from here to here, and this will be types dot function. So I can provide this as this one, and I think I need to convert it as a function and a normal function. Then same for this number, cut, then types dot number, and I can provide the next thing as number. Yeah, so let's try once again. It should give the same errors. refresh this page, and yeah, we are having this index must be a number. Yeah, so this is good, but one more time, this is having all these type, and we need to create every type details here. Instead, we can use a PropType package or library. You can see React PropType has moved to different package called PropType library instead. So you can use this library which is given here. So let's copy this one and then paste it to install it. Now it is installed. Let's see how we can use it. To use, obviously we need to import it. So let's copy this import part, go at the top and import it, and let's remove this animation things, we don't need it. Okay, next what we need to do, we just need to say like this: component and the prop types, as we have already given component, then prop types. Then we can totally delete these types we have created. And now let's say how we can use it. We just need to say prop type and then the type. So let's try it. So prop types dot, and show will be a function, so func. Then once again prop types dot, it should be a number, so number is also there. Let's see what error we are getting from this library. And now actually here we have, yeah, invalid prop index of the type string supplied to image expected number. So they have given the component name also. So for the show part, invalid prop show of the type boolean supplied to image expected function. Now since this is good, let's make everyone a very nice prop type. Image should be a string, handle remove is also going to be a function. So once again, image is prop type dot image is a string, and then we have a handle remove. So handle remove is going to be prop type dot func, that means a function. Now since we are providing wrong props here, so let's undo so that we are having a proper prop types. Now let's see, we should not get any type of error, which is here. Very nice, we are not having any error. Now let's do something magical, something machine learning with the Tensorflow JS. Yes, Tensorflow JS we are going to use with Reactjs. I just search for Tensorflow JS. We have this website which is called tensorflow.org/js, and we are interested in models. We have lots of models, but we are interested in image classification. Let's go here, and this is the GitHub repository for this image classification model of Tensorflow JS. We can use these CDNs given here, like you can see these CDNs are here, but instead of CDN we can directly install it via npm, and we need to install this TensorFlow TFJS, also this model. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually install these two. So let's copy this from here, and we have this and open a new terminal, and I will say npm install and TensorFlow JS, this one, and TensorFlow JS models / mobilenet. And you can see it's given here, mobilenet is there, which is actually the image classification model. I don't know why they have given this name called mobilenet, but it's interesting to have it. So since we have these two, let's hit enter to install it. While these are installing, let's see how we can use it. First, we need an image to which we are going to run our model and get the predictions for the classification, and then we need to grab the image tag using the getElement by ID. Then we just need to load the mobilenet, and when it is completely loaded, then we can say, hey model, just classify our image and give me the predictions. Very easy things. But where we are going to use these things, because we have these galleries and we have lots of images, but for now we are not going to use these images. We will do that later, but first let's experiment. So let's create one more page which will be just for the TensorFlow testing. So I will open the sidebar. I will go to the pages directory and create Tensorflow.js, and then I'm going to create this function that is a component. So TensorFlow, and here we are, and I will create a h1 tag and I say TensorFlow example. Okay, that's easy, and we need to actually register this route inside our routes file. So we have the sign up, and now I can create one more for, let's say, TensorFlow, and the component is TensorFlow, this one, and it is actually for everyone. So I just say null, protection is null. And one more last thing, go to header, and I'm going to add one more link which we know, which is for the TensorFlow, and here we are, and paste it, and this slash TensorFlow and TensorFlow. Okay, so these things are done. So refresh this page, we can see we have this TensorFlow. Yeah, very nice. So here in this TensorFlow JS, we need to check. First, we need a image tag, and on this image tag we can provide some source. But you know, in this documentation it's given that we need to actually get that image tag by using the get element by id. But since we are on the React, we can use the use ref here. So I can say use ref, and I can say image ref, which I need to import also, and yes, this time I remember that. And then I can say ref is image ref. Yeah, so this is done. And how we can load our model? So we can do this loading part in our use effect. So once this page is loaded, then we can do the loading part. So we have created this use effect. In this use effect, first I need to grab the image. So I say const img is equal to image ref dot current. This is the way we can get any tag via the reference or ref. Then since we have the image, we can copy this part, and then we can just paste it like this. And that's actually done. We have this image, we are giving this image, we should see the predictions, but obviously we need to provide the image. Which image we can provide? And it says these things are not imported as usual. I forgot it, but then it says mobile net is also not there. So what we can do, actually here it says that you need to say const mobile net require and all these things, but since we are using ES6 module and we don't want to have this kind of a structure of require, we are going to use the import. So import everything as mobile net from this thing. Okay, but also, although it's given there that you do not need to import, but I have experienced that I need to import TensorFlow. So I can say import TensorFlow. We just need to import it, and that's done. So we did the import part, and it says okay, so we don't have to care about these things, it doesn't matter. So finally, let's try this. Yeah, we don't have any error here, and we need the real image actually, because on our prediction, if you go to the console, you can see it says texture size is invalid because we have not given any image. So let's go to the gallery we have created, And on this gallery I can search for dog images and then grab let's say this dog. Yeah, so we have copied and give the source like this, and I should give this as a width also of 200 so that it will be visible correctly. Go to the TensorFlow page, and here we have the puppy, and we can make it 300 also. And once again, yeah, here we are. Let's just make everything at the center. So I will create one more div, and this time I'm going to give the outer div as a class name for flex and justify center, and then the inner div will just have a width of let's say 1/3. Okay, so it should be at the center. Yes, so it is at the center, but you know the problem we are facing. Let's first give this as a text center. Problem is every time we are loading, it's actually running this model. So I just comment it because we are doing some styling part. Okay, so we have there, and we need to make it 400 so that it will look good. Yeah, so TensorFlow example, we have this image. I need a button at the bottom so that when I click on the button, then it start the prediction. Okay, so we should have a simple button, and it says predict result. Okay, so on this I can give some class padding 2 and rounded and background of blue, let's say 500. Okay, let's try. Okay, that's good. And I can also give text white, and I can move this inside a div which is going to make it at the center. So class name text center, and yeah, it is at the center. I can give some margin of 5 on from the upper side. Yes, this is good. And what I can think is that we have this header. On this header we have given gray 900, so I should also give this gray 900 so that it will be matching with the header. Now when I click on this prediction, I should load the result. Let's see how we can do this. To do that, what we need the on click on this button. So we have an on click, and I can simply say load or simply predict. Yeah, so predict is a function I should create here, and yes, we have done that. And now instead of having everything inside the use effect, I can copy everything like this. I can actually cut it, remove this use effect, and then paste it. Then I just uncomment it, and we can see we should have the prediction in the console. Let's try this one. So open it. Yes, you can see it's nothing there, but when I click on predict result, we need to wait for some time, and then we have this error. Whoa, we are having the error. So how we can solve this error? To solve this error, actually what we need to do, we need to give this image tag. This image tag we need to give cross origin as anonymous. Yeah, this one. Now if I once again try, it will not give that error. Maybe it can give a different error. Click once again, wait for some time, and yeah, we are having these predictions, and it says toy poodle is having 22% probability than tennis ball. Where he is getting the tennis ball? So let's see what is this toy poodle. So toy poodle is Oh, very nice. This is a dog. This is a dog breed actually. So toy poodle is a dog breed, and it has actually correct predicted. So we need the predictions, actually the result shown here. We don't want to open the console. So what we can do here, once I need to create a state, so use state, and one is like is loading, which is initially false, and we know this is very easy. So once we have loaded the model, before loading model we need to say set is loading to true, and when it is done with the loading it says loading to false. And according to the loading we need to show some loading kind of thing here. So I can have the emoji, and I should search for hourglass like this one, and this hourglass is only going to be visible when is loading is true. So when is loading is true, then it should have, the button should have the hourglass, otherwise it should have, if not is loading, then we have this one. Okay, so this should be in a single quote, also this one, and now it has some problem. It says oops. So this is like here. Okay, so this is done, and now once again try to load things, and as usual my mistake, I know these things, and let's try this once again. Okay, see this, click on prediction and we have this. I think we need to give some width so that this will have a proper width. So I can give a width of, let's say 64, and try it. So we have 64, and wait, and prediction is there. Now next state we need to hold the predictions. So const or simply use state, and this state is predictions. Okay, initially there is no prediction, so I will just have an empty object because we are getting an object in the response. You can see here, if I see the say the prediction, and we are having actually the array. That's why it's better to check what we are getting. So we can have the array here. Now it's very easy. Instead of logging things, I can set predictions is equal to the predictions. Very easy. That's nice. And now we just need to show the prediction just above this button. So above the button we can have like if predictions predictions dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to show something. And what I'm going to show, I'm going to show a simple div here, and in this div I can actually provide a p tag, and where I can say first I can actually loop over things. So predictions, I need to open the curly braces. So predictions dot map, and I get predict or prediction only. Then I can simply say a p tag, and then comes prediction dot class name. Let's see how it is going to work. So we are having here, click on prediction, we have an hourglass, and let's see, yeah, we have this predictions. These predictions are there. I should give them as a class name so that it says text on the left side. Okay, so on these predictions actually we need to give the percentage also. So we have these prediction, and on the right side I want the percentage. So instead of having this text, I can say flex and justify between, because now I also need one more for probability. So probability. Okay, and okay, so what we need, I think we need to move this like here, and we can remove this brackets, and I think this should work. So this is here, and now let's once again try and remove this console. Click on the predict result. Actually, we are waiting, and yeah, we have these kind of things. But now I need to convert this into just 2-digit or 2.1 digit. So we need to multiply it with 100 and then round it to 2-digit. So on this probability, I can multiply with 100, and when I do that, I get result something like this. Yeah, we have this one, so 16, and then I can say math dot, I can say floor on this one, but this m should be capital because it's a math function. And then let's try once again. So refresh this page. So refresh this page and click on predict result, and yes, we have these. Final thing, we need the percentage sign there also. So at the last we can provide the percentage sign. So finally, let's go here and click on this predict result, and we can see here we have this toy poodle comes 13 this time. Wire haired forex terrier. Let's search what it is. And okay, so this time it has given a wrong prediction. Once again, if I say predict result, the same result is there. Why we have different result? TensorFlow, do something for this. Okay, no problem. So since we have done that, we are recognizing the breed of exact dog we are giving here. Now let's go on the gallery and do some prediction on every image we have. So how we can do that? To predict the result from these images, when we hover it, we have this cross. We need a lens icon so that we can click on that icon and then predict the result. So currently we have this zoom, and we can remove the image, but we need one lens. So let's open the font awesome and search for lens actually, or if I say search, okay, search is having actually the lens. So for now I can go to the gallery, and in the gallery we have this images, and in this images we have image, this one, and yeah, in this image we have this one I tag, which is actually having this cross icon. One more if I have, and this time I can say this should be left with the 0. If I do this, you will see that once I refresh it, you will see that now we have a 2 cross. So on the left cross, we just need to convert it into search. Yeah, this one. So this should be now converted to search. So if I hover, yes, we have this search. Now on this search, when I click, instead of handle remove, I need to say predict. Very easy. And we are passing obviously the index. Actually we don't need the index, because we first need to create a function which is called predict, and in this predict we know we have a TensorFlow JS, and here we have this predict function. So we can copy all these things from here, or you can actually create your own custom hook. So I can go to the custom hook and I will say use TF image classification. So long name, so let's try TF classify. This is nice. So we have created that. Just create a normal function. So it will be use, let's see, yeah, so it's just like a use tf classify. Tf means TensorFlow. We don't need any JSX, we just need this function. Predict is a function we can export from here. So return predict, and in this predict we need the image. Okay, so I can say it is actually getting the image, and now we don't need this ref part. We can simply comment this one, and yeah, we need to load things. That means we need to import math, not math. So it has actually imported this TensorFlow math. We don't want that. We need TensorFlow JS and MobileNet. So let's paste these two. Yeah, that's done. And this means instead of having this predict where we are having this predict function, instead of that I can use my custom hook. So I can simply say const predict is equal to use tf classify, and that's it. What we need to do, we just need to remove these things from here, and then on the predict we need to give the image name or image path actually. So not path, it's image ref dot current comes here. But we can also see we have this where is that, yeah, loading part. So on this hook we have created tf classify, we have set loading is true. So we can cut this loading part from there and paste it here, and I remember to import this use state. This means now you can see we have this set loading, and then we have a model, we are loading model, classifying image we can get from outside, prediction, set loading. Okay, now we have a predictions. So we need to once again cut this part from there and paste it here. So set prediction. So instead of just returning the predict, I can say predict, then predictions, and then is loading. Three things I can export from here. That's done, and now let's get everything. So predict, and then we have predictions, and then is loading. So I think we have done everything correctly. This means now I can simply go on the TensorFlow page, and now let's click on predict result. It's loading, and yes, we are getting the prediction. That means our hook is working absolutely fine. So now it's time to remove these two dependencies because we don't need it here, because everything is there. So I can remove the use state and the use effect, or yeah, this is done. One more time, let's verify that it is working absolutely fine. So since we have a very nice use tf classify hook, we can use that hook here inside our image.js component. Now it's very easy. We just need to, we can actually copy everything from TensorFlow JS page. So this part we can copy and go to image, paste it. We just need to import this use tf classify, the custom hook we have created, this one. So now it is imported. That's done. And what we need the predict, and we have, yeah, this one. So on the predict, actually instead of passing this index, we need to pass the reference for this image. So once again, ref will be image ref, and I can create a new ref here. So const image ref is equal to use ref, import it, and that's it. And next we just need to say on the predict of when I click on the lens, I can say image ref dot current, but then where we are going to show the prediction or is loading part. So once again go to the gallery and let's see is there any error. So if I click on this, we can see we are not having any error. That means everything is working fine, but now we got the error. We know this error is because of the image cross, what they call cross origin. Yes, cross origin should be anonymous once again. So let's once again click on lens and we should not get any error. Yes, we are not getting any error. That means it's just we need to show the result on somewhere over the image. Okay, so here on this image.js file, just inside this div, I can create a simple span tag, because this is going to be something like a tooltip and tooltip. Yeah, and I'm going to give this a class name of absolute, background of gray 800, text of white, sum of rounded large, and having a shadow, padding x of 2. Let's see how it's going to look. Okay, the images are changed. Okay, now so see we have this tooltip. So it's it should be tooltip, not tooltip. Okay, now we have this tooltip. So once we load the prediction, then only I want to show this one, but this should be left of 0 so that it will be on the left side, but with some margin left of, let's say 5. And see, yes, so we have this icon. Yeah, see this one, this lens icon, then we have this tooltip, but this tooltip is only going to be visible when we have the predictions. So predictions dot length, if it is greater than 0, then only I want to show this one. Okay, so that's good. And yeah, we have this. So we have the dog, and if I click here, and we need to do something to show that something is loading, so click, and yes, we have this tooltip. Okay, so since we have the tooltip inside tooltip, we can simply loop over the predictions, and I can copy things from TensorFlow page, and we have this one. So predictions.map, and simply paste it here, and predictions.map, it will be inside this curly braces. So looking good. Let's try. So once again click on this dog image, we have to wait, and yes, we have these predictions, and that's nice. But let's do something for the waiting or loading part. For that, here we are checking for if there is a prediction, but we need to give a or condition that if loading is true or we have something inside the prediction, then show this tooltip. Let's see. Oh, we got one more image. So now click, and it's not showing that, and once we have the prediction, then only it's showing. I think because there is nothing inside this span. If I say hey, it should quickly give me the hey. Yes, and after some time when we have the prediction, we get all the predictions. So instead of this, I can check and say this is only going to be visible if is loading is true, and here I'm going to give a p tag where I can say fetching results ... and let's try this. So we have this, and click fetching result, and finally we got this nice result. Let's try here what we are getting. Not this one. Okay, so we have this, and we have here. So we can see we have European fire salamander, and what about the first one? Notebook, we have notebook. Next, we need a way to hide these things. So what if I click here on these tooltip, it should remove it. So on that case, what we need to do, actually, we need to clear the predictions. That means on this use TensorFlow classify, we also need to return this set prediction so that we can actually remove some prediction. So prediction and then set prediction and then is loading. So prediction, set prediction, then is loading. So when I click on this on span, so if I click, I simply need to do one thing. I can do inline, and here I can provide it as an empty array. We have done that. Now let's try once again. So we have tooltip and fetching. Yeah, we got that. Click here, it's removed. Once again, click and click. So it says these things are there. It has not given that. Yeah, so we can simply click on these tooltips to remove it. Super nice things are there, but one issue we have that is not related to TensorFlow actually, which is if I scroll down, you can see it actually refreshes the page. We have solved that issue, but once again we are having that issue. To solve it, it's very easy. We need to go to images, and you can see this images actually using this section input, then error, and then we have this show image. This show image is a function which is inside of this images component, and this is actually a component which is holding some of the things. So we can actually cut this and move it out of this function, because otherwise it's re-rendering again and again. So at the bottom I can paste it, but then it needs some of the things. What it require the images. So we can simply pass the images, and something like images is images, like here. Let's try and set page handle remove. Okay, so lots of things are there. Okay, so instead of doing this, we can also do one more thing. Let's undo everything, and we are here. Now what we can do, we can totally remove this function because we don't need it, and then cut this JSX we have here from here, and remove this return part. No need for that. And now instead of this show image, I can put everything here directly. Now there is no issue because we have just moved things inside of it to the real JSX. And now we can see there is no refresh of the whole page, and we are having the images as we are scrolling down. That's an amazing fix we have done. After having everything, let's now deploy our application into the Netlify. So let's search for netlify.com, and here we are. Then we just need to sign up if you don't have any account. I already have that, so I just click on sign in, and I will sign in with GitHub. And after signing in, you just need to click on this new site from Git. So we have the website or source code into GitHub. So let's search for GitHub, and here it's going to authorize you. So if you have not authorized it, then it will ask for authorization, and you can change your account and then search for the one you want. So I just search for React, and I have this one. But if you can't see that repository here, then you can click simply here on the configure Netlify app on GitHub, then select your account, and at the bottom you will see only select repositories. So just click there and search for React 16. So that should be like yeah, React 16 for beginner, which is actually already linked, so I don't have to do once again. So I just cut it, and then you just need to select your repository, and then it says which branch you want to deploy, so it will fetch all the branch. Let's deploy the master branch, and now it says yarn build and build. So let's click on this build site. That's it. This is the only thing you need to do. It will take some time, and let's wait for this to complete. And after some time we can see site deployed failed. Let's click here and see what happened. So once again we need to click here, and then if we scroll down we can see the problem comes at this point. So we have a treating warning as error because process.env.ci is true, and it says the most CI server set it automatically, so we just need to set it false. How we can do that? Once again, let's go at the top, go to deploy setting, and here we have an environment. On the edit environment, let's click on type here CI, and then say value is false. Click on save, and then get back on the deploys section. Here we have a trigger deploy. We will say clear cache and deploy site. Once again, it's again going to start the deploying process. It's building everything, and let's now once again wait for this to complete. And finally you can see we don't have any error, and now it says preview deploy. That means everything is fine. And here we can see on the deploy log at the bottom, yes, we have some warnings, but at last it says finish building request, finished process build request, and site is live. So just click on this preview, and yes, we can see we are having the website which is loading actually. So yeah, we have this, and this is actually deploy. You can see we have a unique URL for Netlify, and we can go to the login page. We have all the animation, the framer motion animation, but we have some problem with this gallery, with this TensorFlow. We cannot see. If I refresh this page, now it says page not found. What happened with this? Actually, there is a system to solve the problem, and that is actually we need to search for Netlify page not found on React. When we search about this thing, we will get let's search for this one. And it says this is happening because of React router DOM, and we can easily solve this by creating a redirect file. And I want to show that in, yeah, you can see it says redirect file, but I should actually search for Netlify redirect React. Just search for this one, and yeah, we have this first website, deploy React in less than 30 seconds. And after that we need this thing. So we need to create a _redirect file inside our public directory and have this code there. So once again, let's go to this VS Code, and here in this public directory I'm going to create a new file called _redirect, and then I can copy this thing and paste it here. It's very easy. Let's save this, and once again we need to push. So I can actually kill this server, and then I can say added _redirect file, then just push it. So this GACP and GP, these are alias I have created for Git, and finally it is pushed. And the best part of Netlify is that whenever you push something, it's automatically start building that thing. And yeah, you can obviously manage this thing from your deploy setting, but it's very nice that once you push, it's actually deploy the current version. So once again, let's wait for this to complete. Finally, the latest one is also published, and you can see the commit name is here, commit message actually, added redirect file. So once again we can go to overview, and we should have this link. We can easily click here. We have this page just like previously we had that. We had some other URL, but this time we have a suspicious Perl man and something netlify.com. Okay, so let's try once again. So as I said, if I go to the login, and now if I refresh this page, you can see it's still there. That means it is working, but still we have a problem with the gallery. If I click there, gallery is there. We have actually changed the login, but login page is not showing here. Also, TensorFlow doesn't have anything here. To solve this problem of this gallery, actually we need to start the server on our local host. Now the local server is started, localhost 3000 is there. I'm not logged in, and if I go to the gallery, yes, we have the same issue. And to solve this issue, we just need to go to the app.js, because here we have our redirects, and the problem with this auth route we have. So let's go to this auth route, because these are protected route and we have problem on that. And on this auth route, okay, so we need to search for auth route. Here we are, and the problem is with this redirect. But we have seen that we are having the animation kind of thing. So if I click on this gallery, yes, there is a zoom out for that page, but next page is not showing, which is the login page. That happening because of the animation we don't have on the redirect. So what we need, we just need to use the animated route here. Inside animated route, we just push this to login thing. And now we have that. Let's go to the home page, refresh this application, and now once again let's click on gallery, and you can see login page is there. This is working absolutely fine. Even if I refresh, we have the gallery page, yeah, like here. And obviously the TensorFlow is working on our case. We have some issue, it's saying loading. So let's search for the TensorFlow. So on this TensorFlow, if there is loading, then show this waiting sign. So this means on this use TF classify, it's having this is loading to true. Let's go to the TensorFlow JS, and here we have a third one is loading, and we are exporting third one as a set predictions. I think I have pressed undo sometime. So what we can do to solve this, you can see the fourth one is actually the is loading, so we can have a one more comma here, and then it should work. And refresh this page, and yeah, predict result, click, and we should get the result in some time. Yeah, we are having this, but this is not a good thing. So I'm just going to convert from an array to an object. In this way, we don't have to care about the actual index, so we can simply destructure it like this, and we can remove this comma, and now it should work. And now it says yeah, so predict result, and yeah, we are having it. So everything, the problems are solved. The gallery problem is solved, the TensorFlow problem is solved, and similarly we can also do this redirect part on the guest route. So we have a guest route, and we have this redirect. We can replace it with this one and make it home page. That's done, and I think everything is good. So let's push this thing, and we can say we have the fix gallery route and fix TensorFlow is loading part. Now just push it, and once we push this thing, we know that our Netlify will going to catch the new publish. You can see it has just catched in front of our eyes, and now we need to once again wait for it. So it's going to start building again, this one also. So if I refresh, you will see the building part. Yeah, building is there. Let's wait for it. At last, the latest version is also pushed. So let's once again click on the link, and let's see is everything working fine or not. So yes, we have here, and we are not logged in. Click on the gallery, and we are redirected to login page. Go to sign up. We are having here let's go to the TensorFlow. We are having this. Let's click on the predict result and we should see the result. Yeah, everything is fine. Let's try to log in and see if this is working or not. And I think this is not going to work because we don't have any environment variable, but it's working. Shockingly, it is working. Why? Sometimes we need to say why it is working. So on the git ignore, let's see, do we have the git ignore? Yeah, you can see we don't have the git ignore for .env file. That means on our repository for this React application, we should see we have this yeah, this one. We have this .env file, and because of this .env file we don't have to set any environment variable on Netlify. But I have showed you, if you don't want to push that .env file, you can set the environment variable from here, just like we set for CI. So this is very nice, and what I'm going to do finally, I am going to set some let's say domain management, and here I can change this domain name, and it should be with as a subdomain for Netlify, but this time I say Bitfumes React course. Okay, and now save it, and then we have this Bitfumes React course.netlify.app, and boom, we have this site here. Yeah, so this is here, and we can zoom in for you, and then we can just log in like here, password, and loading, logged in, done, and go to the gallery. We have some error, so let's see on the localhost if we are having any problem. So we are logged in, and if I go to the gallery, and yes, we are having the same issue here, but the problem is, okay, I got it. So remember, we have changed something on our UseTF classifier. We had now converted into the object. Then we need to go to the gallery, and once again, instead of, let's go to the images, and yeah, so here, so we need to go to the image, actually just the image, and yeah, TF classify, we just convert it into an object just like this one, and in that way the sequence doesn't matter. So now this will going to work, and yes, it is working absolutely fine. Everything is here. So it is fetching result for classification, and the final commit I can do, fix gallery use TF classify, and we have changed that. Once again, we can push it, and then we can check on that Netlify. On the deploy part, we should see new production will hit here. As the moment, it's now there, and I think we need to refresh it to see that thing. And yeah, it's building. Let's wait, final wait, and we will have that. It is published. So let's go here and refresh this gallery, and we should see the images from the gallery we have created. And yes, all the gallery are here. We can easily go to the TensorFlow page, and we can easily go to the gallery page. Like here, we can have some classification details for image like this one. We can zoom the image just like this, absolutely fine. So this is how we can learn and we can use various things with the React. I hope you liked this episode, and if you want to learn more, then you can go to the in-depth reactjs.com. Here is a website, a landing page for the bigger course for this one, where you can easily sign up, and when I launch this course, you will get notification. Plus, the best part of signing up is you will get a discount. That means if, let's say, we have a amount of $100 for this course, then you will get for $50. Obviously that $100 is just for reference, it's not the real price. So you can sign up and you will get the pre-launch and all the information related to the course. And here we are. What you think about this course, just write in your comment section and obviously share this with your friends.